euros ambos KPCs tai. Var paranın Apakal ya dirdi ya. Böyle dirdi ya. Я. Я сдаю 300, сдаю 1. Я давай тулить. Я руна, я погону Talbak 1, ja?
big bombs all around this ground at the Master Cricket Ground. It's time for day 3 of ECS Sweden 2023, brought to you by FanCode, and it starts right here, right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Crisp bread. It's this national Swedish food. But what does it look like? That's right, a cricket ground. A number of cricket historians have suggested that it's evidence that this food was used to describe the shape of a cricket ground all across this Nordic country and used by early cricket scorers for wagon wheels, using dill to show where the shots went. There's only a 20% chance that is half true, but either way, the modern day Swedish cricketers are putting an absolute show on for us here up at the Master Cricket Ground. There's 2 more teams that will take battle today. Stockholm Cricket Club are up against Hammarby. We'll turn around to Tyrone Peters for the toss.
Hammarby to call. It's straight. Tails is the call. It's a hit. You're going to bat first. Okay.
So Stockholm Cricket Club have won the toss and they've elected to bat. I don't think that's a bad move for them. They showed some signs with the bat yesterday, and particularly I like the look of Shivarashi, who was given the opportunity at the top of the order. He's a little man, but he's got some powerful shots. I think he could be a real backbone of their team today. On the other hand, Hammarby, they started disastrously. They could barely make it to the 80s and set a weak total, which was relatively easily chased down by the Shista Cricket Club. They've really got a reset today, and I think it comes in the form of their 2 star players, Azhar Mohammed and Khalid Mahmood. Those 2, if they can get going with both the bat and the ball, will give Hammarby an opportunity to show that they are really one of the top draw teams in this ECS Sweden event. Both of these teams are absolutely desperate for a win, and I'm sure we'll see a hard-fought event out here on the Master Cricket Club today. To take you through the early stages of this game, I'll hand back to the central commentary area. It's Vinny, Mr. Mo Sandhu. Take it away, Vinny.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan. Well, Rhino, with a bit of history, which may be dubious. Not as dubious as that shirt and jacket combo, but anyway, very good morning to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground here, just north of Stockholm in Sweden. Vinny Sandhu with you for ECN. And yeah, well, the time's ticking, and we're ticking down to the first game of the day. But first, why don't we take you through a little bit about what happened yesterday. It was a pretty entertaining day of cricket. And it started with match 6, Genesee Stockholm. They were 3-0, but then they ran into Alby's Army. A last ball thriller to start the day, as it was Genesee Stockholm 120 going down to Alby's Army 123. The heroes there, Sami Khalil with a half century, but Mashal Khan with a last ball 6 got them over the line. Then Alby's Army put away Stockholm CC 153 to 104. That was notable for the first ever century for Ismail Zia. What an innings, 102 not out of 34. And that's a guy, he'd never even hit 40 on the network before, and he's played 50 games. So what a great moment for him. Mashta then, he made an entrance in match 8, the host, putting Stockholm CC to the sword once again. 181, the highest score in this European Cricket Series so far. Half centuries to Hyder and Sher Ali. Saleri chipping in with 38, including some good late hitting. And despite the efforts of Ashwin Amaraj, Stockholm not able to get anywhere near that. Amaraj finishing 49 not out, missing out his half century. Last ball of that game. Alby's Army once again put some big runs on the board against Huddinge. This is a rematch of the 2021 final. Azam Khalil hit some form there with 71 of 25 balls. Sami Khalil again, quick fire, 28. Huddinge started like a rocket, didn't they? Said Ahmed 48, but then they just got the wobbles in the second half and fell short. Mashta against Huddinge last game of the day, and Mashta found it a bit more difficult. Despite 30 runs off the last over of their innings by Arif Hussain, he got to 50 off just 18 balls. Huddinge, they chased the target without too many dramas. The Zuwaks featuring prominently, and once again Said Ahmed with a handy contribution. So looking at the table, we have Alby's Army at the top at the moment, 3-0. You got Hammarby and Stockholm CC both without a win. They're coming up first game this morning, and really, It feels like a bit of a crunch match. I know it's early in the tournament, but it's going to be pretty competitive as far as the top 4 spots are concerned. Only the top 4 will make it through to the semi-finals, and the semi-final winners will make it through to the kind of Super 4 here in Stockholm, which will, well, in Sweden, that will give them a chance for ECL qualification. So Stockholm CC winning the toss and electing to bat. You saw that. Martha leads them out today. Here we go with the first ball of the day. And it's a full toss, dragged away for 1. And I want to say very good morning to all of our viewers that might be watching on FanCode in India. And of course, all of our viewers watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel as well. ECN, great to have your company. Pop into the live chat as well. I haven't had a chance to get in there just yet. But I'll try and send a message and see what the discussion is in there. Isn't it great to have Andrew Ryan here with us? Always love his cameos. Oh, wow, it really swings. And it swings so much, it goes straight to the fielder at fine leg. Well, I know that Andrew Ryan's a banana bender. This is a genuine banana bender. Watch this one. Oh, that's an incredible amount of outswing. And if only the pitch was 3 or 4 metres to the left, that might have been ball of the century. Chalindra and Vaidya, the openers for Stockholm CC, trying to get the bats going. Once again, ridiculous amount of swing. And if you want to talk about bowling to your field, literally, that's the way Aftab Ahmed is bowling at the moment. Something called a no ball, but I'm not quite sure why. Because I don't think it pitched off the pitch. And if it did, I thought it might have been after the stumps. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Gotta admit, I don't really like that call. It did pitch on the pitch. Technically, you might say it's the edge of the pitch, but free hit coming up, so it makes a difference. Not really. Slides into the pad, and Extra's having a field day early on day 3. What I'm seeing in the chat, Dave B is in there. Hello to Rob Thompson as well, watching from New Zealand. Hello to Kroom. And anyone else that'd like to say hello, it's always a great time. Hello to Jewel Rana, I know that he's always watching as well. Dave B saying first time he's got to look at old Rhino. Oh, Rhino's looking pretty good today. Next ball, it's a run off the bat as Chalindra moves to 2. And the funny thing is, we don't really have the wind going sideways at the moment. If anything, it's slightly behind the batter. So you can kind of swing it either way if that's your natural action. Yeah, this one is leaned on it straight to the fielder. Again, that ball threatened to swing more than actual swing. Stockholm, I mean, their biggest issue is scoring enough runs to be competitive, I suppose. Historically, that's been a bit of a problem for them. They were 4-4 last time we saw them in the ECS before they went out at the knockout stages. Ahmed. Now this one is swung away. That's out of here. Maximo! First one of the day. It's Chalindra, who's trying to make waves at the top of the order. This one does swing a little bit, but only a little bit. And he picks it and he smacks it. Yes, Stockholm CC scored 104 and 105 off their 10 overs when we saw them yesterday. They conceded 153 and 181, so I suppose you would say that both times we've seen them bat in this series, they've been chasing massive targets, so that might just kind of put you off a little bit. You can understand that. So they get the chance to make the play here. In the air, it's into the gap though. It's going to fly away for 4, so Chalindra doing the job in the power play. And that's 4 runs. And it's the end of the first over as well. Stockholm CC are 18 without loss. Hammarby, they've got their own issues. We've only seen them the once so far. They're only able to put 80 on the board. Chased down fairly easy by their opposition. Having a look at these two teams. Well, Supercomputer is still thinking it's going to be a low-scoring one. I suppose you could have some justification for that with these two teams. But yeah, have a look at Stockholm CC. Average runs against 167. That can't stay there if they're going to be competitive. Hammarby, though, they're a pretty decent cricket team. I've only seen them in the one game so far. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Day 3 from Stockholm. Welcoming into the commentary box, commentary part in one moment. First, we'll have a look at Essa Farouk, who's going to bowl, and he gets hit away over the offside. Really nice shot, leaned on and smacked Maximo Vaidya, who has the highest individual score by a Stockholm CC bat in the European Cricket Series, 77 not out back in 2021. Shots like that might see him repeat the dose. Right now, let's say hello to Andrew Ryan. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Vincenzo. Good morning, European cricket fans across the world. Great to be back on the air for day 3 of this ECS Sweden event. See Farouk charging in. Stickle down the leg side, just to the fielder at fine leg. Good to see Vaidya open his arms early, Vinny. He's coming to this tournament with quite a reputation. We haven't seen the best of him with either bat or ball yet.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's still early in the tournament for these teams, these two in particular, but it'll creep up at you pretty quickly. And some teams have some big workloads today. We'll see 2 teams playing 3 matches. We'll see 2 teams playing 2 matches. So some teams will be in a position where half their games are finished by the end of today.
Farouk pushing out the leg side. The extras have been a big issue for Hammarby so far in this innings. Neither of the opening bowlers showing a great amount of control. Feels like we've got a group of evenly matched teams, though, I think, today. Saw some of the big guns out yesterday. Elby Zelmi, Jinnah. Boys from Mashta put on a hitting exhibition as Farouk moves to go around the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, this ball is swinging so much. I just think it's the particular ball.
It's a good seed from Farouk. Right on the button, shy at the bowler's end.
I mean, scientists are still trying to work out how balls that seem identical, some of them swing and some of them don't. It really is a dark art. And we say things like cloud cover makes the ball swing, but I also think there's a bit of confirmation bias in there. I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw a cloud here, but this ball is going all over the place.
No one's going to be talking about that day in Stockholm where it was just bright blue sunshine and the ball was hooping around.
Can we get a look at the sky? We've got Valentine's up there. Show everyone the sky, and I'll tell you what you'll see is nothing because it is so bright. When you get, there you go. That's what we're looking at. Chance of rain? Less than 0%, I think, today. It is beautiful bright conditions. Vaidya on strike.
Plays a nice straight bat. Pushes it down. Missed times. Easy single for them.
You know who'd be jealous of what we're showing there? Rico Full, Charlie Hunt, and pretty much the whole Blue crew that had to endure a bit of rough weather in the Bulgaria series. They did push through it in the end. But
sometimes the sun shines on some of us. Vinny, who knows why it works out that way. Farouk trying to finish off his over. Swung away to the leg side. Good shot from Chalindra. Farouk just drifting onto the pads. A few defensive fielders in that area, but not enough to stop that ball from flying to the boundary. And that leaves Stockholm 34 for none after the first 2 overs.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start. Just the start you want when you've been a little bit shorter runs. Like I said, though, both their chases so far have been when they were chasing 150 plus. In fact, one case it was 180 plus. So let's have a look at the table. Stockholm CC with a 2-0 record at the moment. And like I say, I've got a couple of games today. Got Hammarby, who play 3 times today as well. So both these teams will finish the day on 4 games. Still haven't seen Kristianstad and Seaside. They're coming from a bit further away, so we'll see them before too long. I think the first time we see them, I'll tell you in a second, first is Kazi.
Swung away to the leg side. I was about to say it shouldn't beat the fielder coming around there from mid-on, but a bit of a lazy attempted at a foot stop, not successful, and it's rolled away for yet another boundary, and things ticking along nicely for Stockholm.
Yeah, really nicely. That's just, I suppose, placement. And field is deceptively fast, isn't it? Just rolls and rolls and rolls. Slight downslope, I think, from the middle of the field as well. Just going back to that, we'll see Seaside for the first time on Friday afternoon. They'll play through the weekend. We actually won't see Kristianstad until match 40 on Monday night. And it's because of the travel that they are having to make to be here. So their games are kind of grouped together.
Short of a laying, swung away very nicely. He's a quality player, Archon Vaidya, and he's showed an example of why he's so highly rated. This is a beautiful shot.
This reminds me of my golf because this one never touches the short stuff and it's straight in the trees. Look at that shot. That one absolutely flew, and it's Stockholm CC that are flying at the moment.
Great timing. Tough start to the over from Rashid Ghazi. Not helped by his fielders on the first delivery, but no one to blame but himself there. Short of a length. Heaved by YG. Small man, but he's got some power. Just times the ball very nicely. We saw 1 or 2 shots from him yesterday that were just examples of his quality as a batter. But I'd love to see him play an innings of greater substance, and perhaps this morning could be just that. Rashid looking to go over the wicket, changing up the line of attack to the left-hander. Better ball in the block hole. Catch put down. Oh, well, tough chance. Javed Ahmed, the skipper, over there in the cover position, but it was gettable.
Yeah, he needed the Spider-Man grip on this, didn't he? He just threw the hand and hoped it stick. It didn't. That's a ringer. But anyway, Dave was asking what's the temperature today. Well, we're expecting a maximum temperature of 21. Currently it's about 15, but it seems a bit warmer than that, I think.
Certainly in direct sunshine, it feels a bit warmer.
I don't think you could get better conditions for cricket than this. Just a slight breeze, not a cloud in the sky. Very pleasant.
She's short of a length. Oh, wow. Cracked back. Well, the heads and the bodies of the Ammaby team are taking a bit of a beating at the moment.
Well, the podiatrist will be making a rush for the Mashta cricket ground if there's more fielding like this. I don't know how many little bones you got in your foot, but there's quite a few. And I hope they're all still in alignment there for Ghazi. But anyway, I suppose that goes down as good foot fielding because it was effective. I think you'll feel that tomorrow morning, though.
Better footwork than some of his teammates have showed today. Full ball. It's not badly bowled. Gets it up in the block hole. Chalindra unable to find the boundary the last few balls. He started off with a little bit of a rush, but it's been Vaidya who's provided the impetus from then on.
Yeah, for sure. But really, I'm enjoying watching these teams go about their craft. They love this format of the game up here in Sweden.
Full ball. Vaidya flashes. Unfortunately, the ball's gone through the hands of the fielder at third man. Flies away for another boundary. Ghazi scratching his head. Not sure there's too much confusion as to why that's ended up going for 4. It's an ordinary ball to finish his over. And the Stockholm Cricket Club have raced along. 50 on the board after the power play.
Just what the doctor ordered for Stockholm. Yeah, as far as what's a par score here, we're just looking at the first 3 days. I think the average run rate's been 12.6 and over. So that's pretty high. That's actually very high for an ECS. So 126 par. I'd still say around about 120 is probably par. Maximo rate, it's over 10. So we're averaging over 1 Maximo per over, which is it's off the charts, really. You don't often see those kind of numbers. I think even Barcelona Bash last year, in the end, it was in the high 9s. An average Maximo rate is about 6 sixes per 10 overs. So when we're up at over 10, that's big hitting.
Just for those new to the coverage, Maximo, can you explain the mathematical and scientific basis behind the Maximo rate?
Maximo rate is very simple. It's amount of sixes hit per 60 balls faced. So per 10 overs faced. So if you think of an innings, a normal 10 over innings, how many sixes would you hit on average? So when you're talking 10 plus, that's already 60 runs and sixes before you get started. Anyway.
Azam Mohammed comes to the bowling crease. He's met with absolute disdain by Chalindra. I mentioned during the preview, Vinny, that Azam, he's one of the best players, if not the best player in this Hammarby lineup, and he's one they need to fire today. That's not a great start.
Yeah, it's always a risk, I suppose. Bowling over the wrist that you might not get the length right, especially early in the day. It's pretty good conditions, though, fairly dry for the leg spinner. Anyway, Chalindra and Vaidya on 24 and looking confident.
Desperate for a wicket here, Hammarby. Plenty of flight again. Good comeback from Mohammed. Inside edge, just for a single.
Was well bowled. It's a good comeback. Just dropped a bit. Probably, if you look at that ball, you're better off trying to hit that over cover rather than trying to drag it. Had the cover up in the circle. Now they put him back. So look at where the outfielders are. You've got the deep backward point, which surprises. Oh, no, now we've got the left-hander, I suppose, so it's going to change. So you've got 4 fielders guarding the leg side, and you've got the long off. So there's really nobody in the infield on the leg side, except for the fine leg that's behind the batter.
Pushes it across. Vidya doesn't care about the fact that there's 4 fielders out there, and with those hands on the boundary, it's no surprise. Lovely strike, but Azam Muhammad needed some support from his fielders.
Yeah, well, how about that? So, yeah, it's bad enough when you got the 4 fielders there. Just pretty much blast through them.
Vidya, if he continues with that line about a foot outside off stump, there is so much open acreage on the offside.
Yeah, but then you're kind of fighting the spin if there is any spin. But anyway, his partnership's grown to 61.
Short ball, popped up in the air. Aftab coming around from long on, and he takes a pretty good catch. And particularly after some of the less than stellar fielding we've already seen from the Hammonby team this morning, that's a good grab and a much needed wicket. Vidya goes for 28.
Yeah, and in the end, it's a good catch. The one that's pushed through, isn't it? So Vidya goes for a bright 28, and he gets Stockholm CC so far. Someone else will have to pick up the slack now. Nice catch by Aftab Ahmed, who's been in the action this morning. And Stockholm CC lose their first wicket, the first week of day 3. It's 61 for 1.
After the tough time they had yesterday, Stockholm Cricket Club, it was a difficult initiation for them here in this T10 tournament up in the Mashta Cricket Club. Coming up against 2 very strong teams and 2 that were really, really on fire with the bat yesterday. This has been a nice and bright start for them. They managed to score around 100 in both of those games. So they've got some capability with the bat, a few good power hitters, but certainly have enjoyed the opening stages against this Hammonby bowling attack.
Well, his Mata is coming out the 3 spot instead of his regular opening spot. He couldn't really get going in their first game, but he is a very powerful player. And I think it'll probably help him. He's got a good base to work with. 61 within the first 4 overs. He's have to deal with spin first, which isn't particularly comfortable for most batters. Just want to say a quick hello to Matt Aravides. He's saying it's the World Test Championship final starting today. Any predictions? Predicted to be entertaining, I suppose. I'll be keeping an eye on it, that's for sure. Matt is one of the few viewers that I've actually had a beer with. He's from Perth, and I kept my promise over the Christmas break to catch up with him.
Oh, it's decent ball from Muhammad, gets a little bit of side spin, but Matur, who couldn't get going yesterday, has just launched his first ball for a Maximo over long off.
This is very ECN. There's a fielder there on the boundary, but he doesn't care. He backs himself to hit it over the top, and he does. I mean, that wasn't a bad ball from Azam Muhammad at all. It's kind of a challenge ball. Matur was up for the challenge.
Well, credit to Muhammad, still giving the ball some flight. Good plan to the new batter. Once again, gives it some air. Matur drags across the leg side. Jude, that's the end of the over. Stockholm 67 for 1 after 4.
Pretty good over for one that went for 17, to be honest. I think got a couple of balls right in that drop zone. Just probably a couple of bad balls letting him down. Still a very good start this for Stockholm. Yeah, both these teams, like I said, they can use the points, can't they? Looking at Hammonby, last time we saw them, it was last year. In fact, they finished second in Group B with a 5-3 record, but they lost in the semi-final stage to Albi Zalmi, who came from 4th in Group B to knock them out. And as far as Stockholm CC, like I said, last time we saw them, they lost the quarterfinals after having a 4-4 record. So you'd say the records have been mixed for both these teams. Here's Umesh Javed.
Oh, speedy ball, but location not there. Tell you what, this Hammonby side, yes, they're not having a great time of it so far this morning, but if you took away the runs conceded from a cacophony of wides and about 3 or 4 misfields that have ended with balls going to the boundary, this total wouldn't be anywhere near as high as it is at the moment. They've let themselves down in some basic areas as Javed once again goes down the leg side.
It's Rahel Khan behind the stumps. Haven't seen him do too much keeping, no help. Previously, we've seen him playing for Sweden, and we've seen him playing for Albi Zalmi on the network. So he's kind of, I suppose, moved on, giving a few more opportunities for younger players at Albi Zalmi as well. But yeah, Rahel, moment. It's being tested. This is heading down the leg side. They're not going to leg bite. Certainly, if you're a fan of sundries, you've had a good start to the day. That'll make it 11 runs in extras.
Good challenge for our ECN scoring crew, who are tucked away under the shade over there around the mid-wicket area of this ground. Tense job for the scorers, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, scoring I think is easy 95% of the time, and 5% of the time it's impossible. in ECN cricket. That's the challenge. Oh dear.
No one's grubbered. Finally found the off-stump line.
This is the thing, where to stand on this pitch, because there is variable bounce. I kind of like it, because it reminds me a bit of a regular turf pitch, because you'll get some natural variation in a natural turf pitch. Rahel thinks happy he gets something on that, and so make sure it doesn't go to the boundary. They get one by, though.
Good length ball from Javed. Javed also comes in and fields. Oh! I'll tell you what, if that ball had hit the stumps instead of the bat, Vinny, Mater was not making his ground back particularly quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
Big man had taken quite a few strides down the track. Had his partner decided at the last second he might run, and then likely home safely. But either way, nice piece of fielding.
Communication is key.
Comes striding down the track, gets a decent piece of the ball, and finds the boundary. Well, off the bat, I wouldn't have suspected that one was going to end up as a 4, but as it is, Mater started brightly.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes certain plays are different. I mean, we've seen him opening before, but sometimes to come out when your teams are in a strong position, it just takes a bit of pressure off.
Full ball, big swing from Mater. That's good bowling from Javed. And for an over that was all over the place, it's hasn't been a bad one. Once again, Hammonby just let down by their fielders on occasion. Score on 75 for 1 after 5. A quick look to the upcoming events. Vinny, I know you're going to be at a number of these. Which one excites you the most coming up?
I don't know about, it's hard to compare. I think Hungary will be a very interesting one. I'm not actually doing Hungary because I'll be on Vleda Cup duty then. But Royal Tigers have always swept the Hungarian series, but I know there's some fierce challenges in there as well. We saw Hungary playing pretty well in the ECIs recently. So that's one I've got my eye on. But also I think I'm really excited to see some T20 international cricket. Particularly we'll get to look at the Dutch team as well. First, well, let's have a look at this, which is running away. I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo Chalindra. It's kind of been the silent partner a little bit. Hasn't had a lot of the strike lately. But this is Khalid Mahmood that comes on short and wide and put away.
Yeah, certainly was put away. And you're right, Vinny. He's barely had the strike after a flurry in the first couple of overs. But gets the opportunity. Gets Khalid Mahmood. He was another one we nominated that needed to step up for this Hammonby side. Just drags down his first ball. Too much width, too short. Put away by Chalindra. Stockholm now up to 81. Big swing across the line. Fielders come in off the boundary. I think he misjudged it for a moment, but does well to stop it going for a 4. Although potential for an overthrow. Reasonable backing up.
Very good work there. Decided to back off in the end. Yeah, so let me just go back to what I'm looking forward to. I mentioned that T20 National Women's Series in the Netherlands. We're going to see some teams we've never seen before. So we're going to see the Netherlands taking on Thailand, taking on Scotland. So yeah, something a bit different. Oh no, better turn around.
Good women's team, Thailand too. They are super quality.
Great story. So I mean, a bit jealous because Corey's on that one. That's during the Vleda Cup. So we're going to have 3 streams at once, essentially. We'll have ECS, Hungary, where Rico and Charlie will be on that. I'll be on Vleda Cup. Corey will be on the T20 IW. Oh, Rahel can't pick the right line again. This one's going to be 4. It was almost 5. I don't know how it hasn't hit the helmet. But regardless, it's runs for Stockholm CC. The problem with Rahel, I don't think he's picking it up very early because he doesn't see this because the batter's in the way. And I mean, it would have been 5. Instead, it's 4. So in a way, it's a good result. But anyway, not great for Rahel. He probably would have preferred the 5 penalty runs because they don't go down as buys. Not as easy as it looks, the old wicket keeping.
A little bit of late swing from Khalid. Decent length ball there. Tour tries to force it on the onside. Just pop away for an easy one.
So, yeah, so we'll see Scotland, Thailand and the Netherlands taking part in a tri-series there in July. And then the plans are to show some more Dutch women's cricket, or European cricket, but it's in Holland because Netherlands are taking on Ireland in a series mid-August and late August they're taking on Jersey. So a lot of great T20 action will be coming from that part of the world. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Another good length ball. He settled into his over, Khalid Mahmood. Not a bad one in the end. And Stockholm CC at the end of the over, 88 for 1, 6 down.
Yeah, 6 overs down. I want to say a quick hello to Jeff McGuire. Just spotted that he's in the chat. He's probably watching from Northern Ireland. Jeff, how are you? I know that he's been struggling a little bit with his Cider Cup, but certainly wishing you all the best, Jeff. He's a great guy. He's a big supporter of European cricket as well. So hopefully we'll see you soon. And I want to say hello to Corsa as well. And to everyone else that's dropping in with a message. Loving the interaction. Here we go with over 7.
Big swing down the ground. It's been a little while between boundaries, considering the rate that they were coming at early, but Chilindra and Matur there. I think they'll have too many concerns about accelerating in this last 4 overs.
Yeah, exactly. 144 pace looking good. Hello to Gary Wheeler as well. Gary, how are you? Sundori, nice to see you with us. And Matt cracking me up again. A shot should be one. No easy stops here, but makes it look easy. Yeah, Khalid Mahmood. Yeah, Matt saying they've already passed the supercomputer's prediction for run scored. What are my guesses for the chase target? Oh, I'm going to say something in the 130s. Just going to go out there and say that. But yeah, supercomputer, I think we need to take it in for a service. I can let it go one day. And I'll tell you my theory on it, though.
Oh, well. Tell you my theory on that one. Unfortunately, Chilindra's got an awful bounce. Although Javed showing that when you hit that length on the stumps and just a bit short of a good length, you get some variable bounce. So full credit to the bowler for probing that area.
Oh, this pitch is an enigma wrapped in a puzzle, isn't it? Because that was a proper worm burner. It's a nasty one to cop. I suppose if you're playing with a straight bat, you might have a chance to hit that. But if you're playing across the line, you've got pretty much next to no hope. But still, it's been a pretty good innings from Chilindra. He goes for 34 off 18. Yeah, certainly expected it would bounce a lot more than that. 3 6s, 2 4s, and his knock, and the score is 90 for 2. Part of the reason I think the supercomputer, this is why we're still seeing the limitations of AI here. It's using data from 3 years ago where the conditions were a little bit different, I think. Samuel Raj is coming off to 49 on out, don't forget yesterday, and he's going to start with hustled 2.
Batted very well, didn't he? Showed shots all around the ground, scored at a quick rate.
So I think it's taking a lot of data from previous series where the conditions probably weren't quite what they are here. This does seem a bit higher scoring. And because they've only played 1 or 2 games, these two teams, it's dragged those expected scores down a bit.
Javed. Good length. Just a little bit of nibble away. He's coming in from wide of the crease. A little prod out to the offside. Beats him well bowled.
Yeah, good bowling, good location. The newish batter. This is Umesh Javed.
Well, a pretty good spell in the context of this innings. Up until that point, let's see if this one's called a no ball for being above the waist.
It's a slower ball, so it is dropping a bit, but I've got a feeling this is going to be a no ball. We'll have a look at it. He's kind of forward of the crease, I suppose. So maybe that counts in the bowler's favour. Let's see. Yeah, probably if you extrapolate that, you look at the angle of the ball, it's coming down, so I think it probably is going to be fine, but I don't know, because you see the kind of comment of it, so they've said it's fine. I think that's a good call. I think they get that spot on, and what I can tell you is that makes it the end of the over. So the score is 93 for 2 after 7. Good umpiring, got to say. Good use of the technology. They're very hard to call live because they happen so quickly. But you can see there when we freeze it and you can see the tail of the ball, like Halley's Comet style. If you draw that line to the crease, I think it's definitely below his waist.
Yeah, I agree, Vinny. It also shows the difference when a batter's 1 or 2 steps out of that crease, actually, and how much the ball can change its path of travel in that time. Next over starts. 3 to go, and they've managed to get things under control a touch more. Ahmad coming back for his second here. Just managed to stem the flow of boundaries in the recent overs. Hammerby.
And I was going to say, that one, you could see the reason it was dropping so much. It was dropping so much because it was a slower ball. So it had that overspin, it was dropping it. If it was a pace on delivery, it probably would have been more a horizontal tail.
The ball's gone high. Fireson coming in from long off, and it's gone straight through his hands, hit his shoulder, and popped out. But, he's got a life. It hasn't had too much damage that he's caused so far, but he's a strong hitter. You don't want to give him additional opportunities.
Yeah, you said it popped out. Hopefully the ball, not the shoulder.
Nice ball from Half-tub fires in the Yorker.
I mean, he identified it was his. That was the important thing, Faizan. He still had a few concerns about whether his call would be respected by his teammates. I think it's a little bit distracting. Anyway, good hustle by the batters to run 2. They ran the first one hard and got the 2 on the fumble.
Not a bad over so far from Ahmad. It's the opening bowler who needs to come back and give his captain a wicket here. Stockholm just inching their way up. Run rates at 13 at the moment.
UFO there. Flying.
Wasn't there an announcement overnight that the US authorities have tracked down some unidentified alien spacecraft?
Is that right?
Who knows? Maybe it's turned up here at the Mashta cricket ground.
Got your finger on the pulse. Quite sure what's going on here. Maybe a slight technical delay. Getting back to a question in case you missed it. Had another question about the T20 International Women's Tri-Series. That will involve the Netherlands, the host, as well as Ireland. Pardon me, as well as Scotland and Thailand. But they will also have a separate series against Ireland that we're going to cover in August. Well, that's the plans anyway. They'll have a separate series against Jersey. That's all T20 international cricket. Maybe a bit of T10 international cricket that is kind of sprinkled in as well, if we can schedule it that way. Because we know that the girls really did enjoy playing the fast-paced T10 format. We had 2 separate ECIWs so far. We had one in Gibraltar earlier in the year. Yeah, there you go. So we haven't quite got up to August, but August has a bit more T20 international women's cricket as well. 2 separate series. And like I said, we had Sweden, Italy, the Netherlands, and Gibraltar in the ECIWs back in Gibraltar. Then we had another one involving Spain, Malta, and Austria just after the ECL finished. So
some great batting in that series, actually, wasn't there?
99 not out. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo was probably the marquee innings for me in that one. But, you know, I'm also really looking forward to the ECIs in all of these locations we're going to. We've got Sweden, Germany and Estonia that will be taking part in the ECI at the end of this tournament. Again, sorry for the delay.
I think we're just about ready to recommence hostilities here, Vinny. Tab standing at the top of his mark, ready to go. Still got 4 balls left.
Feel free to ask us some questions as well. We're here. We're at your disposal. And I'm just trying to get through the chat as well. A lot of people think we're quite formal, calling each other. I called you Andrew earlier. You called me Vincenzo. Well, Vincenzo is actually my nickname. It's not my actual name, but okay. I'll pay it.
Andrew is actually my name, but rarely used.
Yeah. I love that your name can be summarised in one emoji. So it's quite easy. So if someone says who you're commentating with in Sweden, I can just send back the rhinoceros emoji.
I like it.
Everybody knows what I mean.
Well, I was going to say, if we are going for formalities, then rather than rhino, it probably should be rhinoceros, but we'll leave that until we get to the presentation dais for this tournament in a few weeks' time.
I'll know I've made it when we have a Maximo emoji. Maybe we should do a custom emoji. I think it's an option.
What would you like it to look like?
Just like maybe a comet of a ball, you know. Maybe like 2 little hands going up in the background or something like that. Anyway.
An emoji dressed in a yellow jacket and red shoes?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's not a lot of space, to be honest, in an emoji. Don't want them to be too busy. But just trying to work out what's going on now. We might have some cars that are reflecting the sun. Is there a problem with too much sunlight, Rhino?
There's one country that should know how to deal with it at the moment. It is surely Sweden. They get approximately 20-something hours of it per day.
Sadat Siddiqui's asking me what my favourite team is in Sweden. Well, the good news is I don't have favourites. I can't. That's the beauty about my job, is that I'm neutral. And I like being neutral. Doesn't mean I'm sitting on the fence. Well, I suppose it does. But I love the fact that every single team, they're wonderful to deal with. You know, I feel like a part of pretty much every team I deal with. And they're telling me about their stories. And yeah, dealt with hundreds of teams now across Europe. Anyway, here we go with the resumption. And Haftab slides this one into the pad. So the other thing I was going to say is sunrise and sunset time, to give you an idea. In Stockholm today, the sun rose at 3:36 a.m. 3:36 a.m. And tonight, it sets at 21:57. Pretty much 10 p.m. still on the way up, heading to the...
Well, it's going to be a chance at the bowler's end. Can't hit, and they'll scoot through for the single. Matur hit on the pads again. It's been a good over from Ahmed.
Probably had more time than he thought. He might have considered like, running it in and cheating and getting a few more yards. He's pretty much square with the batter. But he says, look, I'll have a look at them. I'll try and hit them. Interesting that Aftab's going with the right pocket out today.
Well, he's managed to hit that leg. Oh, this is going to be out, I think, Vinny. See it on the replay, but batter's already walking back to the pavilion. That's Amalraj, who did so much damage yesterday. And this will be a big wicket for Hammarby. They are working their way back into this contest.
I've actually only got one question. Is he stumped or run out? I think he's run out because he actually takes a couple of steps forward before turning around. So it's not just in the execution of the shot. So you see there, he takes off once he hits his pad, and he can't quite get back. So I think that will go down as run out.
Credit to the wicketkeeper, Rahel Khan. That's a great piece of fielding. And said Amaraj, he batted very well yesterday. They'll be happy to see him walking back to the dugout and having a new batter come to the crease for these crucial last final overs. Rahel happy with his work there, the underarm flick.
Exactly, you should be hitting these as well, to be honest. Underarm, 3 stumps from just a few metres away. Rahel doesn't miss out, and so a handy little one. 100's come up for Stockholm CC. They lose the 3rd wicket. It's 100 for 3. As Amalraj has run out. Never got going that inning, did he? 3 off 6. Just talking about the sunlight. So that basically, from sunrise to sunset today, it's 18 hours and 20 minutes of sunlight.
And I'll add to that, Vinny, too. As much as they're the official sunrise and sundown times, it never really gets dark during this point of year. It almost feels like a dusk feel when you get to the sort of wee hours of the morning.
That's right. So kind of, you have twilight really, and then the sun comes up again, so you never get fully black sky.
Aftab beats him outside off stump. New batter call comes in, swings and misses. Good comeback happening here from Hammarby. 100 on the board, 8 overs down, and they have got themselves right back into this contest.
They certainly have. That's a brilliant over. Aftab's going to finish with none for 20. Kind of created a wicket there with the run out. And having a look at the run rate. It's been on the slide, hasn't it, since the halfway point of this innings.
Shows what wickets can do. 3 crucial ones. They haven't necessarily come in bunches, but they've picked them up with regularity to just not allow one batter to go on and do too much damage. Matur, he becomes a key part of this last 2 overs. Big swing across the line, nicely struck. Fielder gets body behind the ball. They'll push the 2. That's good work from Cole, recognising that he wants to get Matur back on strike.
Really smart running, unselfish as well from Cole. Nice work from him. Just wrapping up my sunrise sunset chat. I'm interested in astronomical data and whatnot. So the longest day of the year is coming up pretty shortly. I'll tell you what that is, and then I'll also tell you the shortest.
Full ball. Matur takes full toll on that. Well swung. It's not an easy shot to play when it's that low on the bat, but he's got plenty of power, this man. Swings it away for a much-needed Maximo.
Yeah, what a shot. It shows you what Cole's done there by hustling back for the 2 without hesitation. He gets Matur back on strike, and he sends that low full toss straight over Long On's head. So, yeah, the longest day is coming up in a couple of weeks, exactly 2 weeks away. On that day, the sun will come up at 3:30 in the morning and go down at 8 past 10 at night. Okay, so that gives you an idea of the longest day. I'll tell you the shortest in a second. It's quite different.
It's not a bad ball from Kazi, but exceptional batting, trying to thread the needle through the cover fielder and long off. Didn't hit it particularly hard. It was a decent delivery this stage of the innings, but has got just enough bat and sends it for another 4.
Yeah, very, very good placement there. Wasn't really hit that hard, but with this outfield, does run away pretty quickly. After motoring on 26.
Good block hole ball from Kazi, driven down the ground. Take a bit of work from Aftab, but he shows good dexterity to get down. Has a shot at the stumps. Bowler probably should have been there to affect the run out.
Nice work again by Pankaj to hustle back for 2. He knew he was in jeopardy. If that ball hits the stumps, he's gone. Bowler never really got back towards the stumps either. Did the teapot for a while and then realised pretty late and then wasn't particularly interested in getting there. Probably heard the footsteps of Pankaj's call coming down that side of the pitch.
Yeah, it's good batting though. This is heads-up play from Call. That one's a little bit more length, but
Does he go
Matua.
this time?
Oh, he is. He's charging. The throw goes to the keeper's end. But Matur, the big man, rumbles back for a second. This is exceptional running.
It's the best 0 off 1 I've ever seen from Pankaj Cole at the moment, creating runs. He's created 3 extra runs. By the way, these guys are blowing now because these 2s are definitely taken out of them.
Might need the resuscitator around for Matur if he gets forced to take another 2.
Last ball. Yeah, last ball of the night. No, this one's fine. Smart game management from Stockholm. I'm impressed. Anyway, 9 overs down, 117 for 3. Just going back, shortest day of the year. This year is the 22nd of December. And pretty much the sun comes up at 8:45 in the morning and goes down at 2:45. So they only get 6 hours of sunlight. At the moment, they're getting over 18. So pretty dramatic.
It's a trade-off, isn't it?
Some people, equatorial people, they'll never understand the kind of the feeling of the seasons. And speaking to people here in Sweden, they say a lot of them, yeah, they can't imagine life without the seasons. I know where we are, maybe it might vary, say 2 to 4 hours a day of sunlight, 2-hour difference between sunrise and sunset. Probably less where you were in Queensland. But yeah, once you get this far from the equator, it's dramatically different.
Well, Khalid Mahmood coming on to bowl the final over, and he's been smacked for a first up. Maximo Matua starting to get in his groove, goes deep in the crease, but it was a full ball on leg stump, deserved to be hit.
Yeah, good shot, wasn't it? Good ball at all. I think I predicted something in 130s earlier. That was looking pretty unlikely a few minutes ago, but maybe I'll be right.
Good shot again from Matur. Mahmood changes his angle, goes across the face of the stumps, but Matur, he reacts to it, cracks it through the point region. Great batting, and Stockholm races to 127.
Yeah, really good shot that. And it's just been a bit of an exhibition at the moment, hasn't it?
Nice innings from Stockholm. They've built with a good fast start, got their way through the middle overs, haven't lost wickets in big bunches, and Matur is starting to explode. Mahmood coming over the wicket, much needed dot ball, 3 balls to go.
Yeah, Matur has been important. Did come in with about 61 on the board, I think, something like that. So he's been working with the base.
Good ball again.
I want 2 here, calls the specialist 2-runner. They're going to come and forces a fumble. They'll get there. Still think this is the best 0 off 1 of it. If he gets run out, I'm going to call it the best golden duck I have ever seen. Because I think it's created about 15 runs so far.
No, you're completely right, Vinny. It shows that you don't have to hit boundaries to increase the score. 2's every ball, still a decent result. Mahmood, he's given the opportunity to go far higher than a 2. That's launched for 6. Only just crept over Aftab's hand with a courageous leap down at long on, but a poor ball from Mahmood. He's come up with a couple of shin-high full tosses in this last over. Matur up to 48, 1 ball to go.
Yeah, can he get his 50? Got far away. It'll be a good effort. It looks like my prediction's spot on. I told you, scoring by instinct, predicting by instinct. Last ball coming up. Marta needs 2 for his half century.
Oh, big swing. He's not going to get the half ton, although Call was racing down to the striker's end, desperately looking for the second. Not that it would have helped Matur because it was a leg by. But that leaves Stockholm on a pretty serviceable score, 135 for 3 after the end of their 10 overs. Abhishek Matur undefeated with 48 off 25. And as you say, Call, he played the best 0 off 1 that we've seen in the tournament to date.
I'm calling it best 0 I've ever seen on ECN. Well done, Pankaj Call. Also, Martha probably deserves a bit of credit as well. But Stockholm, they came out of the blocks quickly, didn't they? 50 in the power play, setting this up. And early on, Chalindra and Vaidya doing the job. MLB just couldn't quite hit their spots consistently enough. I think that was the issue. Chalindra ended up making 34 off 18. Didn't have a lot of the strike for a while there, but I like the opening combination. I think they complemented each other nicely with the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Vanya ended up holding out on 28. This one was well taken by Aftab Ahmed down the ground. That just brought out Abhishek Mathur, who started with a big bomb over long off. And that seemed to get him going also. Like I said, the fact that he came out with some runs on the board already, had a bit of a foundation to build on, and he smacked the bowling all over the place, 48 off 25. A few issues as well with extras. Rahul Khan, again, having a bit of a rough time with the gloves. This was a shooter that luckily didn't make it all the way through to Rahul Khan. Only hit about a quarter of the way up the stumps. Shalindra looked a bit befuddled as to how that happened, and so were we. Anyway, this was a chance that went down. Faizan copped it on the left shoulder. But one thing I liked about this innings was the hustle, even there. And obviously, Amal Raj runs himself out, just kind of going on impact. Didn't have a chance to get back. But I'm not joking when I say I loved Pankaj Cole coming out there and being unselfish, risking his wicket to keep Mathur on strike. And he does it so well that Cole only ends up facing the one ball. Meanwhile, Mathur at the other end finished on 48 off 25. And Stockholm CC have a very healthy score on the board. I'd say it's about 15 above par. 135 for 3 off their 10 overs. As we look at the scorecard, top 3 doing the job for Stockholm CC. Chalindra with 34, Vijay 28, Mathur 48 off 25. Maybe he's found a home there at number 3. I quite like the balance of that top 3 for Stockholm CC. Amaraj missed out, but we know that he's been in good form to go by yesterday. And 22 extras hurts, doesn't it? Okay, 7 leg buys, we'll give him that. But still, 15 avoidables, a few too many, I think, for Hammarby. Having said that, there were some good performers. Humesh Jarman, I think, bowled pretty well, 1 for 10 of his 2 overs. Didn't have a lot of allies, though. I think Aftab Ahmed did some good things early, just couldn't really control the swing. The other wicket went to Azam Mohammed, who I think bowled a reasonable over despite it going for 17. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 7 minutes to take you into the chase. And Hammarby chasing their first points of the tournament. As our Stockholm CC, should be a good one. 136 will be the victory target. In match 6, Vinny Sandy, he Mr. Maximo with Andrew Rhino Ryan. We're back very, very shortly on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the Stockholm Series. It's the FanCode European Cricket Series right here on the European Cricket Network, almost ready for the second half of match 6. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you for ECN on a very sunny Wednesday, currently 16 degrees, heading for a maximum temperature of about 21. And now it's time to see Hammarby coming out, chasing their first points of the series, and they're chasing 136 for victory. I will say in these conditions, 136 more chaseable than in some other places, but you need your top order to fire. That was the key for Stockholm CC, top 3 doing the job. But they're going to have to deal with some pretty good bowlers, Hammarby, and it's going to be Avinash Upadhyaya, left armour, to get us going. With a big 800 on his back. Rahul Khan opening up for Hammarby. Khalid Mahmood, his partner. Let's go. 136 for victory. Short and help round the corner. That's 4. Rahul Khan's a very, very good performer. He's a proven performer. I know he's just had a few little form wobbles in the last couple of years, but he's a very experienced campaigner, and he'll feel, if he can put a big score on the board, he puts his team in a good position to win this cricket match. So a quick hello to everyone that's watching, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Of course on FanCode in the subcontinent. Perfect start, really, for Hammarby. Nice looking drive. That's the sweeper out there. Very confident start from Rahul Khan. I was going to say, last time we saw Rahul for Hammarby earlier in the week, the first 3 balls he copped were all unplayable. Just one of those things. So now, probably feeling a bit more at home. Handling the first 2 without too many dramas. Well bowled by Upadhyaya. Gets across Khalid Mahmood first ball at natural angle of the left armour. Yeah, good start's important for both sides. I think we haven't had so far as a golden ball. I suppose a bit more likely than normal to get a golden ball in the 130s here. Hit straight, not down the middle at all, not timed. And that's Shiva Arsi, that does the fielding. Mahmood off the mark. And yeah, Ryan will be back shortly, but in the meantime, why don't you drop us a line, ECN European Cricket Network. That's well played. Rahul Khan, smart, knew there was no outfielders there, just had to tap it over the infield, use the pace of Upadhyaya, and gets the length wrong. It's the ball that might have even been wide. It was pretty wide, but Rahul just guided that away and used the pace very, very well of Avinash. I'm going to be up to 10 without loss. With the ball to go in this first over. Have you a question about the score as well? Just let you know there was a short run in the last over. It was off the 3rd last ball, that's why some people thought that the score finished on 136, ended up finishing on 135. Worked away on the leg side. And end of the first over. Pretty close to what they need off the first over, Hammarby. In response, they're 11 without loss after 1. Well, speaking of the golden ball, 56 matches since we've had a golden ball now. And I just feel with the competitiveness of this Swedish series, we are going to see a tie at some point. On average, we get a tie about once every 80 games or so, historically. We do have, how many would it be, 68 games here scheduled in Sweden. Yeah, so roughly every 2.5 to 3 weeks, we'd see a golden ball. Anyway, I'm going to be, we saw them, I won't say struggling with the bat, but probably struggling to sustain it over the 10 overs. They were, I suppose, a bit unlucky when we saw them get chased up. A couple some good bowling first up. The openers were really dealing. They're only able to manage 80 off their 10. Shista chased it down in 7 overs. He was back in match 4 on Monday. This one just sneaks inside. Umpire agreed. This is Lagan Sandhu who's going to bowl. It's a tight one. If any of that ball touches the line, the tram line, it'll be called a wide. But I think that one did stay inside. Yeah, Lagan's had an interesting tournament so far, hasn't he, for Stockholm CC? A little bit short though. This one is muscled away over the leg side. Maximo! And Mahmood finally hits his straps. And if you're trying to chase this down, you need probably 2 boundaries and overs what you're looking at to stay at the rate required. That was nicely worked away. Slight error in length there from Lagan. Good comeback though. This one's fuller. It's just better. Yeah, Matt said he noticed that my prediction was pretty good. Thank you, Matt. I'll highlight it because it was good. He said about 130s. Yeah, it was 135 in the end. Oh, short and asking for it. And sometimes balls are so bad. Oh, now we got a chance to run out. He noticed there was no one backing up, so it might have been smart that he doesn't throw. I mean, this ball is asking to be hit, but he just turns on it. He turns it too quickly. It turns out to be off the toe. It scrambles through for a single. You might say, why did the bowler throw that and have a go? But there's absolutely no one backing up. I think Shiva, who was long off, didn't fulfill his obligations to back up the throw. Now he's in the perfect position to field this without any dramas as we get to the end of the second over. Still no wickets. And Hammarby are 12, pardon me, at 20 without loss. Rahul Khan's on 12 though. And Khalid Mahmood on 8. Let's have a look at the table. And you can see Albi Zalmi and GNCC Stockholm, they are top of the tree at the moment. Plenty of teams playing catch up. I mentioned Christian start. We'll only see them Monday night for the first time. Squeeze all their games in there. Seaside as well from down south. Looking forward to seeing them. And we'll get to see the Tigers a little bit later on, saying they're mid-table. Both these two without a win, searching with their first points of the series. Only 4 teams out of the 11 will make it to the semi-finals. And the top 2 teams here in this ECS, they get tickets to the Sweden top 4 to play off for the ECL a little bit later in the season. Hammernush gets the second over. This is a fingertip up. They're still going to go for 4. Well, I don't know if you can call this a chance, really. Smacks it. It's right off the end of the finger. Hopefully it hasn't done him any damage. That is his bowling hand. Have a look at this. Oh, so close. I just don't think Upajaya could have really done too much more to get there because he is falling away to get off the pitch after he bowls the ball. Rahul Khan gets 4 and a good start to the over. This is the last over of the power play. I do think they'll be looking to take some calculated risks. And right off the toe of the bat. And just a slight mistiming. A little bit early on this. Rahul Khan saying that was the slower ball. Certainly threw his shot early, yep. See that? Right off the toe. Upajaya. Guided away, but this time straight at the fielder. It's good running though. Yeah, go on contact. The fielder had to do some work to field it cleanly in the first place. Couldn't get the throw off that quickly. I like that hustle from Khalid from the non-striker's end. keep it ticking. Even if you can steal 2 runs and over like that, 20 runs can decide whether you win, whether you lose. Oh, short, and what a run. How did they get there? Pitches outside leg stump, so I think Khalid feels he should have put this away. And it really never leaves the crease. It's literally on the crease. And that is the power of making up your mind straight away. Have a look at this. There's no hesitation. They said we're going. Hesitation kills, kids. Yeah, there's 2 runs. They've kind of manufactured this over already. Now, slightly slow ball as well, I think, from Upajaya. Rahul Khan flat bats it down to long off for a single. Good game, this. Pretty good defence from Stockholm CC so far. I'd say they're going to be around about 10 runs behind where they'd want to be. Of course, that can turn around pretty quickly. Last ball for Avinash Upajaya. Straight over the stumps, but a good spell from the left arm opener as he only concedes 17, but he doesn't get the breakthrough into the power play. And Hammarby are 27 without loss. You contrast that with the 50 that Stockholm CC scored in the power play. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a very bright Wednesday. It is a very bright personality coming into the commentary box. Andrew Ryan. And Ryan, just have a look at that first innings. A lot of double figure overs. 7 out of the 10 double figures. And not just double figures, most of them kind of between 15 and 20. So that built a fairly healthy score for Stockholm CC.
Yeah, certainly healthy double figures. One thing noticeable also about that Manhattan graph, though, is that they struggled to push long in the middle overs, Stockholm. So even though Hammarby has started a little bit slower, run rate of 9 and over, certainly not disastrous, and they haven't lost a wicket yet. So they've got 2 of their key batters still at the crease in the form of Khan and Mahmood. Nice little opening spells by Upadhyaya and Sandhu. But this game is still very tight, and a couple of decent overs here in the middle stages from Hammarby, and they will be right in the thick of this chase.
Pankaj Goal is coming up. He's the holder of the best 0 not out off 1 we've ever seen on ECN as of that first innings. Now he gets a chance with the ball. Bustling in to Rahul Khan.
Decent ball from the right armour. Flicked across to mid-wicket. Placement's actually very good. A little bit of nifty footwork on the boundary. That was nicely done from Joshua Kumpati, but they managed to scamper through for 2 regardless.
Referee's assistant keeps the flag down on this one. But again, I like the way these 2 have run between the wickets. I wouldn't say either of them are going to be representing Sweden in the 4x100 sprint, but what they have done is they've run intelligently and within their capabilities.
A lot of it's about intent and judgment. Goal drifts onto the leg stump. Well, the intent was to hit that for 6 and successfully done so by Khan. Nicely struck shot. It can be sometimes difficult when the ball swings so far out of your front leg to actually get enough bat to take it for a maximo, but that's a good shot.
Fantastic timing. That was all about the timing there. Cole just makes a slight error and is put away. So, yeah, these kind of targets are all about mini targets. And the pace I'd be looking at around about, say, 27 per 2 overs. This little benchmark. So you want to be around about 54 to be on the pace. But a little bit behind at the moment. But yeah, certainly want to be high 40s, I suppose, at the end of this game, at the end of this over.
Goal short of a length. Big swing. Gotten lucky. That ball's racing down to the boundary. Man wide at fine leg, so he's not going to be able to chase that down. Not a bad bit of bowling from Call. Hit that slightly short of a length area, but big swing from Khan. Profits.
Yeah, need to have a bit of luck as well. He'll get some there. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. Ends up going to the boundary. Could have knocked him over. But he's up and away, 30 off 13. And he's the kind of guy, when he gets in, he can go really big. And we've seen it before. I know can't get out cheaply, but he's looking very, very good at the moment. Even with that false shot, still gets 4.
You can sense the desperation in these 2 teams. They both need a win in this contest. Call. He's managed to extract what is a false shot. The ball's gone high. Fielder comes around from cover. Good catch from Mater. We've seen him in the gloves previously, but shown he's very capable out in the outfield. That's a good grab and a much-needed wicket for Stockholm.
Very big wicket. Rahel just loses shape slightly, maybe straightens on him. Goes inside out. It's a big leading edge. Matur, yeah, he was calling for the gloves, I think. But you can see how much it makes a difference to his teammates' mood. Rahel, still brighter innings from him. Quick fire 30 off just 14 balls. Gets Hammarby off to a start. The score is 39 for 1.
Yeah, big leading edge. They're also a pretty big set of hands that Matur's got, hasn't it? The ball basically got swallowed inside the gravitational force of those mitts.
Yeah, I think it ends up, goes with 2. It just lodges in the right hand. And a bit like the doctor banging in the knee with a mallet, there's just a reflex for the fingers to grasp the ball
around
yeah,
there.
That's exactly what happened. Anyway, it works out. And this will bring Azam Mohammed to the crease at 3.
If you were talking to people at the start of the tournament, the names Mahood and Mohammed were definitely the 2 that were referenced as the key guys for Hammarby. Got them both at the crease now. You wouldn't say either's had a great tournament to date. Obviously, Hammarby still only in their second game. But the situation is set up for them to carry them a long way towards this target. Key question, can they execute? Ball down the leg side.
Yeah, I feel like this could be a very good game. And yeah, I mean, we only saw them bat once in this series so far. They kind of got rock and rolled for 80. That'll happen. Happen to pretty much any team. Even Genesee Stockholm, we saw that they end up kind of getting rolled by Sikif. The newcomers in match 5 in the 90s found a way to hold on. But in 10 games, it rarely goes to plan with the bat for all 10.
Cool. Good ball into the block hole. Just dragged out to the leg side. Fielder comes around from long on. It's just a single. Covered after that, Maximo from Khan actually pretty well in this over call. It's gone for 14, but in the overall scheme of this game, certainly not one of those overs that have gotten close to supersonic level, especially with a dot ball in the last. Well taken from the keeper too. Slower off-speed ball, bouncing in an awkward spot. As it is, Hammarby 41 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, 41 for 1 and just a little bit behind at the moment, but yeah, I think Nicole does get the breakthrough. Stockholm CCB feeling pretty good at this stage. You feel like just need one big over to drag them back up to that red line, Rhino.
Yeah, it probably is that supersonic over level that they're looking for, something like 24, 27. Is there an official ECN policy or definition about what constitutes a supersonic over?
Yeah, 30 or more. That's official. It's written into the Constitution. Magical for 20, supersonic for 30. Can't remember, I think maybe between myself and Rico, just started using those terms, those kind of stuff. And I think we've only had this happen once, but there is hypersonic, which is 40 plus. We did have a 45 run over last year in a game where it's the same game. It was the highest scoring game ever, 229 to 174. The score went from 129 to 174 in the last over for Men in Blue.
Magan Sandu doing his best to not go for a hypersonic over, getting a dot ball in the first delivery. He's pretty good in his first over. Feel like Stockholm will be confident at this point. Still 95 required off 37. Hammarby really need to get going. Well, that's going to help. Slapped straight down the ground by Mohammed. Actually hasn't carried the boundary by a great distance. Almost got more elevation than it did horizontal travel, but done enough. Much needed Maximo.
Yeah, good shot. Really good shot. Up and out of here. Lagan having a rough time of it.
Charges down the wicket, flashing outside edge. Good catch. Fielder coming around from third man. Never easy to take those ones that fly off the bat from a short of a length ball, but that's a really good snare. And Mohammed, the ball after he smokes his first 6, he's walking back to the pavilion. He goes for 7 off 4. Hammarby, 47 for 2.
Yeah, catcher's got a stick. I think that one, he's got his hands in the right position, I suppose, and hopes for the best. And it does stick. So this Chase not really going to plan for Hammarby, although they have plenty of wickets left in hand. Azam goes for 7. It's 47 for 2.
Yeah, plenty of wickets in hand, but also they've got the man at the crease who scored a fair chunk of their runs in game 1, actually. Arslan Ali, the left-hander, put a couple of beautiful shots over the leg side boundary during the course of that innings. It was a good catch there from Vinod Chalindra, who batted well at the top of the innings for Stockholm Cricket Club. He's having a good day out. Sandhu will be eyeing up Arslan and thinking if they can get him out early. They certainly won't be banking this win just yet, but they'll be well on their way. It'll be 47 for 2, halfway through this 5th over. Decent length ball from Sandhu. Arsley's popped it straight up. Fielder can't get it, coming around from what was a fairly fine third man. Wouldn't call it a life, but slightly fortunate. He's gone out there first ball. It's probably in his hitting arc of where he struck most of his boundaries in that previous innings. Ball just got a little bit big on him, top edge. Fortunate to survive.
Very fortunate.
Sandhu goes straight through him. Good piece of bowling from the big paceman. Ball didn't really swing. It just came in with the angle. Gets through the gap between bat and pad and takes out the leg stump. Great bit of bowling from Lagan Sandhu.
Yeah, great bit of bowling. Just slides off the pad, doesn't it? And so, Arslan Ali's a pretty good hitter. Now he's going to have to go. So, they're kind of slicing through the top order now. 49 for 3. Stockholm CC in control of this match.
Yeah, certainly are now. A couple of wickets in this over from Sandhu. Had a rough introduction to ECS Sweden 2023 yesterday. Certainly a bowler who's capable. Bowls with reasonable pace, gets a little bit of late swing. And he's showing his stuff today. This is a good second over from the young man. Currently got figures of 2 for 17. 1 ball to go in this 5th. Aftab Ahmed has come to the crease, but with Arslan Ali and Azam Mohammed both back in the sheds, that's a loss of 2 major players for them in the space of this 5th over. It's been a big one for Sandhu. Full ball, big appeal. Umpire's finger stays down. May have thought there was an inside edge. Let's have this look at this on replay.
There's no signal. There's no signal. But I got to say, from my point of view, I mean, yeah, you can see 2.5 stumps there. I feel like it was missing, you know. But better with it out, going to the batter. So you can certainly say the umpire can make a case for that. Into the 5th over, 50 for 3.
Way it's always been across cricket history. T10 cricket hasn't changed that. But Hammarby, they're going to need to do something fairly special in these last 5 overs, turning ahead to the European Cricket Championship coming up in late September through for the first few weeks of October. Plenty of good cricket of the international variety coming up there. Some competitive groups. You've got the big names of the Ireland, England and Scotland 11, but they have been taken down plenty of times by the array of talent on the European continent. Starting off with Group A, and Spain and France in particular will have strong sides out there. We've seen a lot of the native Greek players who have made an impact over the last couple of years at the ECL and ECS events. So absolute treat coming up for viewers. 6 groups and then Championship Week coming up in October. Something to look forward to. It's all a fair while away though, so cool your heels and enjoy, in particular, this ECS Sweden event.
It's about 110 days away, I think, Rhino. That'll sneak up before you know it.
Don't want to peak too early with excitement levels. Matur coming in. Inside edge, hasn't missed leg stump by a long way. It's flying away to the boundary, but not enough pace to get there, and they'll scoot through for 2.
Yeah, Matura gets a chance with the ball. We saw him keeping the other day, but I feel that he's probably more used to them in the field and as a bowling option. Certainly loves the game. He's enjoying himself. Why not? I mean, right now they're in a very strong position. Still kind of 80s or so required for the last half of this innings.
Swung across the leg side. Nifty bit of footwork. Give him a test at the Manchester City Academy. Unfortunately, the throw was way off target. Not just off target, it's gone for 4.
Yeesh.
Heads and hands, Matur. He's furious at the bowling crease.
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's a window back into this game. But yeah, they take it on. So there's one. And yeah, the throw goes wild. I'm pretty sure that'll be a 6.
Ouch.
Yeah, nasty one.
Oh, Phil Matur.
It's a very rare non-Maximo 6, I think.
Are we still allowed to call it a Maximo?
It's a non-standard Maximo. I've actually had a 7 a couple of times, you know.
Ahmed gets a nice little boost to his strike rate as a result of that piece of fielding.
That's a really handy one.
See if there's a bit of, well, not much fire in that last ball from Matur. He's been cracked away through the covers. Consecutive boundaries courtesy of that nice strike followed by, which was after the overthrows that went for 4. So all of a sudden, Stockholm Cricket Club just, I wouldn't say they're falling to pieces by any stretch, but just opening the door for Hammarby.
Fun fact, that 6 doesn't actually go down as A6,
A6.
or A Maximo in the batting stats of Aftab Ahmed. So the Maximo rate won't get a boost for that, but still the score does. And they're quickly approaching the point of no return here, which I call 18 and over. Once it gets above 18 and over, rarely comes back. Some exceptions, of course. 99% of the time it works every time. Impossible Chase was one where it was brought back from the beyond.
Oh, big appeal from the keeper. I didn't hear anything on the
There
audio.
was a bit of a noise, but again, it's not conclusive. Could have been a number of things. So, yeah, very well could have been a little edge on that, but it's tiny if it is, and the umpire wasn't sure, so it's getting benefit of the doubt.
Well taken by the keeper either way.
Yeah,
Ball wide of off stump.
Very good keeping. It's Amal Raj who's got the duties since Matura's bowling today.
That's it. Drifts onto off stump from wide of the pegs, and he's hoiked across for a 6. That's another Maximo to add, and that over's gone for 19. It wasn't actually a bad one from him, but good shot in the end, being heaved across the line. And this pair, Khalid Mahmood and Aftab Ahmed, keeping Hammarby in the game. Scores now up to 69 for 3. Good disciplined bowling, though, for Stockholm Cricket Club. Only 3 extras so far, only the 1 wide and 2 leg byes, but still in the game, Hammarby. Need a couple more of those big overs.
Hanging in there, aren't they? They're hanging in there. Let's see if they can just get that big over. I think does 2 things. Brings the run rate down, but obviously adds confidence to whoever's done it. So it makes it more likely they can kind of go at, say, the 14 that would be required and over if you could get a magical here. But anyway, we're going to have a change of pace. It's going to be Vijay to bowl over number 7.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good move from the Stockholm team. He bowled reasonably well yesterday, Vijay, especially if batters are trying to give themselves a little bit of room outside leg stump. He'll be firing it in around that leg stump line. Doesn't give the ball a huge amount of flight, but he can bowl reasonably accurately. 67 required, 4 overs still to go.
Well, they've got to get hold of Vijay. If they can do that, then perhaps they could pull this off. If they don't, this game's going to drift away pretty quickly.
Short of the length, outside off, but batter tries to heave it across the leg side. It's actually not a huge amount of defensive protection out on the boundary. There's, man, a deep extra cover. On here at long off, but square of the wicket. Oh, big swing. Hasn't got a great piece of it. Goes straight down the throat of the fielder at deep square leg. Good catch. They've been solid in the field, Stockholm Cricket Club, haven't they, Vinny? That's 69 for 4.
Yeah, they have. And I think the fielding is so important, doesn't it? It does make such a difference if you can take those wickets. So Vijay comes on, change of pace, and Hammarby fall further into the mire at 69 for 4.
Just a wicket they couldn't afford to lose there. Aftab Ahmed had ticked along at a decent rate. Puts a lot now on the shoulders of Khalid Mahmood. He's only faced 11 balls despite opening the innings, so he's really struggled to build any rhythm in his knock to date. He's joined at the wicket by Faizan. He had to do a fair bit of work in the outfield during the course of the Stockholm Cricket Club innings. Good early return for Vijay. Just taking the pace off. It's an unheralded tactic in this part of the world. Not a huge amount of spinners floating around this tournament. It's mainly been medium pace, seam and swing. It's floated up. Not badly timed. It's somehow going to fall into the gap, and actually it's well placed in the end. One bounce, travels across the boundary. Much needed 4. Good start to Faizan's innings.
Yeah, very good start. So, just needs someone to have an absolute heater here. If you can do that, maybe you can push it from here, but yeah, we're going to have to see a dramatic turnaround.
A little bit more air on that ball from Vijay. Goes more flat this time. Swung across the line, it's kicking off the turf, and it will go for another 4 consecutive boundaries to Faizan. He's just resuscitating this chase for a moment.
He is, and this is what they needed. Need someone to hit multiple boundaries and do it quickly, so he gets a strike again. Gonna have to keep attacking. Left-hander just kind of throws the left arm spinner for a bit of loop sometimes.
Now got 2 fielders within about 20 metres of each other on that leg side on the boundary. So that's a poor ball, but I can see tactically what he's trying to do, take the ball away from the leg side power area, Faizan. Flutter one outside off stump, swung it straight, swung it handsomely down the ground. It carries the boundary. That's a Maximo. He scored 14 off his first 4 balls at the crease, and 1 invalid delivery with the wide. This has been a great start from Faizan.
Faizan could be the man. Maybe that wicket's a blessing in disguise. And despite the wicket, this has turned into a very good over. Having said that, they need about 16 and over. They have 15 off this. So if it's only a 1, it's about an average over. I think that's okay, you know.
Wow.
And, well, sneaky backdoor tactics from Vijay finishes out the over 84 for 4. And, yeah, I can understand he doesn't want to spoil what he thinks is wide. It's touch and go. I can understand why the umpire calls it just inside.
Did grip and turn a little bit, that
yeah,
one.
it bit back a bit off the pitch. Have a look at what's coming up next. And, yeah, looking forward to the second match of the day. The Tigers, well, they'll be here. Farouk Ahmed, their captain, will be keen to make some hay at the top of the order. And they're taking on Hammarby, who we're seeing right now chasing. And in this one, Hammarby will be batting first because the Tigers, they won the toss and have sent in the Hammarby side. They join us for that. It's coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network.
Should be a good clash. Looks like Pankaj is taking the ball for a second over. Went for 14 off his first. Wasn't a bad over. Interesting on that last one, Vinny, with Vijay with his left armers. Seems so much more comfortable bowling to the right-handed batters where he can come from wide of the crease and spear it into the legs. As soon as he came up against the left-hander, it was all just dead straight, very hittable. Call comes, charges in, hits the pad, going to scoot through for a single, brings Faizan back on to strike.
Got to be super careful here. He takes off his glove, but he holds onto it. And if this ball comes into contact with the glove that he's not wearing, like that, oof, technically that's 5 penalty runs. I don't know if there's enough evidence on that. I'm just saying, if you're going to get it, throw it away. Don't hold on to it anymore.
Hashtag just saying. The mouth of the Maximo, educating cricketers around the world since 2019.
I know we live in a throwaway society, but it's one time you should throw it away.
Well, Faizan's popped off the top of his bat. Another really good catch. Nice bit of bowling from Call. Some jump off the deck, short of a length. Fortunately, Faizan, he's not a particularly tall man. Couldn't get the power that he needed to swing to the leg side. It's a nice bit of bowling. Safe catch, and that is another wicket back in the hatch for Hammarby. 5 down now, and in particular, losing the man who had scored a good succession of boundaries in the previous over. They are 85 for 5 now. 2 balls into the second. So 2 balls into the 8th, I should say. It's been a pretty good addition to their team today, Call. I like what he's done. Great running between the wickets. Steaming in for the 3rd ball this over. Once again, nice, short of a length. cramps the batter for room. Javed's come to the crease to join Mahmood. Score tickles along to 86 for 5, halfway through this 8th over.
Yeah, so have a look at what's required, 50 or 15. So just imagine a batter coming out and whacking 50 or 15 balls. That's pretty much what they need to do here. They've already lost half the wickets.
This job is getting tougher and tougher. Well, hitting that length again, but this one shoots through. Keeper cops it on the pads. It rolls away for the 1 by. Not bad bowling again from Call. Actually, that's gone for wide.
Yeah. Called?
Not sure, to be honest. Didn't see the umpire's arms go out.
See, this is a concentration lapse from us, really.
Not the umpire necessarily.
It has been called a wide.
It has been called.
Wide
Yep.
+1. I was always confident that was going to be called.
It wasn't the most 50-50 call we've seen during the course of this ECS Sweden tournament. So Javed on strike. Needs to find the boundary. Not a bad shot. Manages to squeeze it through with power through the man down there. Backward point.
It was a good little hipster there because it just nudged it towards the outfielder. Otherwise, I think that probably goes for 4.
Shows you the value of getting your body behind the ball.
Yeah. Good team play. Maybe accidental.
Vinod Chalindra will be rubbing that one once he gets off the field, I'm sure. Ball short of a length. That's a little bit of an off-speed ball. Batter through his shot. Keeper does well.
Cole's had a good game. Remember, he was the one hustling at this stage. I think that kind of indirectly he inflated the score by about 20 for Stockholm CC.
Almost need a stat like RBIs.
Yeah.
Runs batted in baseball.
RAs, runs assisted. Yeah, he created those runs by turning ones into 2s, but also Mata at the other end had the strike and did plenty with it. Last ball, the 8th.
Oh, it swung to the leg side. Nicely timed. Fairly mediocre effort at catching, but Mahmood's managed to find the Maximo when it was needed most. Hammarby just keeping themselves alive in this game. Now 95 for 5, chasing a target of 136. They still need 41 of the last 2 overs. Certainly not impossible, Vinny.
Yeah, that's definitely not impossible. But, yeah, you need some more of that, don't you? You need a big finish. You basically need magical rate. You need 20 and over now to tie. So you're just trying to avoid the kind of punishment of a magical over. And Vaja's coming in, and really, to be honest, it's only the left-hander that got hold of him, really. And so here we go, needing boundaries.
Happy to float it up there. Block hole length, though, doesn't allow the ball to drop into the slot. It's just the 1, but at least it does bring Mahmood on strike. They haven't done a bad job in these last few overs. 19, 15 and 11 across the 6th, 7th and 8th.
Mahmood's had none of the strike, you know. Now, we'll get a 6 here. It's away, and I think that Kaushik Vats is making it pretty clear to everyone that's gotten away. I was going to say he's faced 14 balls in 8 overs. So that's very low. It's less than 2 balls per over faced. So obviously it was 50-50, he'd faced 3 balls an over. So it's very, very tiny, really.
The way he's going, they need him to face most of these remaining balls. That's an ordinary pill from Vaja, and he's been smacked for his 2nd consecutive Maximo. All of a sudden, Hammarby are right back in this game. 28 required from the last 9 balls.
Wow. That was a bit of a gift, wasn't it, from Vaja? Wow, okay. All right. It's getting pretty interesting here.
Mahmood's certainly picking what Vaja's trying to do, coming wide of the crease. Ball's being speared into leg. Vaja's dropped 2 short on that occasion. 28 off 9, Binny. This is not, I wouldn't say it's not a difficult task, but this is well within the realms of possibility.
Yeah, it is possible. It'd be a big story if they could do it. Vaja just needs to get up in the block hole. He's a good bowler. I still think he'll do enough to close this out. That's my instinct. But, I mean, Mahmood, like I said, he's been a spectator for so much of the innings. He was opening the batting. So it's very rare. You've only faced 16 balls at this stage.
Big swing. Manages to get through to the keeper. Fortunately for Hammarby, Mahmood's not able to get himself back to the striker's end.
It's almost like when you walk about it, when you walk Barry Bonds, you're playing the San Francisco Giants and say, all right, I'm happy to give up a run to get you to the other end. I think that could be a good buy.
Speared in, slapped across the offside. Fielder comes in, almost takes an excellent catch. Not sure about the concept of running for the second. They've needlessly dismissed Khalid Mahmood. I know they were trying to push for every run, but to be honest, him being at the striker's end for the back end of that over was what they really wanted. He's turned blind, rushed back for the second, and Vij has actually done a pretty good job in taking out the stumps. Vinny, that's a needless dismissal.
Yeah, it's fifth ball of the over, so I mean, maybe he's thinking I can get back and give his partner the last ball of the over. But yeah, clever stuff by Vij as well. He summed up the situation well, got it to the stumps, didn't take any real risks there. And so it just falling apart for Hammarby towards the end. It makes it 110 for 6.
If you're going to be chasing 20 plus in that last over, I suspect you needed Khalid Mahmood there to do it. Final ball goes down the leg side. That's helpful. It's got some pace. I don't think it will make it to the boundary, so it will be 2 wides. Tanvir, who's come out to join Javed at the crease.
You just need to have something to have a real heater, don't you, here?
A couple more wides wouldn't go astray. 112 for 6. Spears it in. Tries to cut. Can't make contact. It's a dot ball to finish, Tanvir. 0 off 1. Hammarby, they need 24 off the final over. 6 balls remaining.
Yeah, let's roll into the last. Like I said, have to be a magical finish. But anyway, yeah, looking forward to seeing them have a go at it. 112 for 6. I mean, it's looking like more or less a normal innings. An average run rate. I think for me, it'll end up around the 12 in this tournament. I said 115 to 120. It was 126 over the first 3 days, but yeah, I feel like that 120 or so. It's about right.
Floats it outside off stump. Well, boundary to start the over. Wide in the crease, just floated in. Batter thrashes the hands at it. David manages to get enough bat. Sends it for a 4. That's what they needed.
Yeah, good shot. I'll take it.
A couple of early boundaries here will just start churning the insides of Stockholm Cricket Club. They know first win is within their grasp. Another one. This smacked over to the offside. Fielder has taken a good catch there on the deep cover boundary. Mateur's heart would have been in his mouth when that ball first launched off the bat. It was a good shot from Javed. Unfortunately for him, it's straight down the throat.
Yeah, that hurts, doesn't it? It's actually pretty good shot, to be honest, under the circumstances, but also well held. And it does seem like Stockholm CC holding their nerve under pressure here late in this chase.
I wouldn't have minded seeing that go for 6, Vinny. They could have set up quite a grandstand finish.
For the neutrals, I think they would have loved that. But yeah, well done to Walid Rashid. And Martha, again, he pretty much gets it right, doesn't he? Forces about to go offside. Would have had the journey.
Certainly seems to be his tactic as that one floats in towards the leg stump. Big looping Yorker. Fielded well out there by Call. And they'll just take the single. Feels like the air has gone out of this chase now for Hammarby. 19 runs needed off the last 3, so a few Maximos will get them close, but probably got the smallest man in the tournament on strike there at the moment. Well, outside edge, that's probably going to fly for a boundary. 15 now needed off the last 2. They'll need some mistakes from the bowler Mateur. But nonetheless, it's been a brave fight for Hammarby. It feels like they've never really gotten on top in this chase, but they'll get close.
Yeah, it will be close in the end. Well, a couple of 6s here, get up to 130s. Pretty entertaining game to start the day.
This almost looks backyard stuff of dad bowling to his young son with the respective sizes.
It does look a little bit like that.
But, manages to float it up very gently into middle stump Yorker range, and inside edge from Tanvir's done a good job with his 3 balls, and it brings Kazi back onto strike for what should be the final delivery of this game. Hammarby out of it now, 14 required. So this is going to enable Stockholm to bring up their first win of the tournament. So saving his energy with just a slow stroll to the crease. Swing and a miss from Kazi, and that's all she wrote here in game 1 on the third day of ECS Sweden 2023, brought to you by FanCode. And Stockholm Cricket Club, after a challenging first day of action for them yesterday, they have managed to register their first win and will go back to the pavilion pretty happy. Hammarby, they have to come out and face the music again, and they will play the Stockholm Tigers. The Tigers back after a day off yesterday. That man at the top, Farouk Ahmed. Sure, there's plenty more to see from him, but he got some great support with the bat from Hock and Kaiser Azad. Looking forward in particular to seeing Azad at the batting crease later today. But Hammarby, they need to find a way to get their first win. Fortunately, the chase started off reasonably well. No wickets lost in the power play. They managed to find the boundary on occasions, but probably when you're chasing a score of this magnitude, they needed to just get closer to the 50 range during those early stages. Unfortunately, the bowling from Stockholm Cricket Club was just accurate enough. That man Call, who did so much with the bat with his excellent running between the wickets, also provided some pretty good overs with the ball. Matur, nice big hands out there. In fact, the catching was a highlight. If we look at where this game's been won and lost, some of the Hammarby ground fielding was very average in the first innings, whereas it felt like Stockholm caught just about everything. There was an opportunity to do so in that second innings, and ultimately that's probably where they've won the game. The teams were relatively even in terms of batting and bowling. That certainly wasn't one of the greatest fielding exhibitions from Stockholm. The ball going for 4 overthrows. A couple of late boundaries, and a particularly expensive over from Viger meant that the chase was resuscitated, but that was a good catch on the boundary again. And despite the efforts of the lower and middle order of the boys from Hammarby, it was just somewhat out of reach, and fortunately, as try as they might, they couldn't find the boundary quite as regularly as they needed, and ultimately Stockholm Cricket Club register their first win of ECS Sweden for 2023. And after a couple of brave performances yesterday against a few of the best teams in the competition, they will be very pleased. Great example there of how fielding contributes to a win. Javed smashed that ball out to the cover boundary, well taken catch, and also saved the 6. So, Finny, Mr. Maximo, we are back here in not a great deal of time, around 19 minutes. Quick look at that batting scorecard. Rahul Khan did a good job at the top of the order. Fortunately, Mahmood, who looked the most destructive, he just couldn't get on strike for the majority of the game.
It's so weird, actually, how he was stuck at the non-strikers end. But yeah, Rahul faced the same amount of balls, roughly, as Khalid Mahmood, who lasted a lot longer. Faizan came out swinging, didn't he? Thought maybe he was the man that would take him there, but he ended up going to Pankaj Kohli, had a pretty good game. And ultimately, they would fall a little bit short. As far as the bowlers went, I think the openers did a pretty good job with Vijay and Lagan Sandhu. Made just conceded 17 of their 2 overs each. A couple of wickets for Sandhu as well. As Pankaj Kohli, 2 for 24. Wickets as well for Mathur, who held his nerve at the end. And Vijay copped a bit of tap, but did enough, didn't he? 1 for 31. So we'll take a break. Back in 15 minutes, take you into the second game of the day. It should be a good one. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's time for Game 2 on Day 3 here at the ECS Sweden event, brought to you by FanCode. We see the return of the Stockholm Tigers. They're here to take on Hammarby Cricket Club, who have just played the first game. Let's go to the coin toss with Tyrone Peters and the two captains.
Tigers to call.
Yeah. Heads.
Heads is the call. It is a head.
We want to bowl.
They're going to bowl.
So Stockholm Tigers have won the toss and they've elected to bowl here in Game 2. Interesting decision. They've got a strong bowling lineup and I'd love to see Farouk a little bit more prominent in it, but they've got some good variety there. And in particular, I was very impressed with the left armour, Merida, who had the capability to both swing the ball, angle it across the right-handers and bowl at pace. I think he should be a really integral part of what they try to do today. They started brightly on day 1, and I think they've shown that they're there or thereabouts of the better teams in this ECS Sweden event. But today's their opportunity to really start to put some separation between them and some of the mid-table teams. As for Hammarby, they've had the advantage of already playing one game today, so they should be in the groove for this game too, whereas the Tigers are coming off cold, having had a rest day on the Tuesday. And so I expect that Hammarby should be really rocking and rolling from the start of this game. I liked some certain aspects of what they've shown in that first game today, but still, Mohammed, we need to see more of his leg spin. We need to get his length back. We need to see him bowling with strong side spin and picking up some wickets in those middle overs. I think this is going to be a great contest. Two pretty evenly matched teams. Take us through the opening stages. Hand back to Vinny Sandhu in the commentary area.
Thanks very much, Andrew, Ryan. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Great to have your company, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or in the south of Asia on FanCode. Let's have a look at these two teams. Tigers, could see them for the first time today. Farouk Ahmed leads them out. Strong top 3 for Tigers. We'll have to wait to see them, though, because they've sent in Hammarby. Here we go. First ball of match 7. Full toss, and it's dropped. And that was a spicy one, it is. Farouk, I think, the captain that puts it down. That ball never touches the ground from the moment it leaves the bowler's hand via the bat to Farouk, the captain. Having said that, does prevent it getting past him to the boundary. A fairly big start to this one as well. And I think, yeah, two teams that can really use the points. And certainly we've been entertained. Plenty of big hits, plenty of action so far in this series. I don't think this will be any exception. Bowler here, Ashful Alam. Dealing with the left-hander now. Well, this one almost takes out Rahel Khan, but it doesn't. And it's Hassan Ali that come out to open the batting, and he cracks the boundary first ball. So interesting that we've got a slightly different opening combination than we saw in the first match for Hammarby. They do retain Rahel Khan at the top, though. Ashful Alam bustles in with the revenge ball. Just dug out for one. Yeah, Khalid Mahmood opened the batting in the last game, but he pretty much batted through the whole length, so maybe it's giving him a bit of a breather. He didn't bat badly at all. He scored 32 off 17, but I think he got out in the 9th over. Confirm that. Yeah, he got out in the 9th over, and he'd only faced 17 of the 53 balls. So it's less than 2 balls and over. But he was out there, he was running around. So Hassan Ali missed out the last game, just scored 2, getting a chance. And now Rahel coming off a 30, angles this away, and he gets one. Gotta say, I love the turquoise and canary yellow uniforms of the Stockholm Tigers. I'm not sure what breed of tigers naturally give off that colour scheme, but certainly a bright team. They like to play brightly as well. Searching for their first wicket of the day here. So Suchi's out there umpiring this game. I see her out there as well, just checking out the ball. She said, yeah, after that ball inspection, I'm satisfied that we can continue. I suppose if the ball's a bit wonky, it'd be good for the bowling side, to be honest. It's a slightly slower ball and it's dispatched. Arslan Ali goes leg side, goes Maximo. Good shot. Just pick the pace there, that was the key. Check out this from Alarm. Yeah, it's kind of side of the hand, slower ball. Rolls the left hand, or the left side of the ball with his fingers, and slow ball was picked pretty easily. Good batting. And Hassan Ali, again, providing a left-hand, right-hand combination. We've seen that a few times this series, haven't we? It's quite effective. So a bowl, this one doesn't do too much, but just has Hassan Ali playing down the wrong line. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. Just popping in there and takes us to the end of the first over. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the expected score, 78 to 77. Well, no real faith from the supercomputer in the batting lineups of either of these teams. And that's completely fair. We saw kind of 130s playing 120s kind of game earlier today. I feel like it'll be a bit higher scoring than that. So supercomputer's predicting 155 runs in the game. I feel like you can probably add 60 or 70 to that. Anyway, time for the second over. As if Fadush is going to bowl it. And it's a great time to welcome back into the commentary box ice swimming champion, lawyering, basketball administrationing, and just general roostering and karaokeing champion, Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, Rhino, and I'm excited for this game between these two teams.
Thanks for the intro, Vinny. Out of all of those descriptions, the last one I would lead with in a bar conversation is lawyering basketball administration guru. It doesn't tend to get you much follow-up chat.
That's a bit of a Corey introduction that he likes to describe us in different ways.
Has Corey ever strung that many words together in a single sentence?
I wouldn't say it was eloquent, but he likes to describe us in different ways. I suppose we all come from a variety of backgrounds here in the ECN commentary team, don't we? And that's kind of the beauty of it. Nothing, I mean, I've got a great appreciation for all commentators now when I hear them. Commentators are something that everyone's always quick to bag, or I hate listening to so-and-so, or I can't stand so-and-so. But I have a great appreciation for it, so I'm rarely negative. But also I like it, yeah, we've got a bit of a rich tapestry of experience, whereas I suppose maybe you've been involved in sports administration and broadcasting for a while. Just throw a couple of ex-players out there and that's it. This is a bit different.
Makes me shudder. Not shuddering as much as the bowler, as Arslan Ali has launched that into the Stockholm sky. That is awesome timing and a beautiful shot to his power zone. Vinny, that is a super strike.
Yeah, well, that's why I like him out here, opening the batting. And it's an interesting one because you could easily just kind of roll with Mahmood again, but he did bat 9 overs. I think you get someone out there, don't leave him on the bench too long. It's a classic using your resources available. It's a rotation. I think in cricket, there's this old school mentality. If you don't change things, I think you need to find a good mixture of stability and flexibility though. Arslan gets one more and he puts it away like the rest. This has gone all the way. Maximo, he's raced. Magical start for him, 23 off 6.
Yeah, certainly is. I think Arslan Ali is technically the best batter in this Humminbee lineup, and by quite some distance, actually. And I like having technically competent batters at the top of the lineup, not only because they're capable of dealing with the ball that's moving sideways, but also they've got a range of shots that allows them to loft the infield in risk-free ways and take advantage of the power play to its full extent. Yeah. And you're seeing that from Arslan Ali. He's picking the zones. Virtually no fielders on the leg side, which is stunning given the way he plays.
Yeah, I think he just looks very organised. He's uncomplicated. He'll play the ball bold to him. And I think, you know, when you've got this angle coming into left-handers, I think they normally eat it up for breakfast, lunch and dinner, don't they?
Well, that angle, in particular, the bowler's going around the wicket. There is a fielder at mid-wicket in the 30 and one here at long on. not much the bowler can do to correct his line when the batter is trying to play to that area from someone coming around the wicket.
Well, I think I see the old 7-2 field there, didn't we? With the mid-wicket and the long on, that's it. To a guy bowling big in-swingers to left-hander. Always seems too good to be true. But, yeah, you don't often see this. But, again, I get the wide shot of the field. They've really gone hard on the offside. 7 on the off. And, yeah, they're trying to keep it over. This will be a no ball.
Well, he certainly has kept it over there. It's unfortunately just landed off the pitch on the offside.
Let's have a look at where this bounces. Yeah. I actually think this might be called a wide in the end because it actually bounces after the stumps. So, well, maybe they haven't picked that up in time. Yeah, see? Anyway, too late, too bad. Here's a free hit. Well, now, that certainly is a wide. But what about these Grizzlies swinging around corners? The cloud cover myth. That's not saying it's a myth. Not that the ball can't swing in clouds, but no one ever gives a good reason.
It's not a precursor to it happening, I think, is the particular description that we should go for.
This is crazy swing we're seeing. This one, fairly straight. He might have even got cross seam there. How Khan kind of forgets the running part of scoring a run. Just kind of stands still and expects that maybe a bit like a walking travelator at the airport. He might just get propelled forward, but in the end he does get there for one.
Speaking of things propelling forward, I wish we had an elevated shot on that last ball to just see the swarm of fluorescent blue and yellow jerseys that were moving from one side of the field to the other as they're persisting with this 7-2 structure for the left-hander.
That's what he's trying to do, though. But I think this is wide because the outside of the ball goes straight over the tram line. Have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Good call. You might say, oh, it's a bit harsh, but the whole ball's got to be inside the line. I think most of the ball was inside, but not all of the ball. Good umpiring.
Question for you, Vinny. If you're Arslan Ali, do you shift across and bat on off stump here?
Definitely. Definitely. That really has a little bit of a back and across trigger anyway, but you've got to be looking for that. To use the vernacular of the Godfather in the 70s, he's got an offer that's too good to refuse. But anyway, it's the end of the second over, and the score, Hammarby, 31 without loss.
Yeah, tidy start from Hammarby. Accused them of being a little bit sluggish in that chase. The last game, I'll have a look at the table. Unfortunately, they are sitting at the foot of it at the moment. Whereas the Stockholm Tigers, mid-table, and I suspect that's probably a good reflection of where they sit in amongst these teams. Those 4 at the top have probably shown that they're leading the pack, although plenty of games left to go in this tournament. Whereas these boys, the Tigers, they could go one way or the other. I think they've got enough depth and enough quality that they could be challenging for one of those final spots, but they've got to have their best players getting involved as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, I think Tigers, they'll be pretty keen to impress as well. If you can get a win here, you can jump significantly at up the table at this stage. It just always looks better, doesn't it? If you can get up there, even go mid-range and then make a run for the 4. Alarm comes back. And sticking with this field. This is where I think, players, or the modern player, if you want to call it that, they're looking to ramp here as well with no fine leg. Because you kind of know that probably, for the right-hander at least, it's not going to be on the stumps. It's going to be outside off. So you can predict that, jump across and just deflect away to the leg side. And it's kind of high return, fairly low risk strategy, I think.
I certainly don't mind the tactic as long as your bowlers are capable of delivering. And as you say, yes, it brings in some predictability in terms of where the location's going to be, but they haven't executed the plan particularly well. That one's lucky. It's just shaped away outside the off stump, but was straight in the hitting zone of Ali.
Yeah, so he's saying, oh, come on, Arslan, you've hit across that. But I think he's got the right tactic there. I know normally we criticise guys hitting across the ball because it can be risky, but I just think with only 2 fielders over there, it's on. You haven't lost a wicket in the innings so far. It's very rare you see it. This time it does go, and there might be 7 fielders on the offside, but none of them are going to get that one because that's out of here. Maximo! 6 to Arslan Ali. Well, despite a couple of missteps, he is 30 off 10.
Yeah, well, the problem there was the length right in the slot. He's not a particularly tall man, Arslan Ali, but if you give him the invitation
So
to
have a
hit
look.
down the ground.
Nobody on the left, everyone on the right. Basically, not nobody, but 7 of the 9 available fielders to the right of screen. So yeah, but I mean, I like that from Arslan as well. He sees the ball swinging that way, and it's just an instinctive drive. It's a correct shot, and so it doesn't really matter how many fielders you put over there if you can hit it over them.
The thing that I find most intriguing, we'll come back to it after this ball, is Lam charges in again. It's a little bit more short of a length and dragged away to the leg side. They're actually going to beat the fielder coming around from deep mid-wicket and go for 4. Hopefully at some stage we can have another high shot of the fielding positions here. But you look at what they've got there. There's a third man, somewhere almost in between
man,
backward point.
7th man.
There is an actual backward point. There is a man forward of point. I haven't seen Arslan Ali play a cut shot in this tournament yet, and yet that is where the majority of the defensive pressure is.
Well, guess what? One of them's going to come to play here because it's the leading edge, and he's gone. Well, it works. They jam the offside. There's Shahadatul Islam that takes the catch in the end, so that's great when a plan comes together. Love the innovation from the Tigers. They do get Arslan Ali after a hard-hitting 30. He's going to have to go.
Yeah, love it when a plan comes together, although they've licked a few runs in between, but they'll certainly be happy to see the back of Arslan Ali. Some lovely striking from him again, and certainly having him at the top of the order has proved to be a masterstroke. Allenby 42 on the board now with the loss of that first wicket. Poor Rahul Khan has been standing there getting mouldy at the non-strikers end. He's only faced 6 balls so far.
Yeah, that's true. Let's have a look at it again. So he's searching for the leg sides. I mean, I suppose that kind of works because you can get a leading edge if you get a guy hitting it across the ball, so searching for a gap. I do think it's still a reasonable start, despite the fact he goes for 34 off 12, scored 42 for 1. But it is a productive power play. Hassan Mohammed, he'll feel like he'd like to score a few decent runs here in match 7. Faces up for the last ball of the power play. And he hits through the offside, but they do have protection there. And that'll just be a single to retain the strike end of 3. The score is 43 for 1. Probably the one that over that will frustrate the Stockholm Tigers skipper. Farouk Ahmed was the one that did get hit to the leg side. There's only 2 fielders there. It does go, I'd say, straight to one of them, but certainly within his lateral range. And it went under him, went for 4. So 3 fairly healthy overs for Hammarby here early in match 12.
Yeah, nice start from Hammarby. 13, 18 and 12 of those 3 power play overs. Obviously having Arslan Ali dismissed in that last one as the Tigers to at least walk away with something from that little 3 over period. Al Mohammed faced his first ball. Really need a bit more out of him across the course of this game. It's like Merida, who's bowled very well, I thought, on the first day. Who's coming in to bowl the middle overs. Nice to have a left armour who pushes it across the right-handers in the middle overs.
Yeah, I've seen left armers be pretty effective. And anyway, this doesn't really matter if you're left-handed, right-handed or whatever, because Mohammed goes bang, Azam. He gets his first Maximo of the day, and very powerful strike. I won't say it's the prettiest cricket shot ever, but it's effective.
I'd say agricultural. Came off the bat like a rocket, but boy, it was a heave to the leg side. Merida, I'm probably not too unhappy about that. Him hitting straight across the line. Keep that, and you're going to force him into an error eventually. That's a little bit leg side, and well played by Mohammed. Makes the adjustment quickly, and it rolls away for a boundary.
Fine leg was out having lunch. Back in 5, I think, was the sign that was up. There's no one here. Knows just has to work it, and does. So yeah, Azam Mohammed did hit a 6 in the first game. He only made 7. Has hit a 6 now. Now he's hit a 4 into double figures for the first time today. Yeah, I've got to say, you get more value from a fine leg now than one of those fielders. Are we still at 6-3 or are we still at 7-2?
No, I think we're at 7-2.
Still at 7-2. Yeah. So persisting with that out of the power play. Just super interesting. Well, goes up after it. Fielder comes around, but it's no avail. That's out of here. Maximo! You see why Azam is up in the 3 spot. He likes to whack it, and he has from the get-go here.
He's definitely decided that after a couple of false starts in his innings in this tournament to date, he is going to try to bash as hard as possible anything that's in his arc. Morita, after getting his location right on day one, all of a sudden drifted a couple of times onto the stumps, and certainly with this batter at the crease and this field structure, can't afford to be doing it.
Again, tries for the leg side. You can understand why. I'll show you one more time what we're talking about, because this is a pretty rare field. You've got 9 fielders available, so you've got 11 players, less the bowler, less the keeper. So have a look. There's your 7 fielders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 on that side of the field. And on the other side of the field, there's just the 2. So, yeah, so that's one. Left side's packed. That's the leg side. There's just the 2. One of them's just out of screen at long on. Anyway, that's why he's going to go in that direction. He's going to go straight over his head. Maximo! So Mohammed into the 20s. Morita's over goes magical.
Well, this is a Maximo feast. This particular over, Morita, who's been so good for the Tigers on day one, getting taken to the cleaners here. 22 the over, still got 1 to go, and Mohammed is reading him like a book. In fact, I think there's a pretty decent chance that this final ball will go for a big flight as well. Very lucky, put that in the slot for where Mohammed wanted it, probably just a little bit wider, but at the end of the day, 22 off the over, that's a nice boost. Hammonby 65 for 1 after 4.
Just going to go back to this, don't want to harp on it, but I think we need to start the fund to tune up the supercomputer, because what are we, 65 after 4 overs for Hammonby here?
To be fair, that expected score for Hammonby was pretty close to what they scored in the first game.
I just feel the Tigers would be saying to the supercomputer, hey, come on, cut us a break here. We're averaging 129 with the bat, and you're giving us 78.
It's giving a lot of credit to the Hammonby bowling lineup in that case.
Anyway, supercomputer, I like the mystery of it. You know, it does use past data to make predictions.
It's a bit like the Facebook feed algorithm, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be boring if it always gave you what you expected as well. So let's cut the supercomputer a break. But I just wanted to highlight it, that it does seem a little bit low.
Should we almost do an AI versus human test here of put Maximo up against the supercomputer for the rest of this fortnight?
That sounds like the kind of idea that Rory would say, and he'd say he'd want to make the predictions, and then around about 1 or 2 games in, he'd get bored of it and make me do it for the rest of the time. But anyway, it's going to be Farouk Ahmed to bowl over number 5. Right.
Oh, jeez, I think that might have taken some of the line.
Well, the thing is, this is what he does, shuffle across, but he never gets outside the off stump with his pre-movement. So yeah, that's a little bit lucky for the bowler. Anyway, this is in the air. Fielder takes it. I think it's a very good catch. I mean, they'll probably have a look at it, but for me, I think he stayed just inside the line. It's a nice bit of fielding from Akash Islam. Let's have a look at it. Yep, he's got room to move. So brilliant catch, because that could have easily bounced off the hands for 6. And it's Rahul Khan. Again, he had a bit of FOMO, didn't he? Well, he was out there, didn't have a lot of the strike, but now he's gone. And Hammonby lose both openers now in match 12, 65 for 2.
A little bit unlucky, Rahul Khan. Struck that ball very nicely. It was coming straight to our commentary box and travelling at a rate of knots, but Akash has stayed very relaxed there, taken a good catch and moved well, got himself in position. Looked like that was going for 6 from the moment it left the bat, but great bit of outfielding and another wicket for Hammonby. They're now down to 65 for 2. Brings Faizan to the crease. He's almost the replica of Arslan Ali. Hit some good shots. Latter stages of the first game this morning. Farouk still manoeuvring the field. Like he's bringing the man in from deep cover and pushing long off back to the fence. Probably a good move from where he tends to hit. One's just poked out. Fielder comes off the boundary at point. We'll keep it to 1. So Azam Mohammed, he's still there. He's probably the key to this batting innings now. 23 off 7. I think it's a bad thing for the Tigers to have the slower bowler on against him, not giving him a huge amount of pace to work with. Certainly enjoyed that from Merida last over. Ball was almost in the slot, probably wide enough that he wasn't able to get the full face of the bat or keep control of it. A bad bit of bowling from Farouk. Well, almost the first threatened man-cad of the tournament, I suspect. Just gives a little bit of a check to Azhar Mohammed, wandering out of his crease. Floated outside off stump. Nice piece of bowling from Farouk. It's been a good over from him up until this point. 1 wicket, only 2 runs. Decent length again. Wazan swings across the line, drives it down straight, and it will just be a single. Great over from Farouk Ahmed, only 3 off it. Amabi now up to 68 for 2. European Cricket Network. Plenty of cricket coming up. We're here for 2 weeks in Sweden, so we'll be here until Sunday the 18th of June, and then swing straight to the eastern part of Europe for the ECS and an ECI event in Romania. The team will stay in the east for Bulgaria for the 3-day extravaganza of T20 internationals, and then ECS continues in Hungary for the first 2 weeks of July. So plenty to look forward to in the coming month on the European Cricket Network. Just plenty of action every single day on the channel. Great to have you joining us, whether it's through the European Cricket Network on YouTube or FanCode throughout the subcontinent. Great to have all of you with us here from Sweden today. That one struck poorly by Fauzan. Doesn't get a decent hold of it, but unfortunately, catching, which has been pretty good from the boys from the Stockholm Tigers, lets them down on that occasion. Looks like maybe a little bit of an injury from the outfielder. Just getting some treatment from Akash. Be disappointed to put the catch down. Still a little bit proppy. Could have done with seeing Faizan back in the sheds. So Hock continues his over. Just a very loopy, slow spin. But Mohammed decides it's not in his hitting arc, so he'll just cut it out for an easy single. It's a pretty good result. Really giving them no pace to work with. This over, Hock. Batted very well on day one. That one is given no shortage of flight. Throw coming into the keeper's end. Might have had Mohammed in a spot of bother, except it's kicked off the edge of the pitch. Blooped over the keeper's hands. Have a look. This might be worthy of inspection for no ball. It's a slow bowler, so there's not a huge amount of threat to the batter. But the ball was very high. He's also not a particularly tall man. It is. Looks like play is continuing. Another one. No pace off the pitch. Seems to be a method that's working at the moment. Hock landing on a good length. Mohammed, he'd appreciate an extra bit of carry onto the ball. Practices the big swipe shot. 4 runs off the 4 balls of this over. Been a successful change for the Tigers. Good bit of work from the keeper. He's pretty confident. Big appeal to the umpire, so we'll go to the side-on view. Get a few replays. A sharp bit of work from the keeper. We'll have a look at where his gloves are positioned and taking the ball as well. So Faizan certainly takes a step down the pitch, trying to create some pace on the ball. It's well taken. Quick bit of work with the gloves, but I think he might have just got his bat grounded in time. Good flexibility from the left-hander. Certainly tight. I think the benefit of the doubt probably will go to Faizan on this occasion. Sharp bit of work from the wicketkeeper though, Abdul Manan.
Yeah, for me, I think that bat's grounded. I think he does pretty well to get it down and keep it down, you know. I think they're starting to look... The longer you look at this replay, you start to see things. Like, is that in the air? But I think you can kind of see that the way it jammed down, that the bat's down.
Starting to look like a YouTube video with that focused in static shot.
Oh, it looks like he might be gone here. Well, again, not so sure about that one. Yeah, I don't know. All I can think is maybe it was given out on the field and they've decided it's not conclusive enough. But
I think he's made contact there and his bat turns. I think it's grounded.
It turns, but it's still touching the ground. I've got my wicketkeeper hat on as well, so you know I'm biased towards out. But I got a feeling that they're a bit lucky to get that one, the Tigers. But anyway, it is what it is, and it's the third wicket, 72 for 3. Quick work by Abdul Manan, you'd have to say that. Rizvi breaks through with his first wicket.
Well, Hawk's been a great over for the Tigers so far. Floats onto leg start. That's gone high. Fortunately for Ummerby, it's gone long enough. Big Maximo backward of square and ruins what were otherwise very good figures from Rizvi Hawk, but that's a much needed boundary to finish that over.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe there's been natural justice there. I mean, Faizan was good in the last game. Didn't really get going in this game, did he? 4 off 6. Halftub comes out and smacks the 6 first ball. So I reckon if you even offered them, hey, would you like stumped 6? You'd take it off the last 2 balls. And still plenty of wickets in hand. And still got someone like Khalid Mahmood to come, of course, with 4 overs remaining. Pretty disciplined stuff, though. 3 extras through the first 6 overs. Looks like it's Captain Farouk Ahmed that's going to bowl over number 7.
Yeah, you'd say honours reasonably even at the moment. Vinny, they're going along at 13, which is a pretty good rate. They need to get up around that 125, 130 rate, the way that teams have been going. There's another ball very high. Akash screaming in off the boundary. Made good ground, but unfortunately spills the catch.
We've seen a couple smack off the hands, haven't we? Now, originally, I think that Akash does the right thing. He doesn't rush in. Often if you commit in, you can't turn around. He just kind of was on his heels, but then he realised he had to scoot and had to get all the way inside the infield to try and attempt that one. So he's still on the move. Unfortunately, just didn't stick. Not the first time in this innings. It will be a wide, no doubt about that one. Yeah, Farouk's a pretty clever player. Mentioned we also saw him playing in the ECS in Portugal earlier this year for Gorka 11. Also, we've seen him for the Swedish national team at the ECC before.
Well, that's the second time they've given
Azam
Mohammed a warning.
I don't like this from the batter because the batter's in the wrong. He hasn't swung his arm over, and I like Azam Mohammed. He's committing to
execute that man, Cad Farouk.
Anyway, this is in the air. It's going to be a real tease. That fielder goes back. Can't quite get there. Maximo. He did everything he could there. He was just inside the line. He judged his distance pretty well, Islam, but he couldn't quite matrix himself back over the line, and the result is 6 runs.
Oh, Farouk, after being smoked for 6, might have been wishing he went through with the man, Cad.
Tell you what I would be doing next time.
I wouldn't be giving him a third warning.
Right. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air again to tease. I think this one's catchable. Fielder goes back and it's 6. Oh, he falls down and a very, very good effort, but he just couldn't keep his feet. If he kept his feet, it was going to be out, but unfortunately he hit the canvas and 6 more to the total.
Probably needed a bit of support. He had 2 players on either side of them, one of them inexplicably running outside the boundary line.
Well,
but if you
backing up to extremes.
At the very least, get yourself in position so that if he can flick the ball back on the infield, then you've got a chance of catching it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he was already on the way down when the ball hit his hands. Got to say this though, since that warning, he's been staying in his crease until the ball's bowled. It has had that effect. I can't say, obviously, with the greatest of respect, I don't like that attitude back to the bowler. The bowler never swung his arm over. He was trying to say, oh, but you're looking like you're going to bowl. Looking like you're going to bowl and actually bowling the ball are 2 different things.
That is his job to look like he's going to bowl.
So yeah, another wide-ish ball. Let's have a look at this one again. I think it's very, very close. Probably umpire's call on that one.
I don't mind that, Vinny.
Won't be the perfect delivery. Yeah, but this is exactly what is wrong with the debate with the running out, backing up. Non-strikers feel like they have some entitlement to leave the crease before the arm comes over, and they just don't.
There's only one way to teach them that lesson.
Yeah, okay. Last ball, the over. Driven. Should be handled. It is handled. And to 7 overs. And the score is 74 for 3. Pretty sure there was a little bit of a grunt strategically placed just as Farouk was about to catch that ball.
Two of the titans of Swiss cricket, Azam Mohammed and Farouk Ahmed. No love lost between these two, and they are engaged in a big battle here.
This is where, if it was a Major League Baseball game, all the dugout would be on the top step, as they say, ready to rush onto the field in case it spills over. Yeah, anyway. Rizvi Hawk is going to bowl his second over. Hit down, one hopper to Ashraful Alam.
I like people who put all their effort into their work, and you can certainly say that about Azam Mohammed's batting, can't you? He's almost throwing himself off his feet whenever he's trying to play to the leg side. It's disappointing that we haven't got a left-right combination in at the moment. I've quite missed that swarm of fielders from the Stockholm Tigers moving from side to side.
Yeah, that's right. Another one. Can't really elevate. It's good fielding. And goes for a fairly defensive style of fielding, putting the leg down, or the quote-unquote long barrier. Helps you to deal with some unpredictable bounce, which there is a bit of that in this field. He goes straight, he goes long, and he goes strong. Maximo. Well, Valentines gets a tower rattle up. Give us a thumbs up there, Valentines, if you're okay. This is a close-up that he never banked on. That ball bounced all the way back to the bowler. He's ready to bowl again. And now, square drive. This is going to be 4. Clever shot from Azam Mohammed. Well, they've poked the Bear. The Bear's woken up. He's 39 off 16.
Well, the Bear's savaging them at the moment. That's actually a really good bit of batting. Hawk tried to push the ball far wider, stop him taking that stroke down the ground, and he's opened up his midsection and thrashed it through point. Good stroke.
Yeah, it was a very good shot. Let it come to him. Got it square, got it away from the outfielder. Oh, he's gone. He's bowled him, and no one realises it. I do. Just flick the off stump. I think the keeper did as well. Abdul Manan. It's clever bowling. Slows it down a touch, and so he's early on the shot. We'll see it here. Yep. Just disturbs the timber. Azam trying to make a case. I know you're a good lawyer, Andrew. Maybe you can mount a defence for him, but I think the video evidence is pretty clear that he's going to have to go, but not before a well put together 39 score. 106 for 4.
Objection not granted to Azam Mohammed. That's a fairly ordinary looking shot to a ball that was travelling around 10 kilometres an hour. Hawk has taken all the pace off it, but landed it on a good length. Probably shot through a little bit, but Mohammed was definitely through his stroke before the ball went through. So it's a nice piece of bowling from Hawk. He's got 2 for 22 with the ball still to go in his second over.
I think what I like about this from Azam Mohammed is he has zero interest. He has a quick peek and then thinks if he's not looking at the stumps broken, that it doesn't happen. So he's looking around. He's saying, I mean, look, does anyone really understand why the bails are on the ground? Is there a case for reasonable doubt there? I don't think so. That's the sort of thing I reckon if there was no TV cameras, there'd be a big argument, and in the end, he'd get to keep patting.
Get the benefit of the doubt.
Yep, he'd say.
Couldn't possibly have been the ball, umpire.
Last ball, the over. Well, that's out as well. Start walking. He's tried to hit across that, and Khalid Mahmood batted for a fair time. Last time, this time he gets a golden duck. And it's hitting him low down. And yeah, that's a pretty easy decision. So Hawk coming up with back-to-back wickets. Nice comeback from him. It's also at the end of the 8th over. And the score is 106 for 5.
Well, they've had a spin attack in place for the last 4 overs. Both Farouk Ahmed and Rizvi Hawk have bowled their pair in succession. It's come up with 4 wickets, so they've gone 3, 10, 16, 12. So they've still gone for a few runs, but no mega magical or supersonic or even hypersonic over for that matter. But the 4 wickets have really run through the midsection of this Hammarby batting lineup.
You're lucky to see a hypersonic over this year. See, we've only ever had one of them in 3,000 matches.
So you're saying there's a
A
chance.
bit like Haley's Comet, maybe once every 75 years. Anyway, it's a cracking shot over extra cover. Maximo! Aftab still there. Well, he's only faced 6 balls. 4 of them have gone for 6. With batting like this, you can see why.
That's a great shot. Probably the shot of the innings so far. Wide of off stump. Hard to get the power base to get both the elevation and the distance needed, but he struck it magnificently.
Yeah, very good shot. Bit of width, bit of length on offer from Verdush.
He's probably lucky to get second over after his first one was torn apart.
This is in the air and caught. Yeah, and they needed that wicket, didn't they, just to steady themselves, the Tigers. It's a ball that hits a thick outside edge, kind of splices away to backward point. Nice catch taken, no mistake from Shahadatul Islam, who's had to take a couple in this innings now. So a 6-wicket falls, and it's 112 for 6.
Does remind me, Vinny, 1-1, and it's very minor thing that the countdown clock guards against is the team's celebration after a wicket, because most of the teams are very conscious about being in position when the new batter comes, not wasting time unnecessarily. But as a bowler in the pressure situation, I like a pat on the back when I've done my job.
I still think you get a bit of time. You probably get a minute if you want to use it. Anyway, Tanvir's the new batter. Come back to that in a sec, because that's an important conversation we need to have. This one's knocked down. Well done.
I at least want
in the infield.
I at least want my infield to come and give me a pat on the back.
This is a trend in limited overs cricket now. When you get to the last, I'm going to say, quarter of the innings, no one cares anymore. Let's throw it in and get back to it. I used to love getting around the high fives and all the carry on. That was my favourite bit of cricket, actually. Another good piece of fielding at point.
In a sport that is a team sport, but you're separated in terms of physical proximity by such a distance most of the time. It's the one time to really come and interact, have a little bit of a yap about what's going on.
It's cricket's version of scoring a goal, like in football.
True.
You know, everyone comes together. Yeah, that's very good fielding. I mean, that's 3 balls that could have easily gotten through and gotten to the boundary. And the Tigers, they're defending stoutly at the moment. So I remember when I was younger, there were a few celebrations I still remember to this day. There was one where I went the full on, speaking of football, took a caught and bowled and ran to the long off boundary. There was no one, by the way, no crowd or anything. Went the full knee slide, and all my teammates then joined me in the knee slide. You know, not great for the laundry bill, wearing the whites in those days. There's also another one where it was in a final that I took a caught and bowled and ripped my shirt open, Incredible Hulk style. When you're 16, you know, hormones will make you do a few crazy things. Anyway, it's the end of the ninth over, 116 for 6. Of course, we've had the shoe phone celebration, which is a pretty, and we had the bat phone reply. Do you ever have any interesting celebrations in your career that you've seen?
When in my younger days, I didn't mind pulling out the old Brett Lee chainsaw occasionally. Didn't quite get the vertical elevation of my jump that Brett Lee did, but have been known to celebrate pretty aggressively. I think actually back in ECS 2020, after taking an important catch on a juggle, mind you, in wet conditions in the semi-final, almost took out Paul Mumtaz Ahmadzai from Kosnay with an over-enthusiastic celebration. But there's a point where, and we'll just go back to it after Morita coming back for his second over to start the 10th.
Got torched in the first over, didn't he, Morita?
Yeah. But as an opposition, I like it if I'm coming out to bat and I see no cohesion between the fielding team. Whereas if they're as a group and giving that impression that, no, we are 11 against you two that are out here, there is just a little bit more mental pressure.
True. Celebration fails is probably another complete different conversation. But there have been a few times where high fives have gone wrong. This is a cutter. I'll probably try for 2 here. If I'm wrong, probably would have made it, if they'd gone for it.
I wonder if the coming back was leaving side celebration fails. I her to talk about well-executed celebrations
Yep.
and coming back to the phone. Maybe we need to encourage ECS players to show some creativity in their celebrations.
I'm in favour. Anyway, Tanviet faces up. It's an interesting one to call. It's been called a wide. It's really hard for the umpire to judge this at the critical moment, which is when it passes the popping greens, which is about now. Touch and go. Probably when you look at the reach of Tanviet, it's probably a fair call. I've got another question, Cossonay Cricket Club related question, of course. Played for Cossonay in the Swiss competition, and we'll see you later in the year in the European Cricket Series when we go back there. Tanviet digs this out. Pretty much a bang on par score, I think, coming up for Hammarby. Last time we saw you in the ECS, the only time was in 2020, and you guys wore white kits, full-on white kits. And we used pink balls, I think, in those games. For most of them.
I think you had to use pink balls,
Yep.
given our club's choice
It
of kit.
happened another time, actually, Intellectuals in Spain in late 2021. So you're not the only team to do it, but you're the first team to do it. Wait for this ball from Reader. Slow ball, smashed the 4 stump out of the ground. Pretty good comeback this from the Tigers. 50-50 run chase on their hands, I think, after the break. You said now you're going to have coloured kits this year. So what colour are you?
What colour? It's a gorgeous royal blue, much like some of Maximo's jackets, actually. A little bit of red trim, and my personal favourite touch, and I say this because I designed it, a white V across the front so that the logo can still sit in the traditional white background colour.
Very thoughtful. Anyway, this is going to be caught behind. Just didn't happen for Jarvid out there, did it? And Marita, he'll be pretty happy that he can get in the wicket takers list. And it's just the old 2-man traditional keeper bowler celebration. Running in, a couple of high fives, and that's it. But with 1 ball remaining, score is 119 for 7. Okay, I like that you put some thought into that. I also thought the white V is also a bit of a throwback to the fact that you did wear white, and that was a bit of a trademark thing. I wish I'd known. I would have ordered a shirt. I wouldn't mind a supporter's shirt.
We're still putting orders in pretty frequently.
Is that right?
If you give me what would be the Maximo number? We're still going for 23.
Do you have a 23 though?
I'm sure we could get you a 23,
right.
and I might even be able to. Not sure if we can switch out Cossonay CC for Maximo on the back.
I want Cossonay. That way I can just turn up one day in Switzerland and say, need a player? And carry the drinks at least. Anyway, last ball coming up. Fruit gets 1 chance of glory. And he misses, and they're going to get a bye, I think. And that's all they'll get. So 120 on the nose as Marita comes back with an incredibly effective last over, considering that he did go for 22 in his first over. Only 4 come off the last, and look, one of those was the bye. So a very good effort. That's the long and the short of it here in ECS match 12 at the halfway point. Hammarby, they have 120 on the board as we look back at the start of the innings. Arsan Ali, wasn't he good at the top of the order?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Arsan Ali. I think he's one of the class batters in this part of the world. Putting him up to open was a great move by Hammarby Cricket Club. He ended up with 34 off 12 and a number of balls smoked over the leg side. In particular, helped by the approach to fielding structure of the Stockholm Tigers. They went with the 7-2 field for those opening stages. Eventually, he popped one up off the bowling Ashraful Alam. Nice piece of bowling in the end, but that brought big Azam Muhammad to the crease. He does not hold back in his swings.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the 7-2 field we saw for the first half of the innings, it was kind of like cricket's answer to the wall in football, wasn't it? But yeah, I think this is where they really did get going, didn't they? You know, Marita went for 22. Farouk Ahmed bowled a very good over. This is one that we thought perhaps was a little bit unlucky. It looked like the bat came down, but maybe it was one of those things given out on the field, and the referee not thinking there was any clear and conclusive evidence to overturn it. Few catches went down, didn't they? Now this one went down literally. It was the fielder that went down over the boundary. That was 6. Azam, who got a little bit of rap on the knuckles for leaving the crease early. Eventually he would go, a ball that flicks the stumps. Yeah, replays confirmed that Azam was bowled, but not before he had scored a pretty brisk 39 off 17 balls. And unfortunately for Khalid Mahmood, he got one that was plumb. And might have been going under middle stump, but it certainly wasn't going over. It wasn't going sideways. Take the piece though. It's a pretty good comeback, I think. Yeah, particularly this last over from Marita. Did bring a wicket. It probably more importantly, only concedes 4 runs as they only got through from 116 to 120 off their 10 overs. So once again, I think this is bang on par looking at the scorecard. 3 significant contributors with 39 off 17 as Muhammad top scores. 34 off 12, good knock from Aslan Ali at the top. And you had Aftab Ahmed with a little cameo, 26 off just 7 balls. Pretty disciplined stuff as far as the extras went from the Tigers, only conceding 4 wides and a no ball in the innings, plus the bye off the very last ball. Everyone in the wickets, that's always a good sign. Rizvi Hop, he came up with 2 and 2 balls at one stage. 3 for 22, his figures. Everyone else getting 1 wicket. Pretty consistent in their economy as well. Shout out to Farouk. I think he was the equal best of the bowlers maybe with Rizvi, because he only conceded 19 off his 2 overs. It was a bit unlucky in there because there was a catch there that might have been taken. Instead it went for 6. Anyway, we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Should be a good one. Tigers chasing 121 for victory. Both teams can use the points. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo in Sweden. Great to be in Stockholm on this beautiful sunny Wednesday. Please join us after the break for the second innings of this game. Andrew Ryan will be back with me as well. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers and connoisseurs of the T10 game, and welcome back to Stockholm. Great to have your company. We are at the MCG, the Mashta Cricket Ground, and we're ready for the second half of what's been a pretty entertaining contest so far between the Stockholm Tigers and Hammarby. And yeah, looking forward to seeing what happens in the second half, because I think it's pretty much bang on a pass score. 120 was scored in the first half by Hammarby. Certainly not everything going their way, but enough things going their way to at least get them to a serviceable total. It's a game that could go either way. As we see Hammarby preparing to defend it, it'll be Farouk Ahmed, the captain, coming out for the Tigers. He's the leader of the pack, isn't he? He's out there with Ahmed Korsa. I think the top three are super important for the Tigers. Got those two, and also you're likely to see Rizvi Hoke at number 3. There's some other good hitters like Akash Islam to bat in the middle order. But yeah, right now, I think the start's all important. We have seen the ball swinging around corners this morning for some reason as well. And so I think whether the ball moves around or not will be pretty relevant as well. Rashid Kazi is going to get us going. Wherever you're watching from, it's great to have your company. It's been a pretty busy time here at the ground. Just going to find some time to pop into the YouTube chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. No, John Gray, nice to have you with us, John. Hopefully you're well. He's saying he spent a fair bit of time here during his university studies. Is that right? Fantastic. Hello to Nick as well. Good to have you with us. To Kroom, to Kai Bay. The oval looks very green yet. It's very lush here in Sweden. A lot of sunshine. And so, yeah, we're really loving the weather. We're saying more than 18 hours of sunlight every day, and that's before the sun goes down. It still stays bright for quite a while. Anyway, almost ready to go. Umpire says play, and we're away. 121 for the Tigers to claim victory. And it's going to start with a boundary of some description. And I think that one might have gone all the way. It has Maximo. Farouk Ahmed, the captain, opening the batting and doing the job first ball. Vinny sound to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Once again, it's Rhino with me, Andrew Ryan. And couldn't hope for a better start if you're a Tigers fan.
Yeah, certainly not. It's going hard at the ball, Farouk, but he's a sweet striker when he's on. Probably hasn't delivered quite as much with the bat as they would have liked in this tournament, but he's pretty useful with the ball in the first innings. That double spin attack of he and Hock, very effective.
Rashid goes around the wicket and slides in off the pad, but they got very fine leg there.
Target of 121, sizable for Hammarby, but certain times throughout their innings you expected that they were going to be more in the reaches of 135 to 140. Might feel against this dynamic Tigers batting lineup that they're just 10 or 15 runs short. Very much looking forward, Vinny, to seeing Azad with the bat later today. He was probably one of our most impressive on day one, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's true. Wow, that's absolutely tattooed down the ground. Straight, long, strong. Maximo as Causa fires what could be only called a supersonic blast straight past camera one.
Well, a couple of flights coming from Stockholm Arlanda Airport probably saw that flash before their windows. That's a strike and a half. One of the best shots we've seen over the last 3 days.
Yeah, well, you hope that's a blip, not a trend if you're the bowler there. Kazi, 416 so far. Now, cuts this one off. So, I should say 616. The first one did actually carry all the way. Now, Dot.
Showing the advantage of just hitting that point on a good length or just short of a length, bit of variable bounce.
Yeah, I suppose that's an option. You're hoping you get the variable bounce. If not, it probably sits up and gets smashed. Slides into him. I don't think he's going to be hitting the stumps. Probably just heading down the leg side. They'll scramble through for a leg bite. This is one of the negatives, I suppose, of charging. I call that a charge, or kind of getting further down the wicket to play the shot. It kind of gets himself in a tangle there. If he does stand in his crease, he's probably gets a better look at it to maybe pull it away on the leg side.
Yeah, certainly would have been wide. But had it been let go to the leg side. Kazi coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yes! Slightly slower ball, over bowling, but Farouk says, I'll take the one. I'm happy with that. It will take the strike into the first over, and the score is 15 without loss. And this is what I think is bang on a par score. And when you get scores like that, you feel that the golden ball is a distinct possibility. 57 matches since we last saw a golden ball. We had one in Bulgaria. That's the last one we saw.
Can't believe it's taken you at least 3.5 minutes to mention the golden ball, given the nature of this chase, Vinny. I think there's a better than even chance that at least the golden ball will be in play.
Fun fact, and yes, correctly, I'm credited with the creation of the golden ball. That is true. I did create the concept, but I did not create the name golden ball because I'd used all my brain power on the parameters of it. I wanted to call it the Super Ball. And it just doesn't have the same ring to it. James Cantor, our head of operations, he coined the term golden ball. So credit to it.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
Deserves at least 1% of the royalties. Anyway, this one is full, and Farouk does the thing where when you get in the pad and there's an appeal, you just take off to show you that you're not concerned with the appeal, but it has the opposite effect. Makes you look a bit guilty. But that one was always heading down the leg side.
Yeah, probably missing 6th stump down there on the leg side, but a little bit of late swing from it sometimes be quite an effective tactic for a medium fast bowler to just pitch it on leg and try to tail it into the pad, especially with batters looking to plant their feet and thrash.
This one doesn't swing. Most have been. This is going to be 4. It's going to run away. It's all about the placement. Farouk's made a bright start here. And the bowler, Aftab Ahmed, cannot believe that's made it to the boundary.
Well, I'm not surprised he's infuriated. He's actually had Farouk mistime that ball, but evidence there of just how quick this outfield is at Mashta Cricket Club. Bat dragged that from around a foot outside off stump. The bat turned in his hands, and yet it still managed to beat the 2 fielders converging from mid-wicket and long on.
Pitch outside legs, and it's gone. Oh, well. Oh, it's a tough one for Farouk to swallow. Try and show this on the replay.
I sense your instinct is saying this is not out, Maxie.
Yeah, for me, I don't know.
It's a tight call.
Tight-ish. Let's see the rest of it. Nah.
I suspect batter probably deserved the benefit of the doubt on that occasion.
Yeah, I don't know. Left-handers, they'll tell you. They've seen it a million times. Probably because of like where it hits you on leg. If it hits him on leg, it must have pitched outside leg. It's not like it really straightened or anything like that. I got to call it as I see it. I think it's a bit of a rough one. The umpire has to make up his mind in an instant, and that's a bit of a break for Hammarby. They get Farouk, who is looking good. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, certainly a big wicket. In context of this game, nice little 30-odd from Farouk would have been setting the Tigers on their way. On the other hand, it does bring Hock to the crease, and he's been very consistent for them in the opening stages of this tournament. Usually it takes a couple of balls to get going, but man, when this boy gets a short of a length ball, he cracks it to the leg side.
I suppose you look at it on the evidence. Is it conclusive or not? Yeah, I don't think it's one that you can really do too much about. The umpire sees it pitching in line, hitting in line. It wasn't far away. Anyway, left up. He had a bit of bad luck, and then he gets a bit of good luck straight away. And it brings out Rizvi Hock out number 3.
Probably not what they had in the plan, getting Hock there quite this early. But they'll keep pushing the Tigers, and they have to. Started the innings requiring around 12 and over to chase down this target. Started brightly, but Hammarby's got a useful bowling lineup.
Sounds to the wide. He's been swinging the ball a lot, hasn't he? So
It's a hard call for medium fast bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because swing's probably the ultimate way to stop full-blooded shots, particularly if you can get some late swing. But it's obviously particularly the new ball, as we've seen, he's gone completely the opposite way there.
yeah, it's to be 2 wides. Yeah, this is one that doesn't swing. So it's just swing. It's such a funny thing. It's like a zephyr in the field. It comes, it goes. Sometimes if you don't get it quite right, it doesn't happen. And that time he gets his release wrong, and he puts it where he thinks it might swing back onto the stumps, but it just goes straight. And it looks pretty bad, but it doesn't work out. Anyway, this is a top edge, and it's going straight to the fielder, and he's going to take it. Well, can you believe it? A very fine leg. I think that's Tanvir down there. So far away, I can barely see him. But anyway, it is a wicket. And you want to talk about good captaincy. He couldn't have been better placed, 22 for 2.
He's almost in the backstop position, but perfectly spotted for the top edge, and that's a big wicket. Of course, I started with a lusty blow straight down the ground, but won't be annoying the scorers anymore. And that puts a lot of pressure on Hock. It's 2 wickets down already in second over, and Aftab, after a couple of big wides, come back well.
Yeah, kicks it in a bit shorter, so it doesn't give it as much of an opportunity to swing. But yeah, it's been a bit of a journey so far, hasn't it? The Tigers, don't forget, they started with a win over Shista in the first game of the tournament, and it was a really entertaining game. They were kind of out of it, it seemed, but they came back and they won with 5 balls to spare. And then we saw them in match 3 against Jinnah. They kind of got blown away. Jinnah scored 175. They could only make 127 in response. So Tigers do have a win. Hammarby only playing the 1 game so far. They haven't registered any points yet.
This is our boy, Kaiser Azad, come to the crease. It's very good on day 1. Follows that up with a cut shot that he's missed by about half a foot.
Yeah, it's a bit full to play a genuine cut too, but yeah, well bowled by Ahmed. Yeah, this game's going to have a few twists and turns, I can just tell. Yeah, Azad is certainly a guy that likes to attack.
Good figures from Ahmad so far, 2 for 7.
Yeah, for sure. This one does a bit too much. Swings and cuts away. It's a bit of a hybrid fine leg third man position back there, which basically is a good old-fashioned backstop. You can see he actually goes from fine leg to third man to field that. I think I mentioned this already. It used to be a position that as a keeper would cause offence. I find that as offensive as a wicket keeper that you'd have to put someone there, but I can kind of see why. A lot of balls kind of balloon over there. It's well bowled as well. I don't think there's an edge, but it sneaks inside. And that's the end of the second over. It's 24 for 2.
So I'll tell you a story about backstops, and which something that caused a bit of controversy in the high-powered world of Hertfordshire cricket.
Okay.
A little while ago, one of my very, very good friends, Oliver Sims, captain of the Wormley T20 side at the time, the club that I was playing for in North London. So we have a quick look at the standings, and the Tigers sitting mid-table, Hammarby at the bottom, but we'll stick with the more interesting story of the backstop. So final ball of a T20 game, and the opposition needed 4 to win.
Yeah.
Oliver decided to actually put a deliberate backstop in because his theory was that with, I think it was the number 8 batsman on strike, they were probably more likely to win the game from 4 balls
edge.
going past
Yep.
the keeper from our opening bowler who was on at the time. Someone's just swung around to what probably was not the cleanest bit of fielding we'll see this week.
Well, Jarvin, I mean, straight to him, but he's gone the proper crocodile. It's actually shark style because he's gone the big jaws, and it's just come straight out of the hands. So, I mean, he does stop the boundary, but again, really should have been taken. Hazard gets a life.
Ball swung down the leg side, and Hock will take off.
Okay, so what happened? So he put the back. I think that's pretty smart, by the way.
Yeah, I thought it was a very clever move, particularly given we had our opening bowler bowling, who was fairly sharp, occasionally erratic.
Yep.
And he was essentially defending against that, and the opposition went ballistic, saying this is just immoral, it is against the spirit of cricket, you can't put in a backstop, this is ridiculous, it's junior cricket stuff.
Well, it's up in the air, it's hanging, and guess who? It's Jarvin. He goes back and he clangs it again. Well, he's got the hottest hands in Sweden, and not for the right reasons at the moment. They're stinging, they're ringing, and these two riding their luck through this over.
I think, right in saying, I think he put down a relatively easy chance in the first game as well, so Jarvin finally, after 3 misses, has moved himself out to the safer square leg position.
I feel those hands need a chaperone to be introduced to each other because they haven't come together as yet. Anyway, oh, geez, it's going to follow him, I think, as well. Next one, worked away for one. Okay, so I don't... Well, that's probably the best pickup I've ever seen from Arsenal, but I'll gloss over that for now. There's nothing immoral about a backstop. Okay, whatever. What happened?
What happened? Oh, it was just ended up, I think it was a leg by. Nothing particularly
extraordinary.
No,
It
was the reaction of the opposition, and I couldn't, and I guess this goes to show, particularly, you know, without being too harsh to all of my friends in the UK and England, but it is a place of very conservative cricket strategy and structure sometimes, and the concept of someone just doing something that was not typically seen was just a bit too much for for a few of the old boys to cope with.
Yeah, okay. But then what becomes a backstop? A very, very, very fine leg.
Incredibly fine leg. Incredibly fine first slip, just happens to be 40 metres deeper than normally is the case.
I'll give you one, which is crept in the last couple of years, and Corey is one of the instigators of this, of having the fielder right behind the bowler. So having a fielder pretty much in front of the sight screen. I would say I'd like to see maybe, I'd like to see them pushed around a little bit so they're not directly behind the bowler's arm. I think when I went back and read the laws of cricket, as I did in my break, because, you know, something to do. This is in the air. It's good power play batting. This is up and over. Maximo Hazard. He keeps his team at the rate with that one. At the end of the power play, it's 37 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot. That's more like what we've come to expect from Hazard. He's a lovely timer, great range of shots, and he's taking his way to 10 or 5. Hock, he's really struggling at the moment. He's been a little bit of all sorts of dropped catches, balls going down the leg side, just hasn't really got into his rhythm. But Stockholm Tigers, not quite on target or close enough to it. 37 for 2. Probably those 2 wickets are not so helpful for them, but run rates as and where it needs to be. Kazi, he's gone for 27 off his 2, so he's been bowled out.
Yes, I mean, for all of this, it's a pretty even game, if you ask me. Pretty much bang on the rate. As we're going to see, Numes Jarvin bowling over number 4. Yeah, so for me, fielder behind the bowler. Come back to that in a second. There's nothing really wrong with it, except I do feel it's a bit unfair to have, even if he's stationary, I mean, I feel like the batter's entitled to the line of sight behind the bowler, you know. So it's just a matter of maybe moving him a couple of metres, and I think that would be a good little tweak. It's not really covered in any laws and regulations. The general thinking is as long as he's stationary, it's okay. But it's very hard to police, isn't it? I think that'd be common sense. Push past for a single.
So
And to me, it's similar to having a fielder really close to the pitch. You know how there's shadows on the pitch sometimes late in the day, and that is considered a distraction. So you've got to make sure that the fielder is stationary and not moving. But yeah, I think that would be a little tweak we could do.
So
What were you going to say?
I'll give you a story after this ball involving that same person with the captaincy manoeuvre with the backstop.
Okay. Short, helped around the corner. And well, guess who? Nice work down there. Keeping it to 1. Yeah, okay.
Yep, so same Oliver Sims. Back in his younger days, before he moved into captaincy, was a little bit of a tumultuous character to have in the side occasionally, and certainly liked his strategic thoughts to be executed by the captain. Wasn't getting what he wanted on one particular day, so he decided to protest by effectively putting himself into a fielding position immediately behind the umpire. We'll just see what happens on this ball from Javed as swung around off the pad. The fielder scooting in from deep square.
When you say behind the umpire, do you mean a couple of metres behind the umpire?
Probably not far off where the 30-metre circle would be, but effectively his protest was, I'm taking myself out of being useful in this game. No more than 2 balls after he'd put himself there in protest, there was a drive that went straight down the ground, in which was pocketed by him, so that his protest actually became completely effective in trying to keep the runs down. And at that point, I don't think he knew how to react.
Sounded about right. Yeah, I mean, I like that position straight down the ground. I just think maybe you should be, for example, the other side of the wicket to which the guy's delivering the ball.
Yep.
I think just for fairness. Doesn't really bounce. Skews off the pad. Tied it up pretty well here, Javed. As we get to the end of the over. Only 6 come off that.
Yeah, it's coming back to that conversation with 4 overs gone. Stockholm running along reasonably nicely. It's an interesting thing. Is as a batter, if I'm hitting down the ground, I will generally try to give it the full face of the bat and hit it as straight as possible. Because the theory is always, if you miss-hit that slightly, at least you're going to be putting it in between long off and long on.
You can't train yourself out of that as a batter. I'm the same. I mean, I thought hitting straight is a very effective strategy. Looking at that, you see that 4th over, it just dipped that white line below the required rate, but only just. Still very, very close game, this one. I actually, it only happened to me once. I think I was on about 80 odd in grade cricket, and they put a fielder there because I hit a lot of balls there. And I actually, he's in the way of the side screen, so I actually stopped the game and said, "Can you move, please?" And he did. Yeah, he did. I just said, "Can you just move a bit?" And as soon as he was out the way of the side screen, and no one seemed to worry about it. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Anyway, this big Issa Farouk, who's going to start with a wide. The other one, which when I looked it up, is cards on occasion we've seen the Spanish team particularly, they're walking backwards after the ball's bowled. But actually, do you know, you can't do that. You can't walk backwards after the ball's, you can't actually make a movement until the batter's touched the ball, unless you're reacting to the shot or something like that. So that kind of movement actually, we'll probably see that interpretation brought in, it's in the laws of cricket, and it's actually illegal fielding. So it's fine to be stationary inside the circle, but you can't move back outside the circle unless you're reacting to a genuine shot being played. So you can't do it as a premeditated measure.
How far do you think before the batter makes contact that you can be defined as reacting?
Well, I think you just need to. I think you just need to be reacting for some reason. I think normally it's for shots behind the wicket, right? So, for example, you're not allowed to move sideways. Let's check this one. Yeah, he's okay. That, you know, sometimes you see them shaping to reverse sweep or something, or fielder square of the wicket. We'll see the way the batter's about is shaping to hit it. They might move a little bit to the side.
Can I give you a different one?
Yeah, go on.
We'll just see Farouk deliver. Hock beats himself outside off stump. Once again,
here comes a run. Oh, does it?
So much happening on that ball.
Yeah.
So, fielder, if you're trying to save an extra man, let's say you're down to 4 required off the last ball.
Yep.
Putting your fielders at mid-off and mid-on, and having them turned and essentially ready to sprint back to the boundary.
Okay.
So giving yourself.
That's good luck fielding that.
Goodness.
That's another one that's shot through.
Let's focus more on fielding strategy than execution there.
We'll do that. If it comes off, it's a tough one. Tries to get behind it really, but doesn't have too long to react. It's right the circle there. That runs away for 4. I guess that's fine as long as you don't actually start sprinting until the ball's hit, right? Because if you're doing that before the batter's received the ball, then technically that's illegal fielding.
And this is where I'm coming to, that if the batsman is taking a big swing in preparation to hit down the ground, as Fruit comes charging in again.
In the air, and 6. Yeah, full toss cashed in. They needed to move on, and they've got it now. Tigers bring up their 50 with that stroke. Maximo, 55 for 2.
Yep, so batsman taking a big swing in preparation to try to smoke the bowler down the ground. How long do they have to wait before they can get, even if you're getting an extra 10 metres there?
These are judgment calls, but it comes down to this. You can't premeditate a movement. It has to be genuinely in response. So that's a judgment call for the officials to make. Yeah, so, and then there are certain penalties if you do that. Up and in the air. This is flying away as well. That's going to be 6. Maximo. And just when they'd taken a bit of a wobble, the Tigers back on the prowl with back-to-back 6s.
I'll give you an interesting comparison. Maybe this is the lawyer in me coming out, Vinny, but it is completely acceptable in cricket activity for a player on the 30-metre circle to take 5 or 6 steps in as the bowler's moving.
Yes.
But we don't like them taking steps backwards as the shot's being played.
Correct. Anyway, I'm going to come back to that in a second because I know this enthralling trawl through the minutiae of the fielding regulations is entertaining, but we will take a bit of a break from the ECS actually at the end of September for 4 weeks in Carswell for the ECC. More about that on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Check it out. 7 teams will make it to the Championship week, the 6 group winners and the reigning champions, Netherlands 11, who beat England 11 in the final last year. Anyway, start of a new over. Nice Jarvid. Get the old-fashioned shoulder arms there. Where were we with that? So, yeah, the reason is the laws of cricket say that you can move in. It says that it defines what's acceptable movement, and a few steps in towards the batter is acceptable unless they're fielding very close.
I guess that's my point, that we have codified what is acceptable in that instance.
Yep. This hit should just be 1.
So the codification of something that is inherently an attacking manoeuvre in the field as opposed to something that is inherently a defensive manoeuvre.
Yeah, or it's just maybe just that's the way people field, and so they say that's fine. But what they don't want is, I suppose, trickery. I suppose is the word I'd use for it. This is blasted flat bat smack over long on Maximo, and Rizvi, well, he hasn't always been convincing out there, but he's hitting his straps. He's 26.
They might regret not being able to take his wicket on a few of those instances in which he wasn't quite showing the same form that he was on day one. He and Azad, who was so effective for them in those opening games, they've put together a pretty useful partnership here. Stockholm Tigers staying on or about the run rate, and certainly the odd Maximo is helping.
Yeah, what does he do now? Does he pitch up? He won't do anything yet. It's pretty entertaining game. It's still pretty much on that, sitting on that red line. Stockholm Tigers. They want a tight chase. Match 1, don't forget. If I go back to match 1, I've got an inkling it might be exactly the same target, or very close to, that they chased down.
Good bowling there from Jarvid, as Vinny checks that previous scorecard.
Well, they chased 120, but they did finish on 121 in that first game against Shista. Humays. A little bit short, gets through the fielder. You know that these can be costly, can't they? It's not an easy one. The ball does really fly, but you can't get anything on it. There's 4 more to Hock.
Yeah, I can't help but blame the bowler there. I was about to say at that last ball, he's seen the recipe for success against Hock. He's so good either hitting over long on or pulling to square leg. The last ball was precisely what he should, the previous ball was precisely what he should be doing. Full ball swinging away wide of off stump, but he's just gone back to the short of a length delivery and he gets punished.
Yeah, you're right. Still well executed. We've seen those kind of shoot along the ground and catch people LBW or bowled. Last ball for Jarvid.
There you go. There's that length, Vinny. That length that Hock struggles with.
It's not rocket surgery, is it? As we get to the end of the 6th over, it's 72 for 2. That's 12 and over that they're going at. Makes the required rate 12 and over. For a tie at least, 12 and a quarter to get you the win.
It doesn't happen often when you see a chasing team tracking the run rate required so consistently as the Tigers have throughout this innings.
Well, you know what will happen if it continues that way? The golden ball tingle is going to appear and intensify I just feel like one big over, one way or the other, could decide this game. 3 over 7, 8, 9. This is a fairly useful partnership. We've got two good hitters there. Not really in wicket pressure, are they? Stockholm Tigers. Obviously, Farouk went in what we thought was slightly unfortunate circumstances, but it hasn't hurt him too much. And it's going to be Khalid Mahmood, who's going to bowl over number 7. Starts with a good one. It's not a wide. It looks wideish by the time you see it reach the keeper, but at the point it passes the crease, you can see it's pretty well inside. Good bowling from Mahmood.
Also feels like it's Azad's weakest area.
He turns this into a pull. Fumble at mid wicket, and Javed Ahmed. He's put the leather repellent on the hands today, hasn't he, unfortunately? Because if he grabs this, he has a shot at running out the batter, but he can't hold on.
Bravely put himself back into that mid-wicket zone. It's all been happening there.
Slight miss hit this time. It's a good miss hit because it won't carry to the fielder. It's good stuff so far from Khalid Mahmood. He's basically a fake left armour. He's recreating that angle, isn't he? And they do have a fairly well reinforced field on both sides of the wickets, really. I'll be looking cover mid off here. Yep, around there, and that'll run away for 4. So I think with that field, there's no one back at deep cover, no one back at long off. So I think you go with the angle, don't fight it. And that's what the batter does, and he gets 4.
Yeah, nice shot. He's got a good range of strokes around the ground. This partnership over 50 now, up to 56. Stockholm Tigers 78 for 2. It's only 43 off 20. I need to keep consistently finding the boundary. This is by no means an absolute certainty, but as you said, Vinny, just one powerful over, and it might be enough to get them into a good position. Mahmood, I like that line and length to Azad. It feels like it's the only place that he's particularly uncomfortable playing.
He's trying to turn this into a pull. It's not really there to pull, is it? So it probably would have been better trying what he tried last time. I think it's because they changed the field. They put the deep cover back. Last ball, the over. Well bowled. And Mahmood really kind of exploits Azad in that area. Only 6 off that over. Swings the game, I think, towards Hammerby, but only slightly. Score is 78 for 2 after 7. Coming up next, Stockholm CC taking on the Tigers. Good old-fashioned Stockholm derby back in the 1500s when they first formed the Swedish country as we know it. And I bet they would have foreshadowed the Stockholm derby in the ECS Sweden. Match 13. And I'm telling you, weird things happen in match 13. Okay, more about that shortly. But anyway, Tigers winning the toss and batting in that one. And it starts in around about half an hour. Both those teams will have had a game under their belt by the time that game is played. Yeah, the match 13, that's when we had, for example, Dreux, the French guys smacking the English club Tunbridge Wells last year. Highest ever power play of 82, setting that up as they chased 88 and 3.1. And so, match 13 could provide a few surprises. Right here, I mean, we're still on golden ball watch, aren't we? What is it now? It's 43 off 18. They've missed out on some runs that over, the Tigers, and they need to make them up. The time's running out. And they've turned to Essa Farouk Hammerby.
Shows the benefit of the fact that the Hammerby batting lineup didn't score too much off the last 3. Only 26 from those. It was tight bowling from the Tigers.
Yeah, Huck's trying to get the front foot. Look how far he's out of his crease here. And he's trying to come forward. He just loses his shape, you see. He's half a step out of his crease, takes another step, but he just loses his shape. See the head falling off the shot. Still, there's nobody hit deep cover, no one at long off, where you really should be trying to hit that. Hock likes to go leg side, but this time he goes offside and he picks out the fielder. So Farouk comes back and it's a good decision. And Hammerby, well, they are thrilled, aren't they? They're desperate for a win. And that's a nice catch by Ahsan Ali down there at deep point.
Especially not a bad catch for a man who's taped up like a mummy on his right hand. That's a good grab, sorry, his left hand. That's a good grab from
Well,
Ali.
it's his right hand because he's left-handed.
He's left-handed.
If you follow me.
He's opposite. He's opposite.
But anyway.
I think that's full credit to the bowler too.
Yeah.
We talked about Hock, that's the area that he's not particularly strong at. Farouk's managed to keep a couple of balls full outside off stump. That's always a better chance of getting a catch there rather than feeding his leg side.
Yeah. And he was thrilled about it, wasn't he? That's the guy that he's the kind of fits and starts kind of batter, isn't he? He can dominate, but then goes through periods where he can just lose his fluency. New batter out there is Akash Islam. 007, man of mystery. He starts dragging one towards the leg side. Good fielding down there. So took a bit of a Tortuga at the end. It's well blocked. He keeps it to 1. Runs on the board looking good here. We need to find a boundary or two pretty soon, otherwise this game could drift away from the Tigers. This is kind of what happened in the first game of the tournament, if you remember, Rhino as well. They kind of fell off the pace, but then roared back towards the end. He's knocked over, and Farouk gets 2. That's Azad now that's gone, so he's removed both principal instigators in the 8th over, and the Tigers have fallen behind now. It's 79 for 5.
Yeah, great over from Farouk. He's a less heralded member of this bowling lineup, but he's actually done a really good job in this game. That's a huge wicket. I was about to say that if they're going to chase this down, it's probably going to be Kaiser Azad who's going to face the majority of the deliveries. Looks like he's a touch irritated. I don't think that one actually shot through that much. I think he's just tried, probably
I think
a
it
touch.
did keep a little bit low. Not as many as some, but that's why it goes under the bat. But that's always the risk, trying to hit balls on the stumps to the leg side.
Absolutely, and
yeah.
you can see that he was desperate to get something to that strong area, despite the fact that they had 2 fielders at backward square and forward square on the boundary, so they were ready for it. But this is the advantage of sometimes bowling is less about what you want to do and more about giving the batsman what he doesn't want.
Yeah.
Good example there.
Well said. This one's pitched up. New batter out there is Shahadatul Islam. And so gets off the mark with a single.
All Islam at the batting crease at the moment.
Yeah, Shahadatul Islam.
Akash and Shahada full too.
Last ball of the over. Need a boundary here. Well, they won't get one because there's.
How good has that fielding position been for them today?
Well, he deserves a French passport down there, doesn't he? Because he's been on the French cut. And he's been defending it. It's the end of the 8th over, 81 for 4. We said a good over or two, one way or the other, could decide the game. It does seem that way. The 7th and 8th certainly being won by Hammurabi, and you've seen that's why the Tigers have fallen off the pace in this chase.
Yeah, look at that grey worm just deviating far too sharply for the liking of the Stockholm Tigers. I thought they probably would have gone into this game favourites, although the advantage that Hammurabi did have was they played one already today. There'd been a bit of a break for the Tigers.
Yeah, that's true.
I expect they'll be better in the next game, but this is going to be a big win on the assumption that they can close it out for Hammurabi. They've struggled in their opening couple, but this is a really, really good performance from them.
In both these teams playing 3 times today as well, so big day for their tournament. Here's Aftab Ahmed coming back in over number 9. And now, see, because he's been swinging the ball so much early, I actually think with this ball, he's swinging it a more controllable amount. Because that one just had a little bit of tail away from the right-handers. And, yeah, really, I think those last 2 overs have broken the back of this chase.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that, Vic. I've always had a tendency, if I have people who swing the ball a lot, to actually give them the first change opportunity, because actually having a little bit of rough on the ball, not hooping around, that doesn't need to have hooped around. That's a big swipe across the line from Islam, and he's knocked out for a score of 3, 81 for 5, and this is going downhill for the Tigers. But you get people who can really hoop the ball, and sometimes them having the new pill is almost a disadvantage. It's just moving too much.
Yeah, and it can swing from the hand as well. But that's very, very well located once again from Akash. He's got 3 wickets now in this innings. He's been brilliant, unfortunately for the Tigers. They're falling off the cliff at the moment. They've been caged. The score's 81 for 5.
Yeah, well, the Tigers really uphill for them now. Backbone of their batting lineup is back in the pavilion, or the temporary shade that they've got here at the Mashta Cricket Ground anyway.
I think you can call it a pavilion.
It's close enough, isn't it?
Manan did a fairly tidy job with the gloves, and now He's going to come out at 7. Bit of an impossible task now. 40 required off 10. Now you need 4 a ball. This will be a long chase. It'll get the 4. Closest to the flag there. Manan helps it round the corner for a boundary.
Well, one of the few times having that fine leg hasn't paid off for them. Not a great ball, although Aftab, he's now got 3 wickets across his 1 and a bit overs. So he's been a really crucial part of this win.
I eyeing him off for a 5 for maybe before that ball. Still possible, I guess. Nice shot by Manan though. Edges that onto his pad. Just dribbles back to the bowler. It's been a good effort. I mean, Hammarby, they needed the win. The Tigers, obviously, they would have liked it. They already have a win to their name. We've had a couple of different looks with our European Cricket Series this year. Sometimes there's real bunching in the middle. Other times we've seen a bit more inequality, let's say, between the teams. And this seems like one that you'll certainly have more than 4 contenders for those semi-final places. I think, okay, you'll probably have a couple of teams that'll struggle and just won't go their way, but you can see 5, 6, 7, 8 teams are all wanting those top 4 places. So every game's important. And every time that you win, you're actually depriving the other team of points as well. So you got to remember that.
This is almost one of those double points games, isn't it, Vinny? You'd expect these two to be there or thereabouts in similar position on the tail. That's a great ball from Aftab, off speed. Manan trying to swing across the line, and Ahmad, he's now got 4 for 14 off his 2. That's excellent spell.
Yeah. Well, if the trainer was there, they'd be throwing in the towel now because they won't be able to do this. It's well bowled. Doesn't get 5 for, but he does get 4 for. So a pretty good effort from Aftab Ahmed. Once again, I think you'd have to weigh up the value of bowling him in late in the innings where you know he can bowl consistently when the ball's not swinging as much. And I think that's been really effective in just cutting a swathe through this middle order. As he doesn't even look that surprised that he knocks over the target. As we get to the end of the 9th over, it's 85 for 6.
Yeah, a few wickets tumbling now, and Stockholm Tigers just lacking a little bit of depth in that batting lineup, relying so much on Hock and Azad, in addition to Farouk Ahmed. As the last over, Khalid Mahmood gets the chance, and well, it's not a great start once again. The fine leg / backstop has some work to do.
I suppose you knew it wasn't going to be biased sitting down leg side, so just didn't take the extra step. Rahul Khan, he's had a few issues with the gloves.
First time I might have seen a keeper actually hold the hand up as in expecting the outfielder to just go and do the job for them.
Yeah, it's on you. Swing and a miss. But, you know, Khalid Mahmood's come back to bowl the last over. I think he deserves a lot of credit because he came on in the 7th. It didn't take a wicket, but that was when they were right on the rate, 12 and over required. He only conceded 6 in the 7th, although he didn't take a wicket. But then he set up the next 3 bowlers.
You know what I love about this, Vinny? And we can see where the keeper's setting up for the next ball. I mean, he's standing fairly wide. And so I can understand why he hasn't necessarily pouched the one that's gone down the leg side, but he's made absolutely no effort.
I think that Rahul is the WG Grace of wicketkeepers. He's got a meter. He said, if it's not straight at me, don't worry about it. Anyway, this is whipped away, and that's got all the way. Maximo. Nice shot. Oh my God, that's impressed me a lot. That's Ashraf Ulam getting off the mark with 6. Yeah, but I was just saying before, Khalid Mahmood bowled the 7th. He didn't take a wicket, but then he set up, the 8th over. Essa Farouk came on, he took 2 for 3. After Obama bowled the 9th, he took 2 for 4. So he was the start of the comeback, if you like, for Hammarby. Anyway, nice shot by Alam. Well, he doesn't want this one. He's got the thirst for more Maximos, I think, so he didn't want to go anywhere. And, it wasn't Alam, it was Islam that hit that 6, and now to keep the strike. Straight pull, and that's going to be 4. Yeah, nice shot. Straight down the ground, but the consolation runs, aren't they? Tigers, 99 now.
Consolation runs, but they could have done with getting this man in a little bit earlier. Struck a couple of nice blows in this over. Khalid Mahmood feels like he's almost running in at half pace here. Just trying to locate the ball across the face of the right hand. He does love this round the wicket approach.
A couple to come. No full toss, and well,
Full
close.
props to Jarvid for
Yeah.
stopping that. He's had a tough day at mid-wicket, and he saves the boundary.
It's the closest he's come to taking something cleanly, I suppose. So I suppose he finishes on a high, and he will be on the winning team. Don't forget, last ball coming up of match 12. And it's Mia French cut, and fittingly, fielder down there, Tanvir, will finish with the ball. They'll bring up the 100, but it's going to be all over. It's 120 to 100. It's Hammarby to get their first points of the series. I'm hoping it's not their last. This is the last one. Just checking, make sure he does make the run, and he does. So there's no issues there. Probably one of the worst appeals I've ever seen. Anyway, just wasted 7 seconds of our life.
Aside from the fact that he had both his feet and the bat grounded behind the crease.
But anyway, look, congratulations to Hammarby. They do get their first win. And the Tigers, we'll see them very shortly because they will be playing against Stockholm CC in the derby coming up in match 13. We're about 20 minutes away from the first ball, Rhino. That should be a good one. And the news from the toss, the Tigers winning the toss and batting. Let's see what they do with that order. Farouk Ahmed, I mean, he looks good. Got out to a slightly questionable OBW. And I'm sure he'll be wanting to go big because early on he was setting the pace, wasn't he? The Tigers look to be on track for a fair bit of this chase.
Yeah, the left-hander Farouk, we still haven't seen the best of him in this tournament with the bat. Suspect he's probably a little bit disappointed with getting out LBW, but it was due reward for Aftab Ahmed, who bowled a really, really good pair of overs in that game. Wasn't that fielding position at fine leg in the game a lot, as was this man, poor Jarvid. His hands looked like they were separated by a couple of big pieces of burger meat, like a bun that's just far too much to shove in your mouth at the one time.
If it was a late 90s video game, I think it looked like he was throwing a Hadouken at times, wasn't he? The way that the ball was rebounding off the palms. But I mean, this guy, Hock, he's impressed us, hasn't he? He just seems inconsistent though, even when he's at the crease. When he hits him, he looks really, really good. And ultimately, it's last one. He had a couple of key pieces of fielding report. You talked about that catch at extra fine leg. That one as well. That was nicely done by Arslan Ali, who had a pretty good game. But also, credit to bowlers like Farouk, like Aftab Ahmed. They did the job. Ali Mahmood started the rot in the 7th, and from there, it just kind of went off the rails for the Tigers.
Yeah, and once again, Aftab coming back, getting a couple of wickets in his second over. He was very, very good. Nice to see him bowling in the later stages. He's got a nice control on that slower ball. Bowls with enough pace to particularly make it difficult to score heavy runs in the latter stages. And in the end, a pretty comfortable win for the boys from Hammarby, and they will be ecstatic to get their tournament underway, their first victory after a pair of first-up losses. Just have a quick look at that batting card. And Rizvi Hock once again carrying this team with the bat. You said, Vinny, doesn't always look in full flash mode when he's at the crease, but keeps the boundaries ticking over. Kaiser Azad, he scored much more fluently in the previous games. He went for 18 off 17 and ultimately just fell a bit short. 100 on the board for 6 and a good bowling effort from Hammarby.
Yeah, well, Aftab Ahmed was the star, wasn't he? 4 for 13. Thought he might be a sneaky chance of a 5 for, but still 4 is very, very good. 2 for 21 for Farouk as well. He was important, but you know, Khalid Mahmood, a bit like a president and a minority leader that can't agree. He started the shutdown, didn't he? And that's why the Tigers fall 20 short in match 12. We'll be back with the Stockholm Derby soon as Stockholm CC against the Tigers. Next up, when we return, Vinny Sounding here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you just around the corner for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's time for Game 3 and we're about to unleash the Battle of Stockholm. It is Stockholm Cricket Club taking on the Stockholm Tigers. We'll go across to the two captains and Tyrone with the coin toss.
Tigers the call.
Down.
Tails the call. Tails it is.
Yeah, back to the back first.
He's going to play a block there.
So, Stockholm Tigers have won the toss for the second successive game. Chose to bowl in the last contest, but they've elected to put themselves into bat in this game. I think the Tigers are just getting better and better throughout this tournament. Love to see a little bit more from Farouk. His timing has been a little bit off over the course of the tournament today, particularly he is a big player. It was good to see Morita come back from a little bit of a mauling in the bowling innings, and he bowled an excellent 10th over, and I suspect he'll be a really important part for them as well. Stockholm CC, they got their account open with an excellent first up win over Hammarby this morning. Big Matur, he's doing just about everything for them, whether it's batting in the top order, bowling his medium paces, or occasionally even taking the gloves. Expect to see more out of him today. I think this is going to be a cracking contest, another one that's very important for the makeup of this table at ECS Sweden 2023. Get us underway, head back to the commentary box. It is Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu. Take it away, Vinny.
Thanks very much, Andrew, Ryan. And great to have your company back here in Stockholm. Apologies for the slight delay. Obviously, too much sunshine caused the power to go out. And so we're starting 10 minutes behind schedule. But do not worry. We will still play a full 10 over game here.
Well, welcome back, fans, to the European Cricket Network. Apologies for a slight delay. Just a few power issues here at the Mashta Cricket Ground that just took us out of action for a little bit, but happy to say we're back up and running. All the devices, all the machines ready to go, and even a fully reprogrammed Mr. Maximo back in the commentary chair.
That ball was so notable that it knocked out the power. So we got exactly one ball in, didn't we? So apologies for that. Well done to everyone for getting us back up and running. There's Lagan, who gets stroked away. Farouk gets it past the fielder. It probably shouldn't have gone past the fielder. That's rolling away, and it's going to be 4. So yeah, you might not have full capability of everything at the moment, but we can show you the main picture, and I can tell you that probably should have been fielded. It wasn't, and the first boundary, the first runs here in match 13. Didn't I tell you, Rhino? Strange things happen in match 13, and not often you have the power knocked out after one delivery.
It's the dark arts of the number 13. Affects us even up here in Switzerland. What a seed from Sandu. It looks like it was threatening to move away from the batter at one stage, but as it is, it's just popped over the top of the stumps. Great nut.
It was. So, your top order is super important. That's true most of the time, isn't it? But Stockholm CC, fresh off a win this morning. Tigers have got a win in the competition, but not today, as they went down in the very last game that we saw. Shouldn't have any reduction in the overs, so it'll still be 10 over match. And I'll try and keep you up to date with the score, because I think that might still just be coming back at the moment as well. But it's certainly a big game for both these teams.
Certainly is. Lagan Sandu, he's been pretty effective. Stockholm in this tournament with the ball, able to swing it. That one swinging a little bit far down the leg side for his own good.
Northern Ireland Nick says, maybe my shoes are so bright, keep blowing fuses. Not so sure about that. Benedict, who is up from the Djurgården club here in Sweden, he said, did they try turning it on and off again? That, I think, is what did the trick. Got over the wicket.
Oh, Sandu. This one's coming straight for the commentary booth. Unfortunately, carries us by about 10 metres. Both Maximo and I were ready to launch up, take a Western-like snare, but didn't get the opportunity. Nice, Maximo.
What a shot that is. Absolutely banged by Ahmed Corsa. Doesn't this guy hit a 6 first ball pretty often? It's becoming a bit of a habit. And that was a pure cricketing shot.
Loves to hit down the ground, doesn't he? Sandu just drifting into the slot. That's an ordinary ball, but not punished.
Scores 12 without loss. Make that 13 without loss after 4 balls. So we'll keep you up to date with the score. Oh, there it is. It's come back. And I was right. 13 without loss after 4.
Maximo, he's never wrong. Sandu floats it into the slot once again. Corsa takes full toll. Once he gets a hold of the ball, it stays hit. That's consecutive Maximos for him.
Yeah, slamming them all over the place at the moment. Very good start this. I think that's one of the longest first overs in duration that you'll ever want to imagine. It's also high scoring. Lagarde probably wants the deep cover now. I don't mind this because they bring the deep mid-wicket up and at least try to force Corsa to maybe hit across the line or play a shot he doesn't want to, play a more high-risk shot. Last ball of the over coming up.
Sandu floats it outside off stump. Good diving save. Excellent fielding there. The point position. Good work. Backing the bowler up. 20 runs off the first over though. Great start for the Stockholm Tigers.
Magical start. And yeah, fantastic fielding. We've seen some very good fielding in that region today, haven't we? But Stockholm CC versus the Stockholm Tigers. Supercomputer still.
Supercomputer didn't get a reset during the power outage, did it?
Definitely not thinking too much of the batting lineups of these two teams. But what I will say is they are favouring the Tigers slightly. Maybe Stockholm CC would have something to say about that, considering the fact that they won their game this morning. The Tigers didn't. But yeah, I think a fairly even contest, if you ask me. And second over about to begin. And I know you love a high shirt number. It's Deep Jagan Singh, who's going to bowl over number 2, 999 UK emergency line.
Isn't it? Well, let's see if he needs to be calling for some assistance. See how these first couple of balls go. A little bit short of a length. Big swing across the line from Corsa. Probably not the worst length to bowl to this young chap.
Yeah, true. He certainly looks very powerful in the mid-off region. Just leaning on that, hitting it very correctly. Good to see the power's up. And hopefully we don't have any further issues, but if we do go missing, you know what's happening. We'll try and bring you back as soon as possible.
At least you know you haven't missed any of the action. Short of a length, once again peppering the midsection of Causa wants to take away his opportunity to drive straight down the ground. It's a good move, I think, from Sagan. He's got enough pace and bounce to make it happen.
It's good thinking on the fly from Deep Jagan. Their power play so important. Already feel like they're playing catch up, don't they? Stockholm CC.
Short ball cracks into his rib cage. The keeper decides to kick it even further away from the pitch than it landed, but it's just the one, and called leg by the umpire correctly.
Yeah.
Of course, now off strike.
Bangs into him. Ouch. And then, yeah, I like this. That's a bit of the old total football about the keeper's effort here. He spots a guy and says, yeah, well, I could field it. I'm just going to...
Can't be bothered bending
I
down.
genuinely think it was deliberate. It was highly accurate. It's Ashwin Amalraj behind the stumps for Stockholm CC today. That frees up Abhishek Mathur, who's leading the side. Frees him up to bowl.
Oh, short of a length there. Left-hander managed to deal far more effectively with it. Farouk Ahmed, he's quality with the bat. Hopefully we see a little bit more of him throughout this game. 25 for none, 2 balls left in the second.
Yeah, wasn't a well-directed delivery, was it? It was well outside the front hip and just swung away on the swivel by Farouk Ahmed. I do think that Farouk copped a little bit of a dubious one earlier. He'll be hoping that he can have a bit of luck going his way in this innings. I do think he's a man that can impact the score a lot. We haven't seen too much of it this tournament yet.
Swung down the leg side, trying to bring the ball back into the left-hander. A bad tactic, just trying to tuck Farouk up. As the radar's a little bit off.
So I say big thank you to all the umpires as well. Got Suchi out there again. Got Suchi, Bilal and Saeed, who are doing the job for us today. Doing a fantastic job. They've got to make a lot of decisions, literally thousands of decisions they'll make today. Overwhelming majority have been very, very good.
Pitched up, swung across the line from Farouk. Thought about the throw, the bowler's end, number 999. Seeing wasn't getting back there in time, so sensible move from Vijay to keep a hold of it. He's got a decent arm, the left armour. Sure we'll see him use it at the bowling crease later in this innings.
It's been a better over, hasn't it? He's not out of jail yet, though. Deep Jagan Singh. He's only gone for 6, but there's still a ball to go.
Big swing, splits the legs, unable to reach it. It's a couple of wides in this over, but I can see what he's tactically trying to do.
Yeah.
He hasn't been too expensive, only gone for 7 to date.
I always like it when I see a plan. I mean, it's so often we just see bowlers kind of just rocking in and becoming human bowling machines, really. But I like that he's trying to do something. He's a proven performer for Stockholm CC.
Couldn't agree more, Vinny. Concept of plan may not work, your execution may not come off, but at least have it in your head what you're trying to do. That one's just outside off stump. He's extracted the false shot. Fielder coming in for third man, got nowhere near it. Unfortunately, the bowler seeing he deserved better.
Well, I think the keeper wanted it and then realised pretty quickly he couldn't see it. So he just silently withdrew himself from the contest. And that was news to the fielder at third man. He said, hey, I thought I heard a mine and it didn't come from me. Anyway, that's a life for Corsa, and it's the end of the second over. It's 29 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, as a proficient wicket keeper, Vinny, as we just see the Manhattan 20 off that first over was a nice, helpful one for the batting total. What's your take on that? Third man walking in, he's probably only got 5 metres to get to the drop zone. Much more difficult take for the keeper running back.
Well,
over his
this
shoulder.
is what I will say. The keeper should call and take anything that he can reach comfortably. So can he reach it comfortably? So not necessarily anything that's within his range. So I'll tell you what happened there. It wasn't about who it was closer to, because it actually was definitely within the keeper's range comfortably, I think. But there was another issue at play. But first, we're going to watch Joshua Kampati, who's into the lineup, and he's going to bowl over number 3. And he will be bowling to Corsa, who got dropped on 13.
Oh, it doesn't make them pay. Kampati blasts through. I think that's his first time at the bowling crease in this tournament, and He's come up trumps. Well bowled.
Yeah, well, that will make Stockholm CC breathe a lot easier because Corsa goes the very next ball, only costs them 1 run, and Company right on target. That's the first wicket now, and it's 29 for 1.
Ain't no party like it, Joshua Kumpati. That's excellent bowling right on the stumps. And Corsa looks so much less comfortable when he's trying to log it square of the wicket. He's such a good striker down the ground. Not sure why he changed tack, but either way, good piece of bowling.
Yeah, just straightened a bit down the line, didn't it? So, yeah, nice work. See it here. Hitting across the ball on the stumps. If we've seen it once, we've seen it 100 times already in the first 2.5 days. And Corsa didn't stick around to assess the damage. He was off. Nice work by Josh Kumpati. Yeah, so with the high ball, the issue there, the keeper does calls mine, I'm sure. But then he just lost it in the sun. And so I suppose if that was me, I would have called it. As soon as I wasn't confident I could take it, I would have quickly been yelling yours, 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 and making it really clear to the fielder it was now their responsibility. I think he didn't really hand over that responsibility enough. Probably just whispered yours and got out the way. Anyway, this is picking the gap beautifully. Well, guess what? It's Rizvi Hock, and there's Shub, whose fielding has been a little bit underwhelming in the series so far. But that's a very good start for Rizvi. He gets 4.
Just such a typical Rizvi Hock shot, isn't it? Just clearing the front leg, dragging it across to mid-wicket, but he hits it consistently. Farouk struggling to get on strike at the moment. He's only faced 5 balls of this 2 overs and 2 balls, as Hock wouldn't be giving him too many balls short of a length on the leg side. Generally puts those away.
This is a pitch, though, where you can afford to bang the ball a bit shorter than you would normally on an artificial surface that we'd run into, because you do have the pitch as a variable. I think you're getting that ball that shoots through on occasion. It can be a wicket-taking delivery. So, yeah, I think you're seeing bowlers not bowling as many Yorkers as a proportion of their overall deliveries. Anyway, Farouk does get the strike back. Let's see what he can do to Joshua Kumpati.
Pretty tight over so far. He's only gone for 5. Picked up the wicket. Good length ball. Hits him on the back pad. It's a nice appeal, and the finger goes up. Well, Ahmed, he was the victim of a tough LBW call in that previous game. This one's hit him, I think, on the back leg.
Yeah.
Look at it on the replay.
I think it was the back pad. Let's check it out. He's kind of caught in the crease, isn't he? Yeah. I think that's probably umpire's call on whether it's hitting or not. To me, it's probably more likely to hit than not. And just a bit of in movement does the job for Josh Kumpati. He takes both openers with him in this first over that he's delivered. He's been such a revelation. He's got 2 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a pretty good call, Vinny, and I at least like the bowler being rewarded for a good piece of bowling. He's beaten him with a little bit of loop, might have even been a slight change of pace. Hit Farouk on the back pad, and the umpire's entitled to put the finger up for that
Doesn't
one.
have long to travel from the point of impact to the stumps, does it? And when I do that kind of thought experiment, when I take Farouk out of the equation there and just watch that ball without a batter, I think it's hitting the stumps. Although I'm pretty sure it's hitting the stumps. Akash Islam, the new batter.
Oh, what a first over from Kumpati. 2 wickets. And still 1 ball to go. And Tigers have had the brakes put on. 34 for 2. Last ball coming up in the power play.
Yeah, so I think this power play is kind of a draw, to be honest. 2 for 30 odd. But Kumpati with the double breakthroughs. He's got the 007 to deal with.
Well, after a cracking over, he's just come up with one of the worst balls we've seen today. Only a full toss outside the leg stump. It's going to be called no ball, and it's been hammered away for a boundary.
Yeah, it's pretty much shoulder height. And the 007 has no problems with that. So she's very quick to put the arm out. So it just shows you how things can go off the rails pretty quickly. Because this over, we were pretty sure wasn't going to go for too many at all. We'd gone for 5 with the ball remaining. Well, there's 7. and
a free hit.
And a free hit to come.
Pressure back on Kumpati. Islam's been promoted up the order. It's not a bad move. Vinny, he's shown the ability to hit boundaries in the games we've seen to date.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Farouk, though, with the LBW, yes, I'd call that a 50-50 one. Could have gone either way. He probably felt He got the rough end of the stick last time. It just wasn't his day, was it? Although,
I guess the odds of having two 50-50 decisions go against you, he'd suggest that in Maximo terms, his probability of that shows that he's been a little bit unlucky today.
yeah, the other thing is, I don't know if the last one was a 50-50 that he copped, if I'm completely honest.
Oh, the party might have had a third one if that hadn't have been a free hit, no ball.
Loving the appeal, and totally oblivious to the fact, and now he has the sheepish smile. Let's do a hypothetical. Just missing, or maybe just missing. Just
Offside.
missing, or just clipping the leg stump.
I think clipping video.
Yeah.
I would have triggered that. Hit right in front, right on the back leg. Compati, end of an eventful over, 2 for 12, and it feels like they've started pretty well here. The Stockholm Cricket Club. Have a look at where the table sits. Both of these teams sitting with 1 win, 2 losses. Obviously, Stockholm, after a pair of floggings yesterday, their net run rate is in a much worse position.
With Hammarby winning, so there's 6 teams tied on 2 points at the moment. I know that a couple of them have games in hand, but it just shows you that I think there could be a bit of congestion in this series. I know the World Test Championship's on at the moment, Australia versus India, so thanks for the updates. I'll be catching up on some of the highlights of that later. Kroom saying the overrate's not too good. What's the overrate like over there? Do you think we need to give them the clock?
Ooh.
I think we got to give them the clock. No, is it time for an old man rant? Because normally Rico does these. Even Charlie was putting the old man rant the other day. But I got to say, some things I don't like about modern cricket. Anyway, Deep Jagan Singh bowling out. It's driven down the ground for 1. How often do you need to change your gloves? I mean, all right, 2 on the fumble. They'll take it and they'll get it. Good proactive running.
Both pretty quick between the wicket, these two. I like the intent.
When there's a wicket in the first over and 6 or 7 guys in bibs run on with a selection of drinks, come on, leave the 11 players out there to do what they do.
Not only leave them out there, but cricket is meant to be a physical test.
Yeah, exactly.
See Deep Jagan coming in again. Ball's just squeezed down the leg side off the pad.
I honestly remember we used to get drinks every hour. The last 15 minutes were, well, Bear Grylls style in the desert. You know, for me, I couldn't get a drink that easily, and that's when my concentration would waver. I'd be fantasizing about the cordial coming. There was none of this, first class service of, don't get me wrong, it's important to stay hydrated and whatnot, and I'm certainly made up for it at the drinks break. So it gets through him pretty quickly. But yeah, that's my thing. I think there's a lot of these very avoidable delays, and I don't think it's really fair to spectators. I'm not the only one that thinks that, but it's always lip service that they pay to it. But they had this, they're finding excuses of why they're behind. Just make them get on target and have big penalties for not bowling your overs. I think run penalties. I don't see any other way around it. But if you're going to penalise the fielding side, you then also have to crack down on the batting side.
It's a dual responsibility.
Unnecessary delays.
No,
So you got to shoulder the load.
Just see.
Old man rant complete.
Let's continue it. Deep Jagan gets a big inside edge that's flying away down to boundary. Looks like it's just going to creep up. Geez, so happy to have those flags in there for the last couple of days, Vinny. I'll come back to that. A sport that you and I both have quite a bit of fondness for. Baseball has addressed that this season with the pitch clock in Major League Baseball. Hasn't it made a difference to the tempo of games?
Haven't they umpired it to the millisecond if you watch any baseball this season? And I do think the actual rule book about how it works is about it's pretty long. Anyway, this is whipped away for 1. Yeah, the pitch clock, there's been some pretty dramatic changes in baseball this season. 50's come up during that over for the Tigers. Not a bad start at all despite losing their openers. It's 51 for 2.
Yep, continue on with that thought on the baseball.
Yeah. So Major League Baseball this year, they've introduced a pitch clock. They trialled it in the AAA last season, which is 1 level below. Pretty much, I think it's 15 seconds. And there's certain times, it's quite complicated if you don't understand baseball, but there's a certain time the batter has to engage eyes with the pitcher and be ready with 8 seconds to go. Otherwise, the batter gets a penalty. If the pitcher doesn't start his motion before the pitch clock runs out, then he gets a penalty. And the penalty in baseball is pretty easy. If it's against the batter, there's a strike on him. If it's against the pitcher, there's an automatic ball. So I mean, they've also made the bases bigger. Did you know that in baseball
Actually,
this year?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think they've made it from 15 inches to 18 inches.
Is that for safety of players
just
running to the base?
No, it's to encourage more players to steal bases.
Okay.
So, it reduces the distance slightly. There's another slight change with the amount of times that a pitcher can throw over to first base to try and hold a runner on. So I think they can do it once or twice. If they do it a third time, then unless they get the guy out, then the guy gets to second base.
Interesting. It's almost not quite, but it's not far off being the equivalent of the man cat, is it, in cricket?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But it's not considered unsporting at all in baseball.
It can be infuriating to watch, though.
But it's interesting. Another one, how in cricket, when the ball hits the batter and goes away into space, they don't run because it's considered unsporting. In baseball, there's no even question of that. You threw it. It's your fault what happens next. Obviously, you can't deliberately interfere with it, but let's just play on.
Short ball smashed away to the leg side. That's his favourite area. And Hockey's probably been the most consistent batter in this entire tournament so far. He just doesn't miss out. And thankfully for the Stockholm Tigers, because they do put a lot on his shoulders, but boy, does he love pulling to that square leg region.
Kroom's also got a good point that the over rate is pretty relevant for the World Test Championship because you do get docked points. So, I mean, that's probably true.
It's not something you think about in the heat of battle. I'd love to see something that just...
People always deprioritise it because they think, okay, we'll worry about that later. Right now, we're winning the game. We don't really care. So we're going to keep bowling someone with a 35-metre run-up because we think that's our best option at the moment rather than bring on a part-timer.
Well, no part-time nature of that shot. Hockers hoiked it backward of square. Superb strike.
Great shot. Yeah, this is a very brisk start from the Tigers on the prowl after dropping some points this morning. That was just slightly angled in towards the pads and whipped away nicely.
Yeah, so Vinny, that last point you made, that's the one why I've been reticent about ball clocks or the like, or almost too much focus on game clocks in Test match or international cricket, because you don't want to take away the opportunities to have proper fast bowlers charging in off long run-ups.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the ultimate spectacles in the game. You don't want everything to come about how quickly can I get through this over.
Yeah. I can think of some common, using the baseball comparison, because obviously that's something they brought in at the highest level. This is whipped away. This is a bit of a task for the fielder. He's not going to get there. He tries the flying kung fu stop, doesn't work, and Hock hoiks that away. Moves to 20. Nice batting. Yeah, so let me think about it. In cricket, you could probably have a clock for... You can nominate people as a spin bowler or a fast bowler, and you could probably have a clock that you need to start your run-up before before that clock runs out. Or something like that. I haven't thought this through. But then it's all about little penalties. The thing is, they're little penalties, but consistent penalties in baseball, and that's why that works. Because you can give a strike or you can give a ball against a particular team. It's not huge game-changing, but it can be. And it's enforced. So in cricket, it might be as simple as a one-run penalty at the time. So we tend to load up, let the problem get out of hand and then try and hand out a big penalty. Then everyone's too scared because, that's a big penalty. But imagine in the heat of the moment, and again, I don't quite know how you judge it, but I'll tell you in a sec.
It's a good ball from RC. Good bit of keeping too. Fumbled the ball, but got in the body right behind it.
Saw a good Instagram post about keeping your eyes in line with the ball when you're keeping up to the stumps, and that's pretty much what Amal Raj does there. But imagine if you had a one-run penalty either way at the time, if the batter wasn't ready or if the bowler didn't start the delivery on time. So
I'm not a big fan of describing those things as penalty. I wouldn't mind a free hit being given off the next ball.
Yeah.
I think sometimes there's a big thing among cricket fans, and as we just see the Tigers end up 67 for 2 after the 5 of let's give a penalty. Actually, I don't like the idea of penalties, but
I'll flesh that out in a minute, but first let's have a look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network over the next couple of months. We're here in Sweden for a 2-week adventure. It will culminate in a tri-series between the Swedish national team as well as Germany and Estonia. Then we'll be off to Romania for 2 weeks. I'll be starting that series with Rico, and then I have to pop off for a bit of time off because I need to be back for the Valletta Cup, but Charlie will take you through the second half of that series. Charlie's also going to be doing the Bulgaria T20 Internationals. We've got the Netherlands T20 International Women's Tri-Series. That's going to be a cracker of a time as well. This is a Gundy ball from Vaja first up. That's going to go for 4. as Akash Islam getting moving. Moves to 18 off 9 balls. Yeah, so when I say penalty, like, it's very easy to penalise the bowling team. It's harder to penalise the batting team because it's easy, like, okay, a free hit. But what's the opposite of that? Is it the batter having to face a ball and they can't score any runs, for example, but they might still be out? That's probably the natural opposite because, again, it's the yin and yang. If you're going to have it for one side, you need to have an equal thing for the other side. So in baseball, it's quite easy because you've got a ball or a strike. And the reason I said 1 run penalty one way or the other. Wow. Well, that's gone. That's not 1, that's 6. As Vijay has gone 4 and 6. And the 007 mystery man, Islam, takes the Tigers to walking 677. He got all of that, Rhino.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Seeing that he's capable of finding the boundary with ease in some of the previous games. Got the opportunity up the order and taking it with both hands. Just waiting for that ball to be fired back in. Let's have a look at the chat. Great to have Dave back with us. He's been one of our big supporters this week. James Stewart has just joined. Great to have you on board. And I Nick there. Apu Onu, Asif Salim, Jibon Chakma. Everyone's in the chat today. It's great to see.
All right, now I'm curious about this live thought experiment. And now we're not even worried about the time thing. If there's a penalty of a automatic free hit, then there's got to be an opposite, right? Oh, no, don't run. It hasn't gone anywhere. For some reason, I thought it was the non-striker then. But anyway, yeah, a ball as a batter that you can't score off, but you could get out. So if it's a wide, as a fielding team, you've burnt it, that's it. But what do we call it?
So sorry, can you explain that one to me again, Vincenzo?
Okay, sorry, I've lost everyone. This is what happens when I have these genius moments. As Islam edges a 4 off Vijay, who gets the moral victory, but he loses the points. It doesn't go where he wanted it at all, but it does go to the boundary. So I'm saying, what you said with the time thing is if the bowler, let's say, was too slow to bowl, whatever that is, that's an automatic free hit. So the batter can score runs, but they can't get out. True? That's on a free hit, that's the thing. Batters can score runs, but you can't get out, essentially, except for run out. Bowled him.
Cleaned him up. Vijay finally gets the direction where he wanted it. Left armour takes out the middle stump of Islam, and after some excellent hitting from him, he goes for 28 off 14. It's actually the end of the over. The Stockholm Tigers, after 6, are now 82 for 3. 81 for 3, I should say.
Yeah, 81 for 3, and Vijay finally gets something going his way. Good ball to finish. Just pitch on and straighten. So, yeah, free hits. Can't get out and can score runs. So the opposite of that is can get out, can't score runs. So particularly in, say, a test match or something. So, yeah, obviously you can block it. A lot of times you're not trying to score runs, but you have no upside to the delivery. So maybe that would be the opposite of a free hit. Like you said, if the batter pulled away or something like that. Again, it's not a huge penalty, but it's just a slight drawback. Because I think theoretically, just a bit of behavioural analysis here, that little often penalties work. A bit like parenting. Right? Consistent, but followed through. They don't have to be huge penalties. That's how you shape behaviour. There's 2 deep points back here. And
good bit of fielding.
They're going to both have something to do.
That was nicely done from Agent 999 out there coming over from the point boundary.
All right, let's have a look at this one. It's pretty good fielding. Gets down to his right. Yep. And just, yeah, knocks it and Vijay cleans up. Good work. Yeah, but, okay, so I've already decided that that's a cool idea. But what is it called? Because free hit's got a good ring to it.
Well, good hit there from Azar. He's managed to blast a 6 on his first ball after some struggles in the last game. That's a gorgeous strike.
Yeah, that's a very good straight hit. Pierces the long on, long off. Yeah, maybe it's like a free shot for the bowling team. And instead of giving that signal, you point your finger down and make like you're stirring
the pot.
Stirring a pot. Yeah, so you got the free hit and you got the free shot. You got a free shot at getting the batter out, and you can't go for any runs.
Can I go for another one?
Go on.
Having the hands bound in front as though there's nothing that you could do.
Some very violent overtones of that one. All right, well there we go. You heard it here first.
Right on strike. pops out. That's another lovely shot. He's timing the ball nicely in this innings. 10 off 2, giving a little bit of acceleration to this Tigers scorecard.
Yeah, it's nicely worked away. Gets it behind point, gets the boundary, lets it come to him. That's why he gets it so fine. Yeah, and Nick's saying the thing is, if you give the batter a ball, it's not straight. The batter can just ignore the ball. Yeah, it's true. I'm just saying that in games where you're trying to protect your wicket, you still would like to score runs, right? So you're taking something away from the batting team. Just like, it's exactly the same as what you do in a free hit, but the opposite.
Can we possibly extrapolate from our old indoor cricket days and go for the third ball rule in application, where the score must move as a penalty and creating the chaos of potential run-outs?
That's probably too chaotic in a longer form game. That it just because I'm talking what it is the batter pulled away or something. But okay, having said that, even in the baseball rules, you are allowed, for example, 1 timeout per inning or per at-bat, right, actually, to be more correct. So for people worried that, okay, you can never even have a talk to your bowler or anything like that, you could say, look, once and over, you can call your timeout or whatever, or you can call your timeout and have a chat to your captain. But you can only do that once and over. You can't be constantly doing that every ball, making adjustments. And same for the batter, as this has edged away, and it's well picked up down there. The end of the 7th over, 94 for 3. So same for the batter. They can pull away once, let's say, because they're distracted or they don't feel right or they're going to fly in their face or whatever it is. But you can only do that once and over. So, so there are provisions. But I just think in general, the problem with slow over rates is that it's little delays that all add up.
Yep.
And they add up to like an hour a day. So if you can just work on those little things, and I think the only way to do it is little penalties as you go.
I'll give you one that really annoys me, particularly when I'm umpiring.
Yep.
People who insist on taking their gloves off when they're at the non-striker's end.
Yeah.
And then by the time they get to the striker's end, waste a good 15 to 20 seconds putting them on.
Yeah.
And if that happens 100 times a game, that is an incredible amount of wasted time to add on to a batting effort.
That's true as well. Guess who's back? It's Campati. Gets hit down the ground for 1. Yeah, so you're right there. That can be a bit irritating as well. And there's all these other ideas, like in the Big Bash, they're talking about if you're not at the crease on time, the bowler gets a free hit at the stump. See, these things are probably a bit too extreme. Like imagine the batter, bringing a rule saying you can bowl whenever you're ready, and the batter has to be ready. You're going to feel like a bit of a you-know-what if you're bowling at a guy that's not ready. That's going to create some bad blood, isn't it? So I think you got to look at that. I mean, timed out, the interesting one. We haven't ever had a timed out in over 3,000 matches, even though the rules are there.
You'd be a gutsy umpire to.
But see, timed out, I've worked out timed out's even worse sportsmanship than a man can. It's funny what players think anyway.
Hawks had to reach for that out of the leg side. Good contact, but sends it out to deep mid-wicket, brings that back on strike. And Tigers 97 for 3. Still 3 balls left this 8th over. So they're moving along to a pretty decent target. Should be somewhere around the 130 to 145 range. Shortish ball. Azad just chooses to nudge it down behind point. Talked in the last game that's not his most comfortable area. Certainly not as profitable as some of the other strokes that he's got in his repertoire.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look who's popped in. It's Rico, and he's heard my rant. He said, "Hi all, is Vinny having a rant again?" Well, I learned from the best, Rico. Hope you're enjoying your weeks off, and missing you here, of course. Right, they're doing a great job. Oh, could be gone.
He might have lifted his foot. I think he's gone there, Vinny.
It's been caught a wide, but he can be stumped off to wide. Yeah, it had a little funny shuffle, didn't it? Now, I don't know whether he's lifted his toe. He's been dragged out. This will tell the story. Very sharp keeping. Let's have a look. What happens to this toe? It is up. I think he's all right.
He's lifted that toe 2 or 3 times in the space of a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I think it has bobbled around, but it's not out. It's very good work. He was basically tap dancing like Shirley Temple, wasn't he? But he had the toe down at the critical time. Sharp keeping, but Hawk survives.
Oh, well, that could have been a big moment. Hawk, he's likely to go big in these final overs. Campati continuing to cause chaos occasionally for batters for the Stockholm Tigers. 2 balls to go on his over. Short of a length. Hock goes big. He goes long. He goes very mighty indeed. Big 6. And after he could have been dismissed on that previous ball, he's taken full toll.
That was boned, wasn't it? He got all of that Hock. That's his power zone. Rico saying he agrees with you. Hates the batters putting the gloves on every time they have to face. And
maybe it's almost Rutgers like to consider a penalty if you can't wear gloves for an over. You're taking too long to get them back on.
Yeah. Yeah, Rico's very pro a timed out. He wants to be able to call it from the commentary box.
Oh, beats Hock. Inside leg stump, but that's going to fly away for 4 runs. Didn't see the call there.
It's been called runs, I think. I don't know if there's a little edge on this. Yeah, maybe. Maybe a little bit inside edge. And, as a keeper, they deflect more than you think. Let's see if we pick it up here. I mean, can't really tell it's possible. I think also he probably didn't quite react to the movement off the pitch of that ball, but it does take us to the end of the over. The Tigers are 109 for 3. Once again, I think we're all set up for a kind of, I'd say pass score. I feel like this is heading 120s. Mate, they're on track for even more than that, but let's see. Yeah, so, yeah, Rico doesn't like it when the batters have to do their makeup before taking guard. You know what you're saying?
Rico,
you know what I think in our cricket as well?
Couldn't agree more.
Ban taking guard. Scratch a line there and just end it. I mean, it's not going to go anywhere. It's 10 overs.
It's just a habit thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, and final word on it, as Yadlapali comes in to the attack in over number 9. He starts with a wicket. Hazard gets knocked over.
Well, he's thrusting his arms up in protest. Not happy that he's been cleaned up again for a ball that's shot a little bit off short of a length. He's had it happen in consecutive games.
Groundhog Day.
It's almost a bit like Paul Farouk's got deja vu because he's twice been gunned LBW, and now Hazard is back to the pavilion being cleaned up for the 2nd game in a row.
Well, this pitch is not on Hazard's Christmas card list, that's for sure. But having said that, hey, you got to reward the bowlers for putting it in the right spot. He's dangerous, hitting across balls that are fairly straight. And yeah, well, just going back to what we're saying, Rico said he's loving the big scores from Sweden. He thinks there's going to be more centuries coming for sure. Well, thanks, Rico. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be catching you in about a week and a half in Romania.
Nice ball from Yadlapali, but it's a little bit in the slot. Fielder comes around. Matur can't stop it from going to the boundary, and Islam gets off the mark with a boundary. Nice shot from a man fresh to the crease.
Yeah, he liked the idea of going with the hand here, Matur, but he didn't have time. He ended up kind of going with the foot and couldn't do that either. So 4 runs. Very, very confident looking shot first up from Shahadat ul-Islam.
Yadlapali continues. That one's also in the slot, but a big heave across the line. And unfortunately for the batter, he's had that crack into his middle stump. Stockholm Tigers have lost their 5th wicket. Score 117 for 5.
I suppose that's a productive innings. At least he does get the 4.
200 strike rate in the end.
Corey would say that's a good innings. At least it's better than a 2-ball duck. Yadlapali, more importantly, right on target.
Gives us a chance too, I think, well, Rico's watching the coverage to convey to him just how much the Swedes are missing him not being
that's
here.
true, Rico. I've sent you regards to all the players. We had the power outage. That was the question I was getting the most from the Stockholm CC guys. But yeah, Rico, obviously, looking forward to working with you a lot more before the year is up. And
second most question of, are you related to Lagan Sandhu, the opening bowler?
No, I know that a lot of our crew are missing you as well, Rico. So
yearning for his company, the locals and the team out here.
Missing
Great man, but he'd be impressed with that and probably launching out a balle after yet another Maximo.
That's what I meant. It's the sound of summer, isn't it? But this is a low full toss, and Sabir comes in and he cracks a 6. Well, maybe that's strategic from Yadlapali. He seems to always take a wicket after going to the boundary. Yeah, 130s is on here. Again, Stockholm Tigers, Stockholm CC, I should say, be chasing a few.
Full ball, nicely driven. Oh, it's a good bit of fielding.
Really good fielding.
Shivarasi. Well done.
Yeah.
Came across with 2 hands.
Remember, Stockholm CC did make 135 in their first game, but that was batting first against Hammarby. I think the way things are going, might be chasing around that mid-130s.
Oh, pump to the leg side. You don't want to give Rizvi Hock that sort of delivery. Finishes the over with a bang. And that is 124 for 5 after the 9th.
Yeah, so okay, if you want to shelve the whatever we called it, the free hit or the free shot idea for a time violation, whatever that is, and we have penalty runs in multiples of 5, but there's no reason you couldn't do one penalty run for certain minor things. So just some sort of signal saying, yeah, it costs you 1 run. It's a penalty, but it's not anything that's going to dramatically change the game mostly. It's just like when you bowl a wide, you're like, well, we should have been a bit more disciplined, not bowled so many wides. So you can also say, you know, we should have made sure that we were ready to bowl a bit more often, rather than, you know, if there's 5, 10, 15 penalty runs at the end of a day's Test cricket, people be up in arms saying it's changing the game too much and whatnot.
Oh, changing the game with yet another clean bowled. It's Vinny's brother, Lagar Sandhu, who's come up with his wicket off his first ball.
He is my
nice
brother
piece
now.
bowling.
I've decided if he's gonna bowl like this, I'm gonna claim him middle and off. Those stumps have had a fair old pounding in this innings, haven't they? And Lagan breaks through with the first ball of the 10th. And well, so be it again. I'm going to call that a productive innings, 7 off 3 with a Maximo in there. He goes 6-1 out, and it's 124 for 6 with 5 balls remaining.
Yeah, been a pretty good collection of boundaries over the last 5 overs or so. In fact, every over from the 5th through to the 9th has been double figures. So Stockholm have kept the rate going, and despite the fact they've lost a few wickets in these last couple of overs. Yadlapali 2 in the last, and then Sandhu starting with 1 to get this 10th underway. Tigers 124 for 6. Really love to see that up to 140. Big swing across the line.
Here's a good
no
chase.
one down there to find leg.
Who wants to be the
pushing
keeper?
2.
There's a race to be the keeper. I think it's D. Jagan Singh that gets it in the end. But James Stewart from Estonia has commented, you can tell the difference between my rants and Rico's rants because he's, to my credit, he says that I stay somewhat on topic, but Rico grabs a tangent and no one knows where it'll end up. Now, I'm glad that you think that my rants are more organised, James.
Short ball from Sandhu. Just pushed away for a single.
Yeah, good. I'd like you to come up with at least 1 rant before the end of this tournament, before the end of this week, actually. And to show you I'm serious, I want it by Friday.
Come on, before the end of this hour if we need to. As Hock has just slammed that behind square. Tell you what, I will have a rant about. If I see more bowlers bowling short of a length onto the pads of this man, I'm going to go insane. It's literally the one place that you do not feed him.
Yeah, exactly. Outside, inside the front here. And, well, Sandhu been pretty effective at keeping it quiet. Now they're up in the 130s. I think we're set for a cracking second half of this game. Remember, Stockholm CC did hit 135 this morning.
Ball in the slot, takes full toll. Hock, he's once again carrying this Tigers outfit. They've relied so much on him with the bat, but he continues to deliver yet again. What an absolute superstar for the Stockholm Tigers team.
Yeah, he's been great, hasn't he? 48 off 19. How many times have we seen batters within reach of a half century last ball? Hock will need 2 to do that. Boundary gets them up into the 140s.
Well, deserves the half ton, won't get it. Almost feels like that's a consistent thing. Oh, nice bit of work with the back flick from the wicketkeeper. But we saw that in the last game too. Batters stranded on 48 or 49 towards the end of the innings.
I think that should be a leg bite because it hits his leg and bounces up onto his body, yet signaled. So he's going to finish 48 not out. Yeah, but for some reason batters, and it happened to Amalraj yesterday, didn't it? He was stuck on 49 not out, couldn't hit the ball. Happened to Hock here, but still he puts his team in pretty good shape. 138 for 6, the Tigers on the prowl here in match 13, which started with the lights going out. No one noticed because of the bright sunshine, but you can see that Ahmed Kauza, he's a very powerful opening batter. And this was a bit of indecision, wasn't it? But didn't cost him too much because he'd go very next ball he faced. Farooq Ahmed at the other end, I think can't take a trick at the moment as He went to an LBW. I mean, some people thought that might have been sliding. I think it was a fair enough decision. And I suppose the umpire, he's the one in the right spot. His opinion matters. Apart from that, we saw a pretty good partnership develop between Rizvi Hock and Akash Islam. And they came together at 34 for 2. They would put on 47 in pretty quick time for the second wicket. But yeah, there were certainly a few bowls in this innings. I had to count them. There were 5 bowls and an LBW. That's how. So that's how we saw the wickets fall. So not one single catch was held in that 10 overs. There weren't too many opportunities given, or a couple to be fair. But yeah, for the most part, I think Stockholm CC had the tactic to put it on target. And if the batters were to miss and they were going to hit, you could see Azad wasn't too happy. Went to a second delivery, keeping low in the day. I do think when people came out, though, they had a good knack of hitting boundaries first ball, even if they went soon after. They just kept that score rolling. I thought maybe they were going to lose track and maybe finish 120s, but those extra runs at the end all add up, and they get 138 for 6 in the end. On 48, Hock wasn't quite able to reach his half century, but still that 48 off 20. A pretty useful knock for the Tigers, who did drop their earlier game today against Hammarby. And they'll want to make sure they get back in the winning circle here in match 13. Rizvi Hock was the star of the show. 3 Maximo 6-4s in his unbeaten 48. Apart from that, Akash Islam was good support. 28 off just 14 balls. Ahmed Kauza reached 14. A couple of Maximos before he was bowled by Josh Kampati, and Kaiser Azad 13 before he was castled. Looking at the bowling figures, well, I think that Deep Jagat Singh, without taking a wicket, was probably the best of the bowlers, you could argue. Only went for 16 off his 2 overs. 2 for 28, Yadlapali kept it pretty straight. Wickets also for Vaidya, the left-arm spinner. Just getting the 1 over, though, this time. And Lagan Sandhu, bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly for him. He finished with 1 for 32. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back very shortly. And when we do, it will be the second innings with 139, the victory target for Stockholm CC. Join us for the chase, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. Andrew Ryan, back with me shortly. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Mashta Cricket Ground just north of Stockholm in Sweden. Bright sunshine greeting us in week one of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN as we're heading all around Europe this year. We have 47, maybe 48 weeks of live cricket, consecutive live weeks of cricket here on ECN. There's nothing quite like it in the world. It's great to have your company once again. If you haven't already, make sure you check out our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. We'll tell you when the cricket is on, and well, guess what? It's pretty much all the time. Stockholm CC in the Stockholm Derby coming out to bat, chasing 139 to win. Won't be an easy chase at all. Stockholm Tigers putting on some pretty big runs in the first innings, thanks to 48 not out from Rizvi Haq as well as 28 from Akash Islam. But now it's time for Stockholm CC to make their mark on this contest. The power play is important. I think you need to look at 40 or so, maybe 40 plus in the power play when you're chasing this many. Chalindra and Vaidya, your openers. You've got the right-hand, left-hand combination out there. It's going to be Ashraful Alam to bustle in and get us going. 139, the victory target. Starts with a big swing to miss a dot. Natural outswing from Ashraful Alam. He's been one of a group of bowlers that have been able to move the ball away from the right-hander today. Has been swinging around. Must have been a swinging batch of Grizzlies that Tyrone Peters opened this morning. Try and hit that ball through the offside. There's no one back on the offside at all. Won't reach that though, that'll be a wide. Yeah, the two outfielders are long on and deep mid-wicket. I've got to say, I kind of question that with the natural movement that Ashraful Alam is getting. And we've seen some pretty interesting fields. We saw a 7-2 field employed earlier. But I think this is one time I'd probably have maybe third man and deep point, or maybe deep point long off back, because of the natural outswing he's getting. And to try and guard against something like that, because he elevates over the offside and goes Maximo. Chalindra off the mark with 6. Yeah, just going back to that, because I think if you left the leg side field up, it would encourage the batter to try and hit across the line, which is going to be quite difficult to do given the line that Alam is bowling and the movement he's getting. So it kind of forces the batter into more of a false shot. That's a fairly correct shot. Might see a change now. We'll see something like that with the deep wicket coming up in the circle. Deep cover going back, deep cover point. It just gives the bowler a bit more insurance. Nice shot though, Mayvinod Chalindra to get him going. Now he goes straight up. Fielder coming in though. Oh, brilliant catch. Incredible fielding from Ahmed Corsa. He was almost knocked into the next life by his teammate, but he kept his eyes on the ball and he grabbed it inches above the turf as Andrew Ryan comes into the commentary box. Well, what an entrance for Corsa, who turned something out of nothing.
Yeah, certainly was, Vinny. That's probably the best catch we've seen at ECS Sweden this week. Great grab, kept his eyes on the ball the whole way through, took it just on the 30-metre circle, and a big wicket because that man, Chalindra, who was very effective in the last game, clean striker of the ball. Two men converging on it. It's good that there wasn't a collision, but he's done very, very well, Ahmed Corsa, and big wicket early on.
Yeah, and the thing that made that catch so good was that he certainly had his teammate, Akash Islam, kind of approaching him, hunting the catch himself, and it must have been in Corsa's peripheral vision, but he just stayed focused on the ball. I think he went all in and said, look, if I'm going to get cleaned up, I'm going to get cleaned up, but I'm going to concentrate on catching the ball, and Akash was able to pull out just at the right moment. So Chalindra goes 6 and out. New batter out there is Rajesh Ravindran for Stockholm CC.
New name at the top of the order for Stockholm. Bit of pressure on his shoulders. They'll need to keep this score ticking along. Remember the run rate at the start of the innings, 14 per over. Bit of a late flourish thanks to Hawk. And the Stockholm Tigers probably put them as slight favourites. Nice ball. Ravindra just angles the bat, allows it to go through for 1.
Yeah, Ravindra is given the number 3 responsibility. And that means we've got 2 left-handers at the crease at the moment.
Good first ball to the new batter from Alarm. Pretty good opening over from him. Now we get to see Vaja, probably the class bat in this Stockholm CC lineup. Well, just after that discussion about batters pulling away there, Vinny, he's done exactly that after Alarm had commenced his run-up. Not quite sure what the issue was. Ball right on the money, just hitting the top of off stump. It's good line and length from Alarm.
Yeah, just think you got to break this problem into smaller problems, needing 14 and over. You have to take some calculated risks early in your innings so you don't fall behind and back yourself out of it. If you lose wickets searching for those runs, that's fair enough. Interesting that catch from Causa. Really got the positioning right. It was very straight, wasn't he, when he was running in?
Ball outside off stump. Vaja trying to heave it to the leg side. Keeper can't stop it. It's actually got some pace going down there, but a nifty bit of footwork. And keeps it in, and they will scoot through for 2. It's called byes by the umpire. That's the end of the first over, and Stockholm CC 10 for 1.
Yeah, so Ravindran and Vaja, left-handed combination, and a bit of foot fielding there. So they don't quite get their 14 they wanted, but they do get 10. 58 matches since the Golden Ball. Famous number 58s. I'm going to say Brett Lee, probably the most famous number 58 to play the game. Followed by, I can't remember which Curran, but there's a Curran. There's so many Currans, more you can poke a stick at right now in the English setup. But yeah, 58, interesting number. And I think Brett Lee just got it because at the time, Australia had this policy of not really repeating numbers, and it got up to about 60, and they said, well, hold on a second. We're going to have to go back and probably reallocate some smaller ones.
Start from Farouk Ahmed, coming in to bowl his off-spinners.
That's another useless skill. I can't believe in 2,500 matches, I've never mentioned it. I have a very good knowledge of Australia playing shirt numbers. They were brought in 1995, 96, I think.
We might test this over the next
Throw me a
tonight.
number. I don't want to overdo it because I've already gone off track in the first half of this game. In the air, it should be gone. It's straight through his hands. That'll be 4.
Oh, double whammy for the bowler. Farouk Ahmed induced the mistimed shot, or at least the uncontrolled shot, squeezes through the hands of the point fielder, and even to make it worse, it's flown for a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a half chance.
Should we start this game now?
Yeah, just give me a number.
Okay, 2.
It was Michael Slater
Correct.
originally, George Bailey later, and now it's my good friend and former teammate, Josh Philippi.
Well, I didn't know that last one.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
I might not be up to date last year or so because I haven't been going back and studying, but I just kind of got a sense of these things.
No, that's
a
good.
good one.
Before Farouk, 63.
Oh, that's an easy one.
Spin up full. It goes in that general direction. A good catch. That's the second excellent grab. We'll have a look at that on replay. I think he's taken that cleanly.
Yeah, well, he's not sure. Let's have a look at what we got here. Well, I'm going to have to get a closer look. He looks like he thinks he's caught it, but he's not sure. It was a really good effort. We've already seen one catch taken going forward. Yeah, let's see what we got here. I mean, it goes in cleanly, but then I think it's what happens next. And yeah, he carries it all the way through.
I don't see a bobble at all there, Vinny. I think he's definitely taken it before it hits a shard of grass.
And he seems to still have 2 hands under it, so I think it's fair enough. I think on the field that they were fairly happy with it. He was just saying, look, I think I've caught that, but maybe it's worth a look. You're not allowed to ask for that, but that's pretty much what his body language is saying. And so it's going to be gone. And it's a second brilliant catch coming forward, isn't it? And so it means that both openers are back in the shed. It's 15 for 2. As if Fradouche coming up with a brilliant catch coming forward.
Yeah, good grab, good grab.
You said number 63. Well, no doubt. We can go to Andrew Simons, very famous. And then Adam Zampa was wearing it, and before he changed to number 88, which is what his original number was.
Let's mix this around. What was the other number that Andrew Simons wore in his career?
39 he wore originally. Yeah, shared by James Hopes.
James Hopes, that's a good niche cricket follower's name.
Like I said, I'm not 100. I used to be 100% on this stuff, but I'm pretty good. Throw me a number in the chat if you want to play this game. No, we'll get bored of it pretty quickly.
Jeez, I don't know. I think it feels like a pub game that you could play for a good 45 minutes without getting too bored.
Some of the modern ones last couple of years, like I said, it might not be right up with those. But yeah. Well, 2 very good catches there. Labuschagne apparently just out. He wears 33, formerly worn by Shane Watson. They're the only 2 players to wear 33.
Freak, short of a length. Matur doesn't take any time to get started. He's probably faced more balls than any other Stockholm Cricket Club banner in this tournament. And he looks like he's come to the crease in a mood. It's a pretty ordinary ball from Farouk immediately after taking a wicket.
Yeah, probably right. Some of the spinners have struggled with consistency, but Farouk for the most part has been very good today. They do have 2 early wickets, so that helps. And remember, they'd want to be around about 28 or so to be on target. 2 balls to go in this over.
A little bit fuller. And cramps Matur. Got up around his waistline. A little bit awkward for him.
Crew number has requested number 16. Well, it is Michael Kasparovich.
Oh, it's just one of my absolute favourites from back in the day. Rick throws it out wide. Saw Matur charging down the pitch. Well, I don't think that's a bad bit of bowling.
And I'll give you another bizarre one. I'll give you Joe Many, who played like one. Still don't quite understand how he played like a one-day international in the West Indies or something. I think he had it. And Marcus Stoinis would normally wear 16, but it was taken at the time. So he wears 17. He's got the 17 now, which used to belong to Brad Hodge. And before that, Damien Fleming. Anyway, it does take us... Oh, not quite. Okay, got time for one more.
Okay,
89.
The original 10.
Dave says 89, but 89's never been worn by an Australian. Okay, I'll give you 10. 10's a good one to finish. Yes, we get to the end of the second over. Score is 22 for 2. I'm going to 10 originally. I'm going to go Stuart Law. And then it was worn by... wait, I know this. Just had a mental blank. Peter Siddle. And then, most recently, it was worn by Will Pachowski.
Oh, I wouldn't have got that. That is niche.
Okay. Finished, unless anyone throws another one in the chat. Anyway, let's have a look at this. How about a 6-way tie? But one of these teams will just motor into 3rd position because one of these teams is going to win this game. 22 for 2 off 2.
One of them may motor into 3rd position. Another one's going to be lingering towards the bottom of the table, making it clear what an incredibly important game this is.
All right, back to Alarm. Sprinting in for over number 3.
Oh, straight into the slot of Matur. Occasionally, he just unleashes the big man and launches one out of the ground. That's a great shot. Stockholm Cricket Club, 28 for 2.
Yeah, what a shot that is. Just angled in slightly. Didn't really break away from Matur, and he becomes real key in this chase. Barely faced yet, but if he gets going, he can put this target under attack.
Sweet striking indeed. Alarm under a bit of pressure. Goes wide, and Matur shows he's got shots all around the ground. That's a boundary 4, but boy, was it sweetly timed.
It's just worked away. Last funny, this is a funny story actually. Brad Hodge was 17, now worn by Marcus Stoinis, previously worn by Damien Fleming. But how about when Luke Pommersback was at the Wacker as a spectator? Luke Pommersback playing for Western Australia at the time. Brad Hodge was a late withdrawal from the T20 international team, and they got Pommersback into the rooms his girlfriend had to go home get his kit bag, and he played for Australia in his only international match. And he wore number 17 because he literally wore Brad Hodges' shirt that said D-Ball on the back, which is Brad Hodges' nickname. Because back when they had that thing when they'd have nicknames on the shirt. Remember that for a while?
Certainly do.
Yeah.
Fortunately, a short-lived enterprise. It's been struck
Oh.
well, but almost an incredible catch from Farouk, diving up with his right hand.
Great effort. I mean, that stops 4. It would have been great if it stuck. In fact, it might have been catch of the season if it stuck. But I suppose he does at least save the boundary. It was goalkeeper style, wasn't it? Went the one hand to get the extra height. Paul Collingwood style from some years ago.
Wasn't that a great grab? Let's not just before we deviate off Luke Pommersbach. Did he wear a random number like 81 in the Big Bash or something really out of the way?
He used to wear 36 for Western Australia and he wore 14 when he played for the Brisbane Heat. I don't think he did anything too crazy. Travis Burt used to wear 81. That's the one you're thinking
Mixing
of.
him up with another left-handed belligerent top-order batter.
Let me just read your mind. Anyway, back to the game.
That one flicks, speaking of belligerent left-handers at the top. That one has rolled all the way off the bat of Rivendron. Actually, the nice come off the pad. It's deflected a fair way coming off the pad, but I guess the bowler coming around the wicket.
That's true. Yeah, if you can't hit him, kick him. That's what Rivendron does there, and he gets 4. So,
just scoring boundaries with enough regularity. You'd feel like the Tigers are slightly on top here, but Mater's started in breezy fashion.
Yeah, hanging in there, aren't they?
Good length ball. Unfortunately, the batter profits for a big swing across the line, outside edge, and it goes flying down the boundary. And Stockholm, 41 for 2, still 1 ball left in the power play.
Yeah, well, I said 40-something power play puts him in the mix, and they reach 41 now, I think, with that, with a ball to go in the 3rd over.
Probably deserves better figures than 1 for 23, Alarm. I think he's actually been quite a decent spell at the top.
Yeah, well, Rivendron, his first boundary, not particularly convincing. Last ball of the 3rd.
Oh, that's struck low. I think it's going down leg side, but nonetheless difficult.
Oh no, look at the helmet. he taps it back to nobody, and then there's a secondary chase, but it will be a leg bite to finish the over. 42 for 2. Well, Dave's opened a can of worms here. Asking Vinny and Rico, well, I guess you'll have to do. All right, Rhino. What views do you have on the ball tampering episode involving Steve Smith and David Warner, etc.? I love it that he doesn't even mention the guy who actually tampered with the ball in there, who shall remain nameless. But anyway, summary of thoughts? Go.
Wasn't asking for me. It was asking for you and Rico.
What's
summary of thoughts. Okay.
Give us your hot take.
Hot take. Just about everyone. Well, first and foremost, I don't like it. It's against the rules,
True.
and it's providing an artificial advantage for the team that's doing it. On the other hand, I would suggest that the fact that it's not something that's been particularly well controlled in international cricket has led a lot of teams to doing it. We'll come back to this after we see this first ball from Farouk, and it's whipped over the leg side. It's actually a really nice shot. Left-hander Ravindran is starting to find his range, hits it to the boundary.
Good effort, actually, from Shahadatul Islam. He just couldn't quite pull it back, but I like the effort from him. So Farouk just getting outdone by some placement.
Yeah, so coming back to that, what I really also didn't appreciate, I thought probably the reaction from the Australian public and the Australian government even to a certain extent was somewhat overblown in the circumstances.
I agree.
But on the other hand, I also genuinely did not appreciate the hypocrisy from other nations, including England, who had high-profile players caught tampering with the ball before and seemed to think that this was one of the greatest travesties that had ever taken place in the world of international cricket.
Yeah, and I think I kind of agree with most of that. I think what made this a little bit different is that there was a foreign object used that was only used for that purpose. If you want to say like with mints or whatever, you could make a case that, I just wanted to have some mints or lollies or, and then I would talk about crimes of passion, such as biting the ball, just, like opportunistic tampering. So yeah, it wasn't a good look. And And I think I watched a good documentary on it actually in the last couple of weeks when I was off from I think 4s and 6's channel on YouTube. Give them a quick plug. You can check that out if you like. Came in 3 parts, analysing what led up to it and all these things. And there's a few things I didn't really know in that. But what I would say is that, yeah, agree, blown out of proportion as far as comparing it to other players who didn't get that kind of treatment. But I think part of the reason for that was this conspiracy element, and also the fact is that classic thing, if you lie about it in the beginning, you know, they weren't completely transparent straight away with what they were saying, even at the press conference afterwards. So I think they would have saved a bit of face if they just come clean straight away. I think in that situation, I think it does move across them, but it's still very wide. In that situation, you're in a bubble. I think there's a lot of pressure on that tour for many reasons, and I think you lose your sense of perspective. Anyway, this is up and it's out of here. Maximo, a little bit too short. Mathura cashes in. 50's come up during this over, and there's 6 more to add to the total.
Certainly not a great ball. Player of Matura's quality, not going to have any difficulty.
This is where
that away.
This is where I don't think things are particularly fair. I think Smith gets a bad rap, and I'm not a huge Smith follower. He's got his drawbacks, but he's certainly an interesting player to analyse. But as far as his level of involvement, I don't think it was proven that well. Okay, yes, he's responsible for the actions of his team to an extent, but I think 12 months was a bit silly for him. Warner, obviously, I don't really have too many problems that he was penalised. And Bancroft, I think he got away with it pretty light compared to the others. He was the instigator, and you can make all these arguments. Yes, he's a young player, yes, and all these things. He might have been influenced. End of the over, 56 for 2. But I think ultimately, you're an adult and you're responsible for your actions, and you need to know that. I mean, that if you're playing international cricket, you've got to know that. I know Cameron from playing against him, for example. Played against him back when he was 18 and followed his career pretty closely. I played against him a fair bit, actually. And I just think, okay, all the penalties were probably a bit excessive, I think, for me. And they had a lot of reputational damage. I know that. So, yeah, I'm not defending it at all. I think it was incredibly stupid. Is probably what I'd say, and all players would admit that as well. And yeah, I just think, yeah, I suppose that's my take on it. I do think, yeah, the reaction was perhaps a bit disproportionate, considering that similar incidents weren't analysed that much. Anyway, this one, there's no controversy about this, because this is out at 6 on any ground. Maximo Ravindran hitting his straps now in this run chase.
Isn't he? It took him a little while to get going, Vinny, but he's taken that from outside off stump. Not much pace on the ball, and he struck it very sweetly.
Yeah, what a great shot that is. What are we going to say as well about some of these comments? Let me have a look. Try to be as interactive as possible. Poor Morita, he's been kind of taken to the cleaners in his first over today, hasn't he? As far as that wide call last over, yes, the batter moved across, but you've got to move the line across the same amount that he moves outside off stump before the ball's bowled. And I think that ball's going over that imaginary line. So I think it was a fair enough wide call on that last one.
Yeah, certainly not going to get the same level of analysis, that wide call, as the sandpaper situation.
It was brought up, so I just thought I'd say. Now, I don't want to get another tangent, but I'm going to give you another point to discuss in a second.
Going into controversy corner, aren't we? As Matur just eases that one forward of square for another boundary.
Yeah, they won't mind us going on these little asides, because meanwhile the score's climbing, isn't it, Rhino?
Yeah, it's needing 72 off 33, so Tigers, if they can bowl well enough, they should still probably win this game, but so long as these two are there, and Matur's going at a rapid rate, 27 off 10. Stockholm are in the hunt. Oh, smoked, absolutely slapped to long on. Has almost taken out a few of the players from Sikif, who we'll see in the next game, who weren't watching particularly closely.
Well, pretty strategic from all the other sides, not giving them the heads up there, hoping maybe that they'll lose a player out of the 11 because they're all sitting around warming up, and that Grizzly ball whistled through. So the only point I was going to say was, the longer I see this form of the game in ECN cricket, which is a bit different from other forms of the game, let's be honest, the more I'm in favour of not moving that line on the wide line on the offside. It's no different to the leg side. Yes, there are some harsh calls when it just misses the leg stump, but everyone knows it's wide. Everyone knows the rules, and there's no arguments. Okay, anyway, Mathur 33 off 11 and motoring.
Don't mind the tactic from him, but he's pushed it a little bit too far wide.
So I just think having a fixed point would make it a lot easier for the umpires. This one is a wide by some distance. At the moment, the way they umpire is, you know, whatever distance you move outside off stump with your feet before the ball's delivered, they'll move the line that much in their head, right? But then still anything goes over the line has to be a wide. That's the thing. So we see a lot of non-calls that probably should be called. And the other thing is the umpires have enough to worry about. At the time the ball's bowled, they're actually watching the bowler's feet and switching their eyes. So I just think you have a fixed point for wides for height. You have a fixed point leg stump. I don't know why you wouldn't have a fixed point on the offside. And people say, oh, what about when batters start sneaking outside off stump and doing that? You know what? You can bolt stumps if you want.
I agree to a certain extent, Vinny. Admittedly, this one's dragged around. It's not the best timing, but it's going to reach the boundary, and it's the end of the over. Stockholm are up at 79. This has become a sneaky good innings, and certainly ahead of the rate at the moment. So coming back...
Because you're a bowler, I want to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I mean, my tendency should be that actually, well, let's give the bowlers as much opportunity as possible. The more rational part of me is exactly that, of by the time the bowlers moved across to their offside, they're exposing the stumps, which is giving you a pretty decent chance of aiming at those. I know this is a little bit of a half-baked option. I don't mind a little bit of movement of the offside line to cater for that particular situation, but I don't like the idea of literally saying someone to step outside of stump, so you move it the precise distance away.
Well, that's kind of... Problem is, it matters so much. You see the ECC details up there. You can follow that at our website, europeancricket.com.
Check it out at your leisure.
Yeah, please do. There's some slight tweaks. I quite like it. The longer I go, the more I like it, because I think, actually, it also discourages defensive bowling. Once we get a race to the return crease, if you like. Oh, well, the race is on at the moment as Mathur is going beast mode, isn't he? As Huck goes large, and Mathur slams him out of the ground, and Stockholm CC firming in this chase, you know. Absolutely.
It feels like the last 2 overs, they've gone from slightly behind the 8 ball into favourites, and Mathur has raced to 40 of 13. Let's see what Hock gives him. Another ball without a huge amount of pace, as his tendency. It's well fielded by Corsa down at the long on boundary.
So here's my here's my alternative that you kind of said, well, you don't mind a little bit of leeway. So I would say, look, if the batter does move outside off, then instead of giving the line to the bowler, we'll give it to the batsman. So we'll say, instead of giving the line to the batters, because at the moment if it's on the line, we give it to the batters. We say that's a wide. If you move across, we'll give the line back to the bowler, but that's it. If the ball misses by the whole line, that's a wide. You know, that's kind of, I don't mind that as a bit of a compromise position, because then you've got 2 fixed points, I suppose, of if the batter moves or not. This idea of a fuzzy line, I just think it's too hard to interpret consistently. And it's hard enough when you see the line there. Imagine trying to judge on an imaginary line.
Well, it could also create the oddity where if a batsman moves far across outside the off stump, that you could bowl a ball that would not have been called wide if that wide line is shifted, but by bouncing off the pitch, it becomes a no ball.
Yeah, and that's why there is no ball for off the pitch.
Oh, that is a gigantic strike from Mathur. He's now 3 off his half century. Hock with his hands on his hips, doesn't know what to do. That's a brutal hit.
Yeah, what a shot. He just played it on length and absolutely slammed it. And he's not too far off his first ever ECN 50. He did score 48 not out against Hammarby earlier in this series.
Hock floats it up, drilled along the carpet. Just going to be a single, so that takes him to 48. Stockholm now up to 95, and this equation of 44 of 25 is, particularly if Mathur is there, you'd have to say that Stockholm will go on to win this game.
Yeah, about 10 ahead of where they need to be rate-wise. This one kind of confuses Ravindra, and there's a bit deer in the headlights about it, but it's a dot. as we've got a contest on our hands here at the moment. All the momentum with Stockholm CC. They are 95 for 2.
So can we take a little stride out of controversy corner for the moment? We have a quick look at the Stockholm batting card, looking pretty healthy after the loss of the 2 openers. Rajesh Ravindran, he's played pretty well for 23 off 12.
It's the beauty of ECN. You never know which way the conversation's going to go. But go ahead, Andrew. What do you think?
No. Let's walk up the strategic staircase instead.
Let's do it.
And more into my realm of commercial strategy and the like for games. First and foremost, I don't like the fact that only one professional league has really taken up the T10 baton in terms of the Caribbean 60 competition, which gets sort of scant attention and particularly isn't particularly compelling as a competition.
It's a bit Mickey Mouse.
It is a little bit, but I'll get to.
There are some in the Middle East, to be fair.
Yeah. No, I'll get to where
Malaysia.
I'm going with this, and it's probably a little bit more interesting than Middle East T10. As Xavier comes in, it's a decent length ball.
Pressure.
Popped up. And he's caught. That's a big wicket. Throws the ball down in excitement. That's a nice introduction to the crease from him. But the big wicket of Matur, he goes for 48 and has the leading edge turned again.
Well, if you heard the fizz, it was a can of worms being opened, I should say, because Matur doesn't make his 50 again. He's stranded in the high 40s. Leading edge, just change of pace. I think lack of pace doing Abhishek there. And yeah, the pressure. Yes, you should catch it, but it's a windy day. It's the first ball. You know, you're coming in a pressure situation. Even things like dealing with the edge of the pitch and things like that. Held his nerve well. Good innings though from Abhishek Mathur. He goes 48 off just 18 balls. As he falls, it's 95 for 3. Okay.
Back to strategy staircase.
Please.
So competition like the Big Bash, which has oscillated between having too few matches to start with, then it went and extended its season, now it's dropped it back again, trying the old scarcity argument. One argument that I made on Twitter probably a good 3 or 4 years ago was I think the Big Bash could actually do a good job in breaking up their season a little bit with a long weekend tournament of T10 cricket. And I'm a big fan of the festivalisation of sports, of bringing people to a central venue, as Subby unfortunately interrupts my train of thought with another ball. Even worse that he's been pumped for a 4, so we've got to give some attention to that as Amaraj come to the crease and started well.
Yeah, Amaraj coming off some runs as well in this series.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so playing a 3-day T10 competition, which actually has points consequences for the Big Bash League. And I don't mean to over-Australianise this, but ultimately it's just an easy one for us to talk about as Sabir charges in again.
Oh, boy.
Skates through at low height. Batter completely misses it, but they managed to get away.
I can't believe some of these shooters. I mean, this almost bounces twice. Oh, wow. That's a real ankle biter.
Anyway, so doing this in a place like Sydney, for instance, where you've got 2 Big Bash grounds that are used, so you can spread it around a little bit. But wouldn't it be a great thing to bring cricket fans from all over the country to see their Big Bash teams play in a single city over a quick-fire tournament of T10 cricket on a long weekend in January?
That's a very cool idea. I'm going to take it even further. I'm going to take your idea and take it to an extreme. Okay.
Are you walking up to the 2nd floor of the strategy staircase?
Not just that, I've grabbed a rope and I'm swinging myself to a whole other building. Okay. It's a
good ball from Sabe.
Here's what I think. And I've watched cricket in Australia recently with people that are from non-cricketing backgrounds. They think it's slow, the T20. They think it's slow. A lot of them have only watched European cricket, to be fair. But here's how I'd redo the Big Bash. Instead of having 1 T20, I would have 3 T10s in the afternoon. I'd have 3 teams. So let's say it's in Perth, my home city, right? Have a day in Perth. Worked away, another low catching opportunity. This time it's put down. Amal Raj dropped on 4. Haven't they had some low catches to deal with? They caught 2 of them. This one goes down.
Yeah, it wasn't a well-timed shot. Probably should have been taken. They've been pretty good in the field today, the Tigers. It's been a really good over, actually, from Sabir. 1 for 6, still 1 ball to go.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, I'll come back to it after this.
Let's go in between overs.
Yeah, we'll try. Around the wicket now, the left-hander.
Inside edge onto the pad. They'll scoot through for one. This might be the over that the Tigers need just to wrest some momentum back.
You can still bowl another one.
7.
You can still bowl another one as well. Yeah, so it's 103 for 3 after 7. Before we get to the second building, third floor, wherever we were on the strategy staircase, let's have a look at what's coming up. Hammarby finally got some points in the competition this morning, and Sikif only played once, and it was a pretty tight game. 3 runs separated them and Genesee Stockholm on Monday night cricket. But Sikif are back, and they're going to play in match 14. The issue with the toss is that Hammarby have won the toss. They've elected to bat. So Rahul Khan up there. Ahsan Ali opened last game. They put him up there instead of Mahmood. And Ahsan Ali playing with a fractured thumb, but doesn't care. And he actually looked really good while he was out there. Sikif, that's a good performance the other day as well. And we'll see them in around about 15 minutes now. There might be a slight, in fact, I think already I've got some information saying it will start 15 minutes behind the listed time.
Well, maybe 15-minute delay while we search for this ball. That's a huge strike from Ravindran. Just takes the big bat swing. It's completely in his arc, to be honest, after that last over from Sabir. That's an ordinary start from Marita.
Yeah.
And hasn't he suffered from me pumping him up during the previews today?
Puts his hand up to his teammates saying, whoops, my bad.
My bad for bowling a half-track, a slow ball.
Let's see if they can keep this game alive. Tigers on the back foot again.
That's a good ball. Beautiful length, a little bit of late movement. Ravindran tries to flick him to mid-wicket, completely misses it, and there's another twist in this tail. It almost feels like a ball-by-ball proposition. Who's got their noses in front at any time?
Yeah, just a little bit of angle away from Ravindran, who runs out of luck on 31. And so we've got 2 fairly new batters at the crease. Okay, you've got Amal Raj there. He's coming off some runs in the series. But Stockholm CC, still some work to do. Could we have another tight finish here? 30 off 16 required. Good bowling. Got to say, it'd be good if he got off the right side of the pitch. Correct side of the pitch, but
rant for tomorrow.
That's another rant.
Anyway, back to the strategy staircase.
Here's my big bash. If I could redesign it, I would have only T10 cricket, no T20s. And if you're really trying to get fan engagement, yeah, you bring the boundaries in, let's say 60-metre boundaries, and you have 3 games in a venue. So let's say we're in Perth, you might have Adelaide and Brisbane. So Adelaide play Brisbane in game 1, then Perth play Adelaide game 2, and Perth play Brisbane in game 3. You can also then, for example, if you're a family or something, sometimes 2 hours is enough. You know, it's more like a football game. It's now long games for people with families, and a lot of people can then decide if they want to watch the early game between the two non-Perth teams, spend the whole day there, and it's just. And let's say you got your favourite player. You know, even if they get out in one game, you still get a chance to watch them bat in another game. And I just think that will actually be something that will excite a lot more people rather than just going with the flow.
Can I probe that a little bit further?
Yeah.
It's an interesting idea. I don't think it'll ever happen, or not, certainly not in the current incarnation.
Not in this generation.
T20 being the
you never know.
focus of...
We never thought we'd have T20 cricket about 25 years ago.
Very true.
Hey,
Things can move.
It's ahead of its time. I'll give you that.
As Marita is just poked out to point, and they'll take the single.
But
what's the presence of 3 different teams? How do you think that optimises? Because my natural inclination there would be actually double headers with the save teams. Both save on operational costs, but also 3 hours of action with maybe a half-hour break in between.
Yeah.
It's not the worst structure.
Yeah, I think double headers would be okay. It's along the same lines. I think they got heaps of money to play with anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. I just think it provides a little bit of variety for the spectators as well. And you get to see 3 teams instead of 2, remembering that not everyone is supporting the home team as well. So you just get, in Australia, it's not too difficult getting people around, I think. Anyway, Amaraj came on the line here.
Marita goes short, gets pumped. That deserved to be hit. Amaraj steps onto the back foot, uses his elevation nicely. It's just too easy, Marita. He's really, to be honest, let himself and his team down in this this play today. His bowling hasn't been very good at all. Yeah. Stockholm 118 for 4. Vinny 21 needed in 12.
He's been consistently inconsistent, is what I'd say. But yeah, I mean, look, I watched the Melbourne game actually. Renegades versus Stars. Had a few friends playing. Went and watched it at the MCG. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it. But there was a lot of sensible cricket being played, pushing for 10 and over, pushing gaps, 1s and 2s. And being with a group of people that hadn't seen a lot of cricket, there was a fear. They felt it was pretty slow.
Well, interesting you mentioned about being slow. I've started to get the feeling, and this is not just old man chat, but a number of our younger chaps within the confines of Costco, which is a very, very thoughtful club on these matters. Them now talking about the boring middle overs of a T20 game, much like we had for the boring sort of 25 overs of a 50 over game, as that one's ripped to the leg side. Stockholm get a boundary to kick off these last 2 overs. That equation suddenly becomes much easier, 17 off 11.
Well, she's picked that up and he's thrown that to the other side of the field.
Some
sort of medieval test of strength. There was no one near where that ball landed. Luckily, there wasn't. Anyway, guess who's back? Sabik. He's trying to save the game. Yeah, I mean, boring middle overs. That's what we used to talk about in 50-over cricket. Play a lot of 50-over cricket.
Full toss, and it's dispatched. It's gone over the boundary for a Maximo. Stockholm are careering towards this target, and that's an excellent shot from Arce. For a small man, he does pack some punch with the bat.
Yeah, good shot. Really good shot through the line. Just carries the boundary. It'd have to fall over to lose now, you'd think. 11 off 10. Yeah, final point on to kind of pace the game. The reason they're trying to quicken up baseball is they feel like it's too long, and the average game was about 3 hours and 10 minutes. T20s are longer than that, and they're trying to cater to families and stuff like that. So,
oh, cracked through the offside. Exceptional batting from Arce. That's now up to 15 off 5 for him. And this game may not even go to the 10th over.
It might not. The way things are going, things have turned around, not the way Sabi wanted them to anyway. Yeah, so interesting discussion. They talk about the 100 being slightly shorter. But, I mean, 100 is just a T20 with 5 ball overs, let's be honest.
I agree.
It's not that different.
Oh, ball pops over his bat. Slightly fortunate. So Stockholm needing 7 in 8 balls now. Really need a couple more dots this over.
See the time's ticking away. Just people talk about some of the rules that aren't penalty runs for slow over rates, like having to have an extra infielder or losing an outfielder.
Well, that timing may have absolutely no relevance whatsoever. Arce has flown along to 21 off 7, and after a great first over, Subby's being dispatched in his second.
Yeah, smacks that away, and yeah, it ties the scores. So I won't have time to finish what I was going to say, but I suppose I think that's not that much of a penalty. You still have that fielder available. I think the penalty runs, it needs to be a deterrent. I think that's why it works, what we're doing. Right now, any score wins it for Stockholm CC.
Oh, Arce just toys with the field, nibbles a single out to square leg, and what a great victory for Stockholm Cricket Club. The Tigers would have been confident of defending that target of 139. But after a tough day yesterday, Stockholm have really turned things around with some good performances. And this is a much-deserved win for them.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very well-managed chase, wasn't it? Because it didn't really go their way early with Chalindra going for 6, Vijay going for 4. But yeah, we'll come back to that in a second. But I can tell you next, we've got Hammarby, who are back for their second game today, taking on Sikif, who are playing their second game of the tournament. Hammarby winning the toss and batting. So that game, like I said, there's going to be a slight delay because we were running behind because of some of those technical difficulties. It will start at 1:15 GMT, which is 3:15 in Central Europe, and it's 18:45 in India, 7:15 p.m. in Bangladesh. Let's go to the highlights of this one, though. Like I said, we saw Chalindra start with the 6, but that's all he'd get, as Corso got him with a fantastic catch running in. It was like a ballet, wasn't it? As one fielder went one way, one went the other. Then another good low-down catch after review was upheld, and Fadush was able to get Vijay. So they were in some early trouble at 15 for 2. But that brought Ravindran and Martha together, and they put together the match-winning partnership. 80 for the 3rd wicket.
Yeah, he looked like a composed batsman, Ravindran. Pretty impressive. First time we've seen the left-hander tee off in this tournament. But Matur, he was the one that really accelerated the innings. Not a huge amount of footwork from the big man, but boy, does he stand and deliver. See a succession or a montage of Matur blasts before he was ultimately the victim of some pretty good line and length bowling from Subby. Tried to turn one to the leg side, just got a leading edge on it, and that was the moment you thought with him going back to the pavilion that the innings might lose its steam, but Ravindran came up with a lovely Maximo before being cleaned up, all going between bat and pad, but unfortunately they just lost their length a little too often. Poor Subby, after a great start, he ended up getting hammered in the later stages, and ultimately, and quite surprisingly, they haven't even been able to take this game to the 10th over.
Great chase. I mean, you need several players that can step up, and I think you saw there 3, 4, 5, 6 came to the party, Ravindra and Mathur, and yeah, when it looked like they were going to get the wobbles, Amal Raj and Shiva Arsi put a really good partnership together for the 5th wicket to get them home. 48, Mathur tops the scoring, didn't quite get his half century, but he won't mind too much as he slammed 5 Maximos in his innings. 31 from Ravindra was a breakout innings as well. Amal Raj 12 not out, and Arsi with 22 not out at the end. As far as the bowling went, well, no one really was able to get it under control. Alam did some good things early, took 1 for 23. Wickets also for Farouk Ahmed, as well as Merida and Sabir. But yeah, the problem was, look at those economy rates. The best one was 11.5, and the rest were a fair distance behind that. So 139 off 9, Stockholm CC beating the Tigers in match 13. Match 14 is around about 15 minutes away. We'll take a break, back shortly on ECN. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Ryan. See you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Cricket fans, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's about time to go into Game 4 here of Day 3 of ECS Sweden. And we've got the battle between Hammarby, who were last start winners and finally got their account underway here at the tournament. And they're up against Sikif, who we haven't seen since Monday, but they'll be looking to get their tournament moving with a victory here in Game 4. Hand over to the toss with the two captains and match referee Tyrone.
Sikif to call.
Tails.
Tails the call. It's a head.
We're going to bat first.
So there you have it. Hammarby have elected to bat after winning the toss. They'll be certainly coming into this game with a little bit more confidence. I particularly liked in the last game that they put Arslan Ali to the top of the order. Feels like there's a little bit more balance when they have him opening up, and then you've got the power hitters like Mahmood and Mohammed coming down the order. Speaking of those two men, Khalid Mahmood's a really crucial guy with the ball. He likes to come in around the wicket, and he's been pretty effective, particularly with those batters who like the ball coming into the leg side. Expect he'll be very important for them today. As for the guys from Sikif, well, we haven't seen them since Monday. They've only played the one game so far, but they will be looking to get themselves moving with a victory against Hammarby today. I thought Imtiaz was really impressive with the bat, and he almost managed to carry them to victory in that first contest. And keep an eye out for Adnan with the ball. I think he'll be quite a crucial contributor to them in the field. This is set up to be a really, really good contest. Sikif coming off a little bit of a break. They're going to find it difficult against Hammarby, who now have a little bit of momentum. But I think this will be a close one nonetheless. To take us through the early stages, I'll hand back to the commentary box. It's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan, for that in-depth analysis of match 14. We are starting 15 minutes behind time. That's just because we had a slight issue when the power went out earlier, but we are back on track, and this should be a good one between two teams that I'm sure can use the points. Looking at this game, Hammarby with a fairly strong batting lineup. Arslan Ali was a bit of a revelation at the top of the order before. Rahul Khan seems to be a lock up there. But for Stockholm's Internationella Kultur- och Idrottsförening, or SIKIF, Sikif for short, now they'll be hoping to get their first points ever on ECN. They had a real thriller the other night against Genesee Stockholm, where I think it was 99-96 in the end. So watch out. Sad Assad did some important things for them. Imtiaz got the job behind the stumps. He's a key player as well. So almost ready to go. And it looks like it will be Amit Pangal, the captain, to open up. Yeah, he's an important player as well, isn't he? So Hammarby have got Rahul Khan, of course, from Albi Zalmi opening bat. He's facing up, and it is Arslan Ali. It's opening up with him as we get ready for the fourth match of the day. Live from Stockholm. It's angled away, and Rahul gets off the mark immediately. Yeah, Rahul, lovely guy, actually. Always love chatting cricket to him. I was pressing him on his wicket-keeping credentials and just gave me a little bit of a wink and a shrug to say, well, I've got the gloves. It may be due to a lack of suitable alternatives, but certainly with the bat, you can't doubt his pedigree. As far as Sikif, though, remember that they were the last team to qualify for this tournament, so they haven't had as much an opportunity to prepare as maybe some of the other teams. But yeah, their only game so far, they really competed well with the Genesee Stockholm side that hadn't lost a game up to that point. And I suppose they couldn't quite finish the job. Didn't have that killer blow against Jinnah. Push and run from Arslan Ali. Now they're going to take on an overthrow. There's another half a chance for a run out. They'll get away with it. One thing about Arslan Ali, you might not realise under his batting glove, he has a fractured left thumb. And I mean proper fractured. He's giving a permanent thumbs up when he takes his batting glove off. Arslan was keen to get back. I think a better throw here. Could have found Rahul wanting ball a bit out of position there as well. Telling the fielder where he should have thrown it. Maybe the fielder should have told him where to be standing. Arslan swings all around the next one. I want to say welcome back to everybody on the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company as always. I see that Sundori's in there. A lot of people enjoying the Test Championship starting today as well. He leans on this one, hits it fairly well. 1 bounce 4. First boundary of this contest. Hassan Ali. Well, his thumb might not be straight, but his drives are. I quite like this shot. Up and over. And gets 4 runs. Yeah, looks like JJ's had some problems technically viewing the broadcast with a blurry screen. I'll give you a tip. If you go to the little settings icon, you can set your resolution. So if your internet's up to it, you can get us in 1080, which is the best resolution that we offer. If your internet connection can handle it. Next one, angled into the body. Just a leg by, scored. Sundori noticing their first successful chase of the day. Yeah, I've had to look at Wins batting first versus Wins batting second. I think, what are we now? 13 games in. I think it's 8-5. Teams batting first. What a shot. Does it have the distance though? Yeah, it's going and gone. Maximo Rahel breaks out of it and he gets his first 6 of this contest. He likes to dance. Probably doesn't get it quite out of the screws, but gets enough. 6 to Hammarby, and also will be the end of the over. It's 14 without loss after 1. Many sad to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me once again, it's my pleasure to have as my commentary partner for this series, Andrew Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, not a bad start for Hammarby there.
Yeah, certainly not. They're coming off a confidence-boosting win in the second game today. Keen to get out there and rack up another one. And Hassan Ali and Rahel Khan have got them off to a nice start. 14 runs off the first over. Pangal getting lofted on that last strike. Just as it has the first 2 days, Vinny, the wind has started to buffet the ground, getting towards the sort of mid to late afternoon sessions.
It swung around for the first time behind the bowler, so that's pretty unusual. I mean, sometimes you get these situations where it's kind of blowing all around the place. Now at Khartoum sometimes you see flags in different places blowing different directions. So, yeah, right now, let's just say it's blustery. There's Naveed Anjem who's going to bowl over number 2. Nicely pushed, Hassan Ali, and it's going to get away from the fielder. It's 4 runs. And, well, that's certainly something you can't really afford. Ankit Gupta, this one really only should have been 1. Okay, yeah, not necessarily easy fielding on this surface, but he got a good long look at that last bounce, and he just couldn't get it in the middle of the hands.
Yeah, you probably won't want to watch the replay of that later tonight. I was about to say, hasn't Hassan Ali got a nice shape and technique the way he goes about his batting?
A bit shorter, he elevates it over the leg side. Maximo! Well, Anjem pulls back the length after getting driven down the ground, but the line's all wrong with this as well. And Arslan very quick to pick it up and over, 6 runs.
Yeah, I can just sniff this Hammarby group are growing in confidence as this tournament goes on. They had a fairly dreadful start. Real struggle streak innings back on the first day, but just get the feeling that they are percolating nicely and maybe ready to explode when we get to the later stages of this tournament. Certainly the man on strike at the moment, if he can keep that hand injury under control, he's incredibly important for them. He's found his spot at the top of the order.
Oh, now does this hit anything?
I don't think so. I think that's come straight through for a wide and off the keeper's pad.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it's got to be a wide. Like the signal there. I suppose the keeper does block it from going for 4, so that's something. And it's also a good bailout from the batter to make. He probably knew he doesn't have to hit that. It's going to cause some issues with the keeper. Keeping that one in play. Of course, you get the extra delivery for that being a wide as well. Naveed, he's going to have the keeper away up to stumps. Now, once again, can't quite deal with this. Imtiaz, he does make sure it's only 1 extra, but yeah, the biggest issue is Amjad just can't get the line right with this left-hand, right-hand combination.
Can't get the line right. He's certainly giving Imtiaz down there behind the keeper a fair bit of a workout. He's going from side to side for each ball. needs to find his location. He's already gone for 14 and only 2 legitimate deliveries sent down to date.
Pretty good start this. Magical pace, in fact. This one's picked up pretty quickly. Rahel scrambles home for the single. He might have just had a slight collision at the other end. But yeah, it's a good pick up and throw. Let's have a look if it hit. I think he's safely home.
Much better line and length, though, from Naveed. That delivery drew the false shot, kept it to a single.
I think, yeah, 125 or so seems to be par at the moment. So it's a slight miss hit. It's a long chase. It's a fruitless chase for Irfan Nazir. As Rahel gets another boundary. It takes him to 11. Sam Williams with a rocket arm back to the keeper. Made to maybe have a chat to Shub about accuracy. Shub just shot the ball to the offside when he had a chance. Blue crew, of course, working very hard to keep everything running smoothly. Had to overcome a few obstacles today, but back on track now. Pretty well bowled. As Rahel pushes, gets one, and there's some thought of an overthrow, but there is a backup fielder. But yeah, Rahel Khan in particular has played a lot of this form of the game now, having played for Albi's Army at the ECL, having played for the Swedish national team at the ECC. So I think of all the players in this Hammarby lineup, he'll be the most, I suppose, used to the pace of it. And you see just little things he does, the way he runs, the way he backs up, even at this stage, looking for any extra run possible. This over's gone magical the wrong way for Anjum. And it's not over yet, because that's going to slide down the leg side for another extra.
Just still struggling with that direction, not enjoying at all the fact that the right and left combination are forcing him to change his line almost every ball.
Yeah. I think Arslan eyeing off deep square leg here. Oh, he gets bowled. He gets absolutely yorked, and Arslan cannot believe it. He drops his bat in shock. And Anjum, well, good things come to those who wait. Did go magical, but then has a magical moment. 21 come off the over, but it does finish in the wicket of Arslan Ali. And, well, that was a perfectly executed Yorker, wasn't it, Rhino?
Tell you what, Vinny, in what was one of the less threatening overs that we've seen in this ECS Sweden event, that is an absolute seed at the end, coming up with the quicker Yorker, getting underneath the bat of Arslan Ali, who'd batted very well up to that stage. Quick look at the standings here for ECS Sweden, and poor old Sikif right at the foot of the table. They've played only one game, remember, to date, and plenty of those other teams up the top have played 2, 3 or 4. Hammarby, it's a bit of, I wouldn't say it's a make or break game for them, but they would probably consider themselves favourites. And if they do that, get back to 2 and 2, they're nicely positioned.
Yeah, well, 2 and 2 is a lot better than 1 and 3, because if you're 1 and 3, you just need to win 2 in a row, and then you're square, which is what you would be if you're 2 and 2. How about that? He gives himself a little double head tap there, Arslan. It's a good ball, though. Sometimes it can be more difficult facing a bowler that's all over the place. As we see Raja Selvaraj coming into the attack. A round arm action round the wicket.
I was about to actually mention that over.
Yeah.
Sometimes having so many wides can actually take you out of your rhythm, particularly when you're switching the strikes so frequently that you just don't feel like you're getting a nice collection of balls to strike. So
That's true.
full credit to the bowler, though, for the final ball Yorker.
Check out this angle, though. Yeah, so he's round the wicket already, and so he's really exaggerating this action, and comes from even wider. I'd be interested to see what it would be like if he bowled over the wicket, because he'd be going pretty much in front of the umpire's hat. Well, that's wild and woolly, and I think you can put that down for 5 in the extras column. That's the only question is this is a no ball or a wide. I feel this bounces on the pitch, and there might be an argument it hits the edge of the pitch, but I mean, I've got to say I prefer this being called wides. I don't think is it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's on the pitch. Yeah, it's been called 5 wides, but
Pretty
yeah,
fair effort from the wicketkeeper, Samad Imtiaz.
Yeah.
He had a big dive.
but yeah, high risk, high return stuff. That's more where you want to be, although I don't think as a Mohammed Mize, he cracks him through point for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, just drifting far too far outside of stump, giving Muhammad, who loves to free the arms room, and he strikes a lovely boundary there. Just having a look at this action from Salvaraj. Imagine if you had a geriatric Wassim Akram, who was also right arm. This is sort of what it would look like when he's playing over 70s cricket, just the shoulder not getting up properly, coming in with that sort of shuffling round arm action.
It's a bit of a throwback. You know, the precursor to overarm bowling was round arm action. You know, in the 1850s, I think, overarm really came good. Oh, yeah. See, that's what he's trying to do. He just hasn't done it as consistently as he wanted to. And if he can do that, I mean, unusual actions are a bonus for the bowler, I think. They're difficult for the batter to deal with. But the other thing is they normally go hand in hand with unpredictability, and not necessarily in a good way. No. That's probably inconsistency is a better way I could put that. Now he goes straight, and he might have a wicket. And he does. Well held by Ankit Gupta. Had a bit of a folly earlier, but that time he makes no mistake. And Selvaraj comes good with the big wicket of Azam Muhammad. And Hammarby are 46 for 2.
Well, the geriatric Wassim Akram, he managed to eliminate one of the better batters in the Hammarby lineup. Oh, Muhammad, he's going to be furious. He just got himself some rhythm in the previous game, bashed a couple of boundaries, and fortunately is holed out. It's the difficult thing of trying to almost hit across that ball that's so angled across you because of the line.
It's an unnatural angle, really. And I just think it's a miss hit. It's probably the right shot to play. Takes on the fielder and loses. That's the thing. Although we are still in the power play, only 2 outfielders. That one was perfectly placed and nicely taken by Ankit Gupta. He made early position and made no mistake. So Khalid Mahmood will be the new batter. We saw him opening earlier with Rahul Khan. I think these two had a really good understanding with the running between the wickets, something I noticed earlier as well. Yeah, well done to Selvaraj. I know he's been a bit all over the place, but he does have a big scalp there. Hassan Muhammad going for only 4.
This is exactly the sort of bowler I'd get out to, Vinny.
100%.
Just non-standard action.
He's different. You know, he's different. I like different. Hit straight and hit 2 well. That's going to be 4. Nice shot by Mahmood to open his account. And yeah, it's almost like he doesn't have a full extension on that arm. He just kind of swings it round the corner like he's hurling a frisbee.
We'll show you technically the difference between what Mahmood's played there as opposed to what Muhammad has. Mahmood's just gone with the angle a little bit more and hit it straight down the ground, whereas Muhammad was trying to heave it over to cow corner, and inevitably why he lost control of his shot.
Oh yeah, well bowled. Yeah, it's a promising over. And the good things were good. We won't talk about the other things. It's 50 for 2 at the end of the power play. 3 overs down here in match 14.
T10, and particularly ECS T10, doesn't it bring out the creativity in the world, or at least the European cricketers? It's a good start for Hammarby. I suspect if you gave them 50 for 2 at the start of the innings, they'd be fairly happy and ready to accept that. Certainly would love to still have Arslan Ali there, but he went for 17 off 8. Azam Muhammad would be disappointed with his dismissal. But Khan, Khalid Mahmood, they're both experienced players, have played plenty of T10 cricket. I'd like them to see them through to maybe the 6th or the 7th over and keep that scoring rate up and allow them to go for a big bash in the final stages.
New bowler, Mohammad Numan. That's for low full toss, leans and gets 4. Nice shot by Rahul Khan. It really just shows you how small the margin of error is. This is pretty close to a good Yorker, but it's just a little bit too full. And Rahul Khan just times that perfectly through the covers.
Yeah, it certainly does. He's got easy power, Khan. He's looked a little bit up and down in this tournament to date, but certainly when he finds the middle of the bat, he can access the boundary with ease. That's a lovely strike.
Yeah, very nice shot. This one in and just out of the grasp of the fielder. There's Abdul Razak there. So maybe a bit fortunate to get away with this one, Rahel, but he still makes good contact. Gets it away into the gap and 4 more.
Jeez, it's not too far away from that point fielder. Dicey shot from Khan, but Numan seems to be persisting with this line wide of off stump. Nothing wrong with it, although if you're going to do it and you're willing to back yourself, then probably having 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side is not the way forward.
Now he drives again. Tough one for the fielder. Does really well. And now Rahel has to hustle. He didn't run very quickly, did he there? Thought it was going to go for 4.
Tell you what, would have been embarrassing to be run out when you've managed to find the extra cover boundary.
Well, it's a great stop there. Yeah, had to make sure he didn't take another step back. Yeah, but Rahel took a long time. See, he's sitting there admiring it and then had to hustle. This one's a thick edge and it's going to be 4 more. Mahmood gets his second boundary. And warning signs for Sikif here. They were able to restrict GNCC Stockholm pretty well, but right now they're in the eye of the storm. Hammarby had a slow start to the tournament. Their batting's clicking here on day 3.
Wow, Vinny, you've got to ask yourself, what's the gap here? Is it that the bowler's bowling a line that he's not supposed to? Or is the captain not aware of what he's trying to do? Or are they both ignoring each other? Because he's bowled 4 consecutive balls, a 1.5 foot outside off stump, but his protection is all on the leg side.
Well, this one is on the leg side. It's going to be a gap anyway, so there's 4 more. His partnership growing pretty quickly. 3 boundaries for Mahmood to get himself going. Yeah, look, I think you nailed it there. I think the field's not quite right considering he's bowling fairly consistently outside the off stump. I think the deep square leg isn't necessary at the moment. You bring him up, you put somebody back at deep point and then say, okay, now find a gap. And Newman, unfortunately for him, this over's gone for 17. And it could be more, it will be more. It goes magical now. Another boundary, 4 4s. That's 16, and that's where Mahmood's at as we get to the end of the 4th over. It's 71 for 2.
Yeah, profitable over for Hammarby, and nice timing from Mahmood on those last couple of shots. Just do feel sorry for Numan. It's like he had to change his line because of what he was being given in the field, and all of a sudden he's bowling more into the hitting zone of these 2 players. Have a quick look at the run rate, and given the scale of that axis on the left-hand side, you can tell that they're going at a rapid rate. 17.75 runs and over. And those 2 wickets lost mean a lot less when you're going at that sort of pace.
Yeah, they're motoring, that's for sure. And yeah, have a look at that. 5 4s in that last over. 2 to Rahul Khan, then 3 from Mahmood late in the piece. New bowler, Yasir Ikram, I think makes sense to change the pace. And it does, but it still goes the journey. Maximo! To be honest, I actually quite liked the ball from Yasir. He tossed it up and he had forced Rahul to take a chance, but Rahul nailed it, 6 runs.
Certainly nailed it. Just having a look at the travel of that ball in the air, Vinny, it looked like it was almost getting held up in the breeze, as though it's, as you mentioned earlier, it's behind the back of the bowler. I wonder if a couple of these big shots down the ground might just end up in the hands of long off and long on.
Yeah, this time he's fielded. Oh, it's a loose throw. I think he just panicked because he took a while to field it, and so he threw it in too fast. It was unnecessary. And Rahel will end up with 2. Yeah, look, he's very slow through the air. Yes, yeah, that's what I'm seeing first up. It's not a bad thing necessarily, but it means he doesn't have too much margin for error. Rahel just stays at home that time, has plenty of time to see it and punch it through the offside.
Yeah, I'm going to go on a mini rant after this ball,
Oh,
Vinny.
I'm looking forward to it. Been waiting for it.
Nice bit of ball from...
The stage is yours.
Thank you very much for that. Look, my rant is, and it seems to be a bit of a prevalent thing around young cricketers trying to show off their throwing arms, but the amount of overthrows I see in cricket now from people unnecessarily firing the ball in at such a rapid rate, particularly to the bowler's end. So let you see you get through another one that's played nicely, actually. It's wide of the fielder at the cover boundary. It's a good shot, and the arms go up for a 6. Great strike from Mahmood.
Yeah, this is the issue. If you want to stay back and play him, if it's not drawing you forward, you've got lots of time to see it. And yeah, that one just carrying the line. Good call by the officials. Maximo time. Yeah, Rahel enjoying it. He's going to get 3 at ball pace at the moment. Yeah, I kind of agree there. You've got to be smart. Look after your teammates. Identify when to use your arm.
Absolutely.
And even to the bowler, you know, we're always taught, you know, try and bounce it in. Takes a little bit of pace off the ball, makes it easier to take without the gloves. This one slides through for a dot.
And especially on the fields you tend to play on in the European continent, the amount of bad bounces you can get when balls are being fired back in. As you say, use your head, pick your time to use that rocket arm. It's just unnecessary risk.
This one is an off-spinner hanging in the air. Now this is a chance. It's Gupta again, and this time he takes it. So Rahul Khan, once again, frustration, gets a start but can't go on with it. And Ikram, reward for him. I think he did some good things in this over. And the first 5 overs of this contest finish with a wicket. Rahul goes, and it's 85 for 3.
Yeah, he's fielded well down in that position at long off. Ankit Gupta showing a good set of hands. That ball was sat in the air for a while. Convenient, given we'd actually talked early in the over, Vinny, about the balls being held up when the players are hitting straight, just given the direction of that breeze at the moment. Evidence of it there, and another day that might have carried. Speaking of other days, isn't there an absolute feast of limited overs cricket coming up? We're here in Sweden for the next week and a half through to the 18th, and then travelling on to Romania for 2 weeks of ECS and ECI action out of there. A little bit of an eastern swing, games in Bulgaria and Hungary. And then we go Netherlands, Women's International.
And back off this one. Pangal doesn't think he can get there, so takes on the bounce. Selvaraj coming back. The old round arm action.
I'm happy to see this, the second over for Selvaraj.
Yeah. I think gives him a chance to settle. It's also not particularly easy, I think. You realise these guys often hang around all day, get one over. In a longer form of the game, you might have 4, 5, 6 overs to work your way into what you're doing, but everything's kind of micro-analysed what you do about whether you're effective or not. It's pretty well bowled. You can keep doing it there. It's a good thing. Good things will happen, because I think most of these guys, not all, but quite a lot, are trying to hack across the line at a few of those deliveries.
That point you just mentioned, Vinny, it's almost like T10 cricket just brings together such small sample sizes of performance, and cricketers are sometimes thought of as having some of the more challenging psychological makeups, as we see Selvaraj gets pumped over the boundary. Unfortunately, the wind wasn't enough to keep that one in, and he's smacked for a Maximo. But cricketers are sometimes thought of having some of the more combustible or fragile psychological makeups. The fact that your game can be so bad or so good just off the back of a few deliveries, either batting or bowling, really doesn't make the doesn't give you the time to settle or to almost recoup after a bad start.
Yeah, it's a really good point you make, and you tend to extrapolate things sometimes in this form of the game because you don't see too much. Oh, this one's down the leg side. Pretty good keeping, I'd say, by Imtiaz. I wonder if he gathered this, and it's not an easy take by any means. If it had stuck to the hands, maybe he had a chance for a stumping, because often, you see how the batter just crept out of the crease for a second. Millisecond. But, that'll be re-bowled. This is going to go down to a vacant fine leg region. It's going to run away to the boundary, so 4 runs. And a confidence boost for Aftab Ahmed. I mean, he's been pretty good in all facets of the game today for Hammarby. Another 4 to the total.
Yeah, certainly has. He's a talented all-round cricketer. That Mayor Mahmood, who he's batting with, hasn't he started to find his range with the bat as well?
Yeah, for sure.
90, it snuck up almost the fact that they're now 99 for 3, still a couple of balls to go in the 6th over. Feels like they're doing it without a huge amount of risk at the moment either.
Well, this one's called wide. I'll be curious to see this one, the replay. Batter wanted the call. I'm going to say, I don't know about that. It went past the crease. It might have been inside, you know. That's better. As it's up and right in the block hole. Some thoughts of a 2 from Mahmood, but Ahmed has 0 interest. 100's up now for Hammarby as well.
Really solid batting performance from them. And if these two are there for another couple of overs, this could go into the really, really troubling territory. Boys from Sikif really need a wicket or two to start getting into the lower part of the middle order.
Oh, that's brilliant keeping. You're wide, for sure. If he's pulled this off, this is brilliant. I've never detected the back foot moving because it's quite an obvious wide. Let's have a look. Oh, hello. Oh, did he switch it over? I think he's just back.
Almost deserved a stumping.
Brilliant keeping, but it won't be out. Oh, that's going to really annoy him, Tiaz, because the one that he does take, somehow, like a world twister champion, Khalid Mahmood gets back. And I thought, the other foot was the one he might have back, but they crossed him over. It'll have to be re-bowled because it wasn't wide. So, last ball of Selvaraj's. spell. I kind of knew that would happen as soon as I said it, but that'll be a wide. And
It's a tough angle to bowl from, isn't it? You haven't got a huge amount of room for error.
I mean, I like it. It's literally, I like him bowling this way. He's just got to practice as much as he can and get that consistency, because I think he's a handful. See, that's a weird angle to play. I think if you're a right-hander, just bounces away from Irfan, concedes a second run, gets a mouthful from Gupta. He's probably forgotten he gave away 3 runs on a similar ball earlier in this innings. But anyway, it's the end of the 6th over. It's 105 for 3.
The short memories of ECS players, how quickly they judge. Have a quick look at the batting scorecard. Khalid Mahmood, he's powered this innings along, 25 off 8.
He's taken 2 catches since then, though, Gupta, so he's kind of made up for that.
He's going okay. Aftab Ahmed, I think he's the real danger man, actually, in these later stages. He can hit big, and I suspect he will have no hesitation in taking on Yasir a couple of times. It'd be great to see if Yasir continues to give the ball a lot of air.
Yeah.
Probably best chance for a scalp is players hitting down the ground and using this breeze to his advantage.
Yeah, I think he'll still toss it up. That's his natural kind of pace. I like it. Anyway, good contest here. 7th over. Takes it on, gets it wrong, hanging a long time. Fielder comes in, can't get there, and they'll get 2. It's a tough breeze to judge at the moment. They're even thinking of a third, but it's not going to be there. That's the captain, Amit Pangal, coming in. And yesterday, this ball definitely blows to him comfortably, but the wind's kind of all around the place right now. If anything, it's blowing it back towards the centre of the ground here. That's why Pangal doesn't get there in the end.
Yeah, you've got to be able to read that, though, coming from the outfield. The bowler's gotten the exact result that he wanted. Needs to take that catch.
This one hangs up. More work for Pangal. This time he handles it very well. Makes it tight as well at the bowler's end.
Perfectly legitimate to have a crack at the stumps on that occasion. Aftab Ahmed was playing it for deep in his crease on the back foot, so more challenging to get through for the single.
Oh, this is a good contest here. Mahmood on strike. You know he's going for it straight up in the air. Keeper calls for it. This is a big moment and he takes it. Great work by Imtiaz, who almost grabbed a stumping. And this time he holds his nerve under a high ball as it was blowing all over the place. So, reward as well for Ikram. And Mahmood goes for 25. It's 108 for 4. And a very interesting codetta to this ball as well, Andrew Ryan. We might see it in a minute, but first, good catch from the keeper.
Yeah, excellent. He's been pretty good with the gloves, actually. Imtiaz is an impressive cricketer. Looking forward to seeing him bat later. But excellent bowling again from Yasir. We said we wanted him to keep tossing it up. He's done exactly that. Let's have a look at the umpire.
Yeah, give us the ball, please. Yeah, it's straight in the head. Well, I don't think you can blame the wicket keeper there, because I think it's a pretty good throw. But yeah, gets him right on the side of the melon. Don't often need the concussion test for the umpire. Lucky it wasn't too forceful a throw from Imtiaz. He's kept well, Imtiaz. I mean, your most important thing is to make sure the ball doesn't get by you with those leg side ones and making early position. He does that well there. And then obviously trying to get your hands to it and trying to get your hands to hold on to it. And your next priorities. He's done a good job. Faizan comes out. He gets off the mark with that shot. He's shown he can hit boundaries from the get-go. But I've got to say, yeah, I like Ikram. Provides some good variety to this Sikif attack.
I've really enjoyed his spell today, actually. Nice to see him unleash the quicker top spinner there.
Premeditated. Dance down the pitch. And the step over from Ikram. They think of 2. They're going to take it. Oh, I think he's made it.
I reckon that ball might have even got a little bit stuck in the softer grass just behind the pitch, because it looked like it was actually on target for the stumps at one stage.
Faizan takes on the second run just because the fielder was labouring towards it, and he says, okay, if you're going to challenge me, I'm going to go, but let's have a look. Did he make it or not? He does make it, I think. Yeah, that's good enough for me. So, not too much in it.
Like he's a whippet between the stumps. He took a little bit of time making up his mind to come back for the second.
He almost looked the fielder in the eye and just made a read on him. And I think I can beat you here. If you're looking at me, you're not throwing. Anyway, that will be the end of the over now. And at the end of 7, Hammarby are 113 for 4.
Yeah, good couple of overs for the Sikif team. 113 for 4, 3 overs to go, so 18 balls in the pocket. Projected score up at 161. I don't know about you, Vinny. That feels like it's a little bit of a stretch for me at the moment. I reckon this will be a little bit more around the 145, 150 mark.
Yeah, it's hard to keep this kind of pace going. Yeah, I'd say around about the 145 to 150 here, but it kind of depends what happens and who happens as we get to over number 8, and Andrum's coming back. Gets flat pulled. Oh, good fielding from Irfan. He just had to grin and bear it, didn't he? That last hop didn't give him much time to react.
Just watching to see if there was a nod of appreciation from his fellow straight fielder Ankit Gupta here in front of us. Not a huge amount of reaction, just almost, yeah, he's done his job.
Interesting social dynamics, I think, sometimes as well.
Ankit clearly the alpha of these two that are in the straight fielding positions.
A bit of extra bounce this time for Adjum. Well handled as well by Imtiaz.
Looks like he's the sort of chap who's probably never satisfied with what he bowls, Naveed Anjum. He's just got that face perpetually slightly dissatisfied about what's coming out.
Push and run this time opens the face. Gets at least 1. In fact, he might get 4. So Faizan, clever batting. Anjum just kind of full outside the off stump. And I don't think this is premeditated. I think it's a drive that he realises, actually, I could probably use the pace and exploit that gap. He does it very, very well to get a boundary.
Might even expand on that dissatisfied face. I thought that was actually a pretty decent ball from
Yeah.
Arjun, but clever batting from Faizan. Didn't really show how fast this outfield is.
Similar kind of ball. This time the fielders have squeezed a bit. Won't get through.
Also happens to have hit a very prominent bump on the pitch next to the main deck here as well.
I do like the feel of having an extra pitch out there. Creates the kind of illusion of a square, like a wicket square. I'd like the day maybe when we have 5 or 6 artificial pitches all lined up.
Just making sure the carpet has time to recover in between contests.
Well, too short. Adios, Pelota. That one is leaving the building. Maximo to Haftab Ahmed. And really, I think this one's on the bowl a little bit too short. Stands, delivers, gets the 6.
Yeah, interesting. Have a look at these stance there. It was almost a little bit of a micro change in the grip pressure from Ahmed there. He saw the ball short of a length, really went hard with the bottom hand. It's absolutely slapped it to backward square.
Last ball of the over. Coming up, Andrum's gone for 33 in this one. Low full toss. Creates more issues for Gupta. Probably had flashbacks as that one was coming towards him. Anyway, it's the end of the 8th and the score is 126 for 4.
Yeah, 126. It's not out of the control yet. These last 2 overs are going to be very important for both teams. Hammarby can take it up to the 150, 155 range. They'll feel that they're very much in control. On the other hand, if Sikif can get a couple of overs that only go for 7 or 8, they'll feel that there's a reasonable chance of them chasing this target down. So it's all to play for. Change bowler, looks like Saad. Man wearing number 1 is going to be given the pill. Thought he was going to bowl with the backwards cap on there for a moment, which would have been a delight.
Needs a bit more UV protection, I suppose. It says Assad. He's going to bowl his only over of this innings in over number 9. So he's going to come on as the 6th bowler. Newman, remember, went for 21. I felt he's been unlucky to go for that many, to be honest. I don't think he'll get a second. Now it's a low full toss. He reaches for it and slams it out of here. Maximo. Once again, we see a bowler attempting what I think was meant to be a Yorker. Instead, hits 6.
Yeah, don't need to remind viewers that we nominated Aftab as the key man in these later overs. He's got the ability to hit big and hit consistently. He's one of the sweetest strikers in this Hammarby outfit. He's showing the full range of shots here in this innings.
Yeah, brilliant bit of striking. Wasn't as easy as it looked, that shot. This time he misses the Yorker and almost gets a wicket. the end, Gupta backs off. Seen some catches taken low down. He was thinking a bit more defensively though, Rhino.
Just seeing if I can see a white flag that's been raised at all. Piece of fielding. Looked like that was well within the range of Gupta. As you say, decided to take the defensive proposal, but I think if you've got Aftab Ahmed there and an opportunity to get rid of him, then you have to try to take it.
I suppose you can understand you don't want to come forward and then have it cost you 4 runs at this stage, but it would be good to get rid of Aftab if you're a Sikh fan. Now this is in the air, and this is a catching opportunity for Gupta, and he holds on to it. So a nice bit of work there. Faizan just dragged the ball slightly to the leg side, held up in the wind. Gupta throwing a sure pair of hands. He's been good with those balls in the air when he's reached them. That is the 5th wicket down now. It's 133 for 5.
Yeah, excellent caveat at the end there, Maximo. But that was a really good catch. In fact, he'd made good ground, and then it seemed like the ball even held up further than anticipated. Get down on his knees to control the catch, but very well done. Showing the importance of these straight fielding positions when there's a bit of breeze coming back towards the batter.
Yeah, I want to say hello to Siddharth as well. He said he enjoys hearing the Maximos. Well, thank you, Sid. Hopefully you are well. Very kind of you. And I know a lot of people also watching the World Test Championship. I'm keeping my eye on the score. I'll probably catch some highlights tonight.
It's a gutsy move from the World Test Championship to go up against an ECS event, isn't it? Just in terms of viewer interest.
I'll put it this way, there's a lot of people watching both, and the feedback I'm getting is one of them is muted. I won't say which one. Anyway, Sad to continue. Pulls this one a little bit outside. It's a new batter, which is Imran Ullah. He'll do the keeping today, or in this game at least, for Hammarby. So Rahul Khan has found someone to take the gloves. Oh, that could be gone, you know. I'm giving it out from here. Because I reckon his heel's in the air, and I reckon he's out.
Yeah, I think you're right here, Vinny.
I am 80 metres away, but let's have a look. Uh-oh, Razak might do his team a disservice here. Needs to get out of the way. Yeah, heel's in the air. Does it come down? Oh, maybe.
Ooh, probably actually safe there. He's probably depressed enough of that sole to get behind the line.
Yeah, I agree. Well, guess what? It's not out. Let's move on. Next ball's a dot.
Shows the importance of taking that catch, doesn't it? If you bring a batter to the crease who's not only fresh, but clearly not likely to strike at the same rate as some of the top order.
That's why they have a square leg umpire, not someone positioned 80 metres away at long off. Gets a fair piece of this, but will be handled down there. They've been busy, haven't they? The straight fielders, Nazir doing the job. That's the end of the over. As Imran Ullah gets off the mark, he retains the strike. It's 135. I'm actually not sure if he took that. No, pardon me, doesn't get off the mark because they don't run.
Pretty intelligent play,
yeah, I was going to say they shouldn't have run. And so it will be 134 for 5. I think my predicting senses have been on today. I think a while ago I said 145 to 150. Probably stick to that at the moment with Aftab to take strike. Look at the bowling figures. Sad will only get the one over. It takes 1 for 8. One issue has been the extras. 18 wides in this innings, inflating the score a fair bit. It's going to be Pungal, bowled the first. He's going to bowl the last. And he's going to have to match up against Aftab Ahmed.
Yeah, I don't think Ahmed's going to be too desperate to give up the strike in this over.
Oh, yeah, big swing. Pretty good keeping. I like the dynamic of keepers up to the stumps if they can do it. And look, probably at this level, not everything's been taken cleanly, but as long as you can block it, if you catch the occasional one even, certainly put some other issues in the batter's mind.
Pretty good bowling from Pungal. I like his line here. He knows exactly where Ahmed's trying to go.
It's a good take as well that time. Kept a bit low. It's all about, I call it having rubber knees. Just kind of being react to the bounce of the ball when you're keeping up. Strike 3. That's a really good example. So yeah, the technique here, you try to keep some kind of spring in your legs. So you see how his knees are pretty good. He's staying low for a fairly long time. Getting a good look at that. Strike 3 so far, making the strike 4.
Good take. That one popped off the pitch.
Yeah, and then, same thing. See, he's very square onto the ball and his eyes are in line with the ball. So, yeah, it's a very, very good piece of wicket keeping. The down and the up from similar length balls.
4 dot balls.
Strike 4. And finally, we have it hit. Well, my 145 to 150 is looking way off. What a good comeback, and really it does open up a window of opportunity for Sikif, because I think being experienced, on ECN, I suppose, their first tournament, the only team that haven't played before in an ECS, chasing 130 is a lot more reasonable. We just saw one of these chases pulled off. As this is in the air, away from the fielder. They should go for 2 here. And, yeah, it will be run out. So it would have been run out anyway. It'll be Ula, which has to give up his wicket, but he does end up with a run. So we've got a very similar chase, don't we, to the last game now. The final score for Hammarby is going to be 136 for 6 off the 10 overs. Sikif, kind of gave away a few too many, but they did come back well at the end, and they'll feel there is a chance they can pull this chase off and register their first points in ECN cricket.
Yeah, certainly. We started the innings with Arslan Ali, one of our personal favourites here at ECS Sweden. A couple of sweet shots. Anki Kopter not doing his finest on the boundary, and Arslan Ali continued to punish the bowlers from Sikif. He was eventually done by a corker Yorker from Naveed, who had been pumped up until that stage, head in the hands, but he was on his way back to the pavilion. But he had plenty of his comrades come in and continue to boost the score along. They were also helped by an absolute litany of extras. Hitting down the ground, it was almost the story of this game. Wind was blowing back towards the batters, much harder to loft the ball over the straight boundary, but the man who had no problems finding the boundary, Khalid Mahmood, 4 fours and 1 6 in his innings. They found it with enough regularity to keep the scoring rate going, particularly until the later stages. But Vinny, when you go to the over-by-over analysis for this game, if Hammarby lose this, they'll look at their last 4 overs, 8, 13, 8 and 2.
Yeah, exactly right. And I was going to identify that as well. 31 off the last 4, not really good enough. 105 they were after 6, and even if you can get you're 10 and over, 12 and over from there, you're looking at 150 instead. Only 2 runs off that last over. And in fact, I'll go even further. There were only 2 runs off the last 9 balls of the innings. So they really ground to a halt. Got to say, I really like the keeping of Samad Imtiaz as well, creating a bit of pressure up to the stumps and dealing with a slightly unpredictable pitch. I do like the idea to go for 2 there, but with a clean take for the bowler. He made sure it was only 1 off the last ball. And Hammarby end up 136 for the loss of 6 wickets. Rahul Khan, nice to see him get amongst the runs once again. Couldn't really go on with it though. Only faces 14 balls in the innings. Does crack 36 though. Apart from that, Aftab Ahmed with a fighting innings late in the piece though. Didn't have a lot of help, did he? Towards the end, 28 not out of 17. 25 for Khalid Mahmood and 17 for Arslan Ali opening up. And you identified the wides as well, Rhino. 18 wides in the innings. I mean, 10 too many at least. And again, that's the difference between 136 and 126. It does make a big difference, doesn't it? 2 for 22. I was really intrigued with the bowling of Yasir Ikram. A good old-fashioned leg spinner that was willing to give the ball some height and give it some side spin. Also, wickets for Navid Anjum, Raja Selvaraj with his round arm slingers. And Sardar chipped in the 9th over, doing a job. 1 for 8 of his over. We will take a break and we'll be back fairly shortly. When we do, it'll be time for the chase. Can Sikif pull off a memorable victory? They'll need 137 to do that. Hammarby want to make it a good day to go from 1 win to 2 wins and still 1 to come. Their day very much underway. Hope you can join us in just a few minutes then. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Sweden. Great to have your company. ECS action hitting day 3. And right now we're watching SIKIF or SIKIF. Full name Stockholm's Internationella Kultur och Idrottsförening, which basically means the Stockholm International Culture and Sports Association. They're taking on Hammarby Cricket Förening, or Hammarby Cricket Club, here in match number 14. That's the captain of Hammarby. It's Mohamed Munir. It's going to get us going. Yeah, fairly good score that they've cracked. They've cracked 136 for 6. And some good performers in that first innings. Rahul Khan top scoring with 36. He doesn't have the gloves this time because Imranullah is going to do that job. Imranullah into the side. Let's get going. Oh, it's a good one first up. Imranullah gets the tough one behind the stumps, which jumps on him. Always had the shortest wicket-keeping career ever if that had hit him in the beak. Have a look at this. Bang. But luckily he gets the gloves up just in time. Munir getting the ball to talk. The opener's out there for SIKIF. Navid Amjum facing up and Abdul Razak at the other end. Moves this one down leg side though, and the backstop was used pretty effectively earlier. This time it's just going to be too wide. Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. That one was a metre wide of Imranullah. Didn't look particularly keen to see how it was going to bounce. Andrew Ryan joining me in the commentary box. And yeah, let's see if SIKIF, fairly inexperienced in ECS cricket. Let's see how they go with this chaser 137.
Yeah, it's a big enough total, Vinny. They're going to have to attack from the get-go. Probably not the quite same level of power hitters as Hammarby has. Saw Imtiaz bat on that first day. He's got a good range of shots to complement his excellent work with the gloves. This opening pair going to have to find the boundary.
He's knocked him over. It's a really good ball from Munir that straightens down the line. The captain's dealing in this first over, and Razak's reeling. He goes for a golden duck, and it's 2 for 1.
He's planted an absolute seed there, Munir. I'm not sure Skipper had too much idea of where it was to begin with, but moved away late. Gorgeous ball.
And it drew him into the shot, didn't it? And well, Derek hasn't had a very busy time here in Sweden, but he has some work to do there. And unfortunately, he's following Razak off the field. And a very early wicket suffered by SIKIF as Samad Imtiaz, the keeper, comes to the crease. But have a look at this. It's a brilliant piece of bowling. Angles in. You can totally understand why Razak thinks that's going to come into his pads and he can clip it away. But it just goes late and it does him all ends up.
Interesting action, Munir, isn't he? He sort of trots into the wicket, sort of decelerates largely as he gets there. His action's almost all arm, but comes out at a reasonably rapid rate. It's a good ball. Brings Imtiaz to the crease. He's certainly the main man as far as SIKIF is concerned.
Goes after this and it's going to run away all the way. Maximo! Imtiaz, who kept well, he's batting well so far. Sends a warning shot, firing over point for 6.
Yeah, he looks a talented cricketer, Vinny. There's a lot riding on his shoulders for this SIKIF team. But if anyone's able to take them close to this total, it's certainly that man, Imtiaz. Played some great shots through the offside in SIKIF's first game. If it hadn't been for his untimely dismissal, they may have been victorious.
He's getting that good away movement though, isn't he? Well, it doesn't matter when they get cracked like that. That's gone even further. Maximo! Imtiaz opens with 2 sixes.
Yeah, he's very strong in that cover area. I don't think the outswing from Munir is going to worry him in the slightest. In fact, it's taking it into his power zone. Beautiful weight transference and good elevation. Ball's been sent into the long, reedy grass out there in the covers, but fortunately been tracked down.
Get a more traditional kind of 5-4 field here. First up, 4 on the leg side. That's what you're seeing there.
Maybe they should go to the Tigers 7-2 field with the
7-2
bowler and the batter in this, taking this sort of approach.
Okay, just decides he wants to let that one go. Imtiaz wasn't confident he could play a safe shot. I suppose you can afford to do that when you've cracked 2 sixes to open up.
I'd love to see a player just shoulder arms in T10 cricket. It's a sign of confidence.
and then just wink at the bowler as it sails past you. Well, bowled again, but this is a cracking shot from Imtiaz. Yes, classical cricket, really. Beautiful cover drive. There was no half volley either. Probably bounces a metre in front of the pad, but he still keeps it on the ground and he gets full value. 18 come off the first over. It's 18 for 1.
Vinny, 59 matches since the Golden Ball. Do you think this is it?
It is possible.
So
I do like the
it's
golden
possible.
strips of Hammarby.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's coming. Every game is one closer to a golden ball, and that is a scientific fact.
Isn't that a beautiful panorama that we're getting from the camera coming back in from the main road of Marstad, the town that we're staying in, and which is host to this illustrious event, ECS Sweden for 2023.
I would say this ground is where city meets country.
Isn't it? Isn't it? You look around to your left and you could think you're in completely rural.
Reminds me of
Sweden.
Vienna, where the hills are alive kind of backdrop. And then we've got the main road on our right. It's, yeah, it's a beautiful cricket ground. Really enjoyed our time here so far. Thanks everyone from the Mashta Club for looking after us as well. So Naveed Anchum is going to face up, and he almost gets done by an in-swinging Yorker. Instead, he squeezes it away for 4.
Geez, that's unlucky for Aftab Ahmed. That's a beautiful start. In-swinging Yorker almost castles him, but gets enough bat, and this fast outfield and a little bit of help from the wind in that direction. Ball flies way to the boundary, so Anchum off the mark.
Yeah, it was a bit unlucky, wasn't it? If anything, the wind's going that way now. This wind's all over the place, really. A bit like Brittany through her 30s. But anyway. Oh, sliced away. That's almost an outrageous catch. Instead, it's going to be knocked away for 4. Wow, Faizan would have pulled out one of the all-time great catches here if this had stuck. He couldn't quite make it.
I wonder, Vinny, if this is local knowledge of where Naveed tries to hit, because it's not a particularly common fielding position to have someone back probably a good 15 metres behind square on the offside, but that ball's gone straight to him.
Yeah. 2 metres away from straight to him, I guess. Anyway, next ball is that missed pull shot. I like this attacking intent, though, from Sikif. Yeah, I have been enjoying watching some of these Sikif players that I haven't really seen before. Not how many big guys I know from previous series here. But there's a lot of runs to get. Having said that, they're ahead of where they need to be at this stage. Little targets, 13, 14 and over. And we have seen a few more winds than usual today. For me, it might be an indication that because the wind is swinging around, it's not really that predictable for the bowlers what's going to happen when the ball leaves the hand. Some have swung, some haven't. And also, we've had a lot of left-hand, right-hand combinations today. Batting just seems more than usual, and they've been having a few problems adjusting.
They certainly do. And when Aftab Ahmed is a good quality bowler, but when he has had problems, it's tended to be from issues controlling his swing. Moved his backstop around to the leg side version of backstop there.
What position you don't have to move too much for left-hand, right-hand.
Good move given where that ball's gone.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen so many balls get through keepers, but it's probably a sign, number 1, of the variable bounce in the pitch, and number 2, that the area, kind of that keeper's area, gets so scuffed up that second bounces are okay if, for example, on an artificial surface, it's quite predictable what's going to happen, but pretty natural. If you think it's going to take your head off, you're not really wanting to get in perfect line with it. Worked way around the corner and over the fielder. Maximo! Anjum gets 6 and Sikif going nowhere in this chase.
Yeah, nice shot from Anjum. We missed a pull shot opportunity earlier in the over. This one was a little bit slower, a little bit shorter. Takes it easily. And that's a lovely, lovely shot. And Sikif racing along to 36 for 1. The impressive thing about this is that they haven't taken a huge amount of risks to do it, have they, Vinny? They've just taken advantage of some ill-directed bowling.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if Hammarby thought Sikif were going to fold in the second innings, they got nothing coming. Oh, this is a kicked one straight down to that man. That is the new vortex there, isn't it? We talk about the vortex in Bulgaria down to third man where the ball seems to gain pace. But there's so many balls getting sucked in behind the wicket.
it's turned into a genius fielding position. And maybe Hammarby are going to redefine T10 cricket with this fielding structure.
I'm going to throw this out there as well. I think it's fine to keep in a helmet if you're back on this field. You know, maybe if it gives you the confidence to go and block more balls, I think it's probably a good idea. I think that's partly why they're balls that are, let's just say 1 to 1.5 metres beside the keeper. They're not really looking that confident taking it on the second bounce. Anyway, it's the end of the second over, and right now they're in pretty good shape. It's 38 for 1.
Yeah, certainly are. Their tournament's going to look in much better shape if they can pick up a win here, but Hammarby will be fighting to take their equation to 2-2. Sikif won't really want to start the tournament with 2 losses, although they won't be the first team to do that. Certainly the case for Hammarby, and they've recovered today. It's a good enough start for Sikif that they're going in 19 runs and over, so certainly putting themselves in the equation. Just turning to your favourite topic, Vinny, of wicketkeeper approaches. Take note of what you said the other day of sort of pitch where you've probably just got to bank on more balls coming through low than shooting upwards.
Yeah.
And just standing further forward than you typically would.
And if you have to kind of eat one that takes off and you can't get your hands up in time, then maybe you just have to cop it. This one's a bit high as new bowler has come on to Race Jarvid. Yeah, so I think there's also nicks you want to carry. That's the other thing. You don't want to have to deal with them bouncing right in front of you. So, I mean, I suppose for me, it also depends. If you can keep up, it's such an important skill. If you feel confident keeping up, and you saw that, Imtiaz was brilliant keeping up. Now we're seeing him batting there. But, I mean, yeah, if I was keeping up, I'd be keeping up to most bowlers that I could. This is a slower bouncer. It's going to hold up and it's going to be taken. So Imtiaz goes now, and it's Humays Jarvid with the big wicket. Sikif flying in this start, but they have lost 2 batters now. It's 38 for 2.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a plan, Vinny. They had someone stationed there at a fairly non-standard backward square leg position. Managed to pull it straight to him. To be honest, for a batter of Imtiaz's quality, that's a terrible shot.
It's the lack of pace. I mean, I think the shot's on. I just think he gets it completely wrong. It says here, try this. Maybe you have more luck with it. But yeah, he's almost too quick for that shot. Lost the timing. A nice catch taken by Said Faizan. That time he has a lot more of a rudimentary opportunity. He holds on, no problems. 38 for 2. And this will bring Ankit Gupta to the crease at number 4.
Yeah, I actually think Ankit used to play out in Switzerland. Familiar figure, certainly a name I recognise. And if it is the same Ankit Gupta, he was never shy in taking lusty blows to try to smoke bowlers straight down the ground. I hope it's the case. I'd love to see him get a hold of a couple here.
Yeah, well, we'll keep you up to date with that.
Breaking news.
Yeah, we have seen him playing for the Zurich Nomads before. That's a very good pickup, actually. Ankit Gupta.
Well, there you go. Hasn't thought twice about going to the big heave.
We saw him back in the St. Gallen series, playing for the Nomads. High score of 21 not out versus CCC.
I was about to say, I think it was
you guys?
Cosney, I think.
The Cosney Cricket Club, yeah.
And I have a feeling it was my good friend Barath Narayanan bowling the last over to him after we actually ended up winning that game against the Nomads, who were the eventual champions.
Yeah.
Just to see Jarvid come in, and Gupta's got nowhere near that. And Barath started it over well, bowling the 10th after we'd kept them to a pretty reasonable score after getting their 2-star batters out. Then unfortunately bowled a rank full toss, which Gupta smoked away and then got another one. So hello to Barath, who's out of the World Test Championship, watching Australia play India today.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it nice? We've got half the team, I think, out there in London watching this. A few of them trying to scamper back for a game on the weekend.
Shakir Ali has a question for me. I'll address that in a second. First, Jarvid. No one's off the bat until now, and there's 6 of them. Maximo Hancham, left-handed special here. It was short, it was in his body, but he gets a hand through it and he gets 6.
Yeah, he's got a lovely pull shot, hasn't he? It used the description of someone yesterday that swivels on the pull shot, and I think it's a nice description for how Naveed Anjum plays it. Just easy power, and just to take it behind square, easily carries the boundary. Great shot.
Yes, his question was, what's the run rate here compared to Belgium? Well, Belgium, I think, ended up, believe it or not, first. BFL, I think, it's doing too much. And Belgium ended up, I think, 11 points something. And I think we're around about the 12s here. So it's a little bit higher here at the moment. Let's see if it lasts, though, as we get to the end of the third over. A pretty good power play for Sikif. It's 45 for 2. But I think the thing for me is that their batting depth is going to be tested here. You've got Gupta out there. He's hyper-attacking. You can tell that straight away. Let's see if he comes off. And they have lost Razak and Imtiaz in that power play.
Pretty good over there from Humaz Javed, who's ended up with only 6 runs going off it. Managed to remove Imtiaz with that slower ball bouncer. Just put the brakes on this Sikif chase. They're going at 15 and over, but they were up to almost 19 and over at the end of the second. So good defensive cricket from him.
Now we're going to see Essa Farouk bowling for the first time in this game.
I might say I quite liked Farouk's bowling in the last game. Looks like he goes out there with a plan.
Okay. So we're getting going in over number 4. Short and hit really well. Pounced on that, just short of the length. And Gupta, third time lucky, Maximo. He hits his first 6 in the ECS in Sweden. In fact, that's Gupta, pardon me, who was all over that pretty quickly, wasn't he?
Certainly was a nice shot, right in his wheelhouse. Reckon he might be odds on to beat his previous best score. And oh God, what timing! The umpire's fingers stayed down. May have thought he was hit slightly outside the line. My feeling is Gupta might have gotten lucky on that call.
Where's the bowler here? Does he move to his right? No, umpire gets a pretty good look at it. Oh. Yeah, I like that it'll show the bat to the umpire. I think that might have swayed him in the end, but I think you put him on the polygraph. I don't think he would have passed it. I don't think he hits him outside the line either, you know.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
Well,
hard for us to judge the inside edges.
What do I have to know to get that no to a yes? Here's the next one. Bounces predictably a second time in front of Imran Ullah. It's an exciting game here.
Yeah, really rocking and rolling between who's favourites at any given time. A couple of good overs here have just reasserted the position of Hammarby. Sikif, it's only 2 wickets lost. So they've got plenty of batters, just more about who they've got in the batting lineup. They can keep up with this heavy run rate. Andrum's doing a very good job at the moment.
Oh, he's knocked over. And Andrum is going to have to go. He played all around that one from Baruch. Got it right on target, and that's a 3rd wicket down now. It's 52 for 3.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling. Talked about how impressive he was, Farouk. I think that's a good length to be bowling to Andrum. Certainly didn't want to be dropping short onto his leg side. Put it full, forced him to try to whip over mid-wicket. That's not really his shot. Castles the stumps, and that's the 3rd wicket down, and a pretty big one as well. So Sikif now 52 for 3. 2 balls left in this 4th over.
Yeah, well, Gupta survived. We might call it maybe a fortunate LBW. I think he got given as a run in the end, so I think he's completely sold that inside edge. But anyway, Andrew's not so lucky. Shaukat was asking if he wants to watch low-scoring thrillers. What country is that? Well, probably Milan had a fair few of them, to be honest, with the nature of that field there. You always go Malta as well. Low-scoring thrillers, well, Bulgaria, perhaps as well. What are you thinking, though, Shaukat? You tell me. I had a few places where the scoring was fairly low. By low, it's funny that we're talking about low being about, say, 9 and over.
9 or 10 and over.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, yes, Farouk gets that right on target, and Yasir Ikram is the new batter.
Got to say, I like a balance between some of the low-scoring games that bring a bit of tension in and those where just seeing Maximo after Maximo blasted.
It's the beauty of cricket, isn't it? Variety's the spice of life. Right now, this is a drive through the covers. Ikram, confident start for him. Farouk, tall man, but that wasn't a very imposing delivery. Attempted Yorker, I think, but I like the way he goes. With the correct shot there, finds the gap, gets 4.
Yeah, showing he's not just a wily, high-flighted leg spinner, Yasir. Went into that cover drive, timed it nicely and found the gap.
Brings it shorter. Try and get something out of this pitch. Yeah, well bowled. And you can see, I think that Manula has taken a step or two forward. Does get that one on the full. It's the end of the fourth over. Score 56 for 3. Yeah, about keeper positioning. Yeah, for me, I suppose because I'd played a lot of the indoor version of the game, I was very confident keeping up to the stumps. So I could even do that to bowlers, probably bowling in the 130s, let's say, definitely around the 135, depending on the pitch conditions and how predictable the pitch was. And obviously with the artificial pitch here, normally there's not too much sideways in it. But I think that one solves a lot of your problems about what the keepers are struggling with these second bounces. And with the variable bounce, again, you know, sometimes it might mean you might not take it completely cleanly, but you are at least making that stop, not letting it get past you. Also brings a few other things into the game. You just get a lot more LBWs keeping up to the stumps to medium paces because batters tended to kind of stay closer to home, so the point of impact with the pad was closer to the wickets. And obviously, you know, things you'd expect like stumpings and stuff like that. There are some drawbacks to it though. This was right off the end of the bat. That does make the stop.
Did you ever think that psychologically umpires were more inclined to give LBWs when the keeper's standing up, just because of that feeling of crowding the stumps?
Kind of. I mean, and you can stand behind middle stump and appeal. You know, that's the other thing.
Just feels like everything happens in a short little box when the keeper's standing
yeah,
up to the stumps.
It intensifies the experience, doesn't it? Big swing. And, well, back to the future. And even the backstops aren't going to stop this. And I do mean multiple because there's 2 of them now. But that bisects them. Gupta swings and misses, but still gets 4.
Oh, it's just crazy. The backstop's just too wide at the moment. What's he doing? He's got himself 15 metres to cover that. It's ridiculous.
I think I will say for Imran Ullah, it doesn't really matter how he keeps. I think his spot's safe. I don't think anyone is queuing up. In fact, I don't know if there's a little brown paper bag that Rahul Khan has passed him with the gloves. But, yeah, you can see the second bounce just hopped away from him. 4 byes.
It's almost just a sacrificial lamb that just happens to be wearing keeping gloves.
Oh, that'll hurt.
That was a quicker ball from Kazi.
Yeah, it was. I felt this one. Let's have a look where it gets him. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right in the waist.
Yeah. More waist than...
Not quite as fragile an area, but still not a great one to get.
No, not
struck
great.
on.
It squared him up like a cube, didn't it? And they're going to keep swinging. And how about if he's just got 3 fielders instead of 1 wicketkeeper and just tried to form a wall? Because there's a lot getting through at the moment.
I'm glad they've at least given some sympathy to Arslan Ali and put him down in that fielding position, because frankly, having him in catching spots with a fractured hand doesn't feel like
well, why don't we
optimal
give
move.
Arslan Ali the gloves and just maybe really still get the protection of the wicket-keeping gloves. Here's the next ball. Kazi deflected away for 1.
Not 1.
Well, no, they don't take 1 in the end. Okay. Shakir Ali was saying he thinks that the Portugal series, yeah, okay, he's saying that Portugal series is fairly low scoring. He also said he'll never forget the France-Belgium golden ball match. Yeah, that was crazy. And yeah, so that's Siddiqui, yeah, thinking that maybe missing his keeping skills yet. Probably right to that. Anyway, everyone doing their best. Not an easy position, especially if you're not that used to it, especially when you're under pressure like this. And it's an important role. End of the 5th over here. Just fallen behind a little bit. Sakif at 62 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, really taking the sting out of that fast start. We're on 38 after 2 overs, so the score has just dribbled a little bit.
All right, I'm rolling a dice to see which group I'm talking about. And the dice has come up 1. Group 8. Love to talk about it. Well, we're just talking about France. Now, if they can somehow secure the services of the top 3 of Drouet, their bowling is elite, the French side. They fielded really well last time as well. You got Spain and Isle of Man. Then we talked about them the other day, didn't we? With the last time they met in the T20 International, Spain bowled out Isle of Man for 10 and chased it in 2 balls. Then Czech Republic, we'll be going to there shortly. And Greece, we just saw them in the ECI last weekend. So you're looking forward to that ECC starting September 25. Right now, it's a new over. And it's a nicely executed pull shot from Yasir Ikram. Just a little bit short, wasn't it? Jarvid goes to the boundary.
He's got a nice flowing technique.
Yeah.
You see it, doesn't he? He doesn't try to overhit the ball, but his placement's good. Knows how to go hard when he needs to. That was well positioned.
Czech Republic, of course, they've got cricket this weekend, T20 international cricket, because their Central European Cup is being played, the CE Cup, at the Vinosh Ground in Prague. Little thick edge. Well, I guess it is. And it'll just be one this time to Ikram. So let's see what they need. I think it's about 15 and over. Yeah, about 15 and over required. So this is where, if I'm batting now in these situations and batting lower down the order, sometimes I would find myself in these situations. You know, you're looking at trying to get 15 off this over. So whatever the score is, trying to get that many. But this is up in the air, hanging. Don't think it'll carry to anybody, or will it? Did carry in the end. And they'll only get one. At the start of this over, they were 67. So, pardon me, at the start of this over, they were 62. So if you get to say 77, 78, high 70s, that's kind of what I'm looking at.
That was Essa Farouk coming in from the third man boundary. Actually made good ground. He read it early, tracked the flight of the ball. Just couldn't complete the catch, what he eventually got there.
Off the end of the bat, this will get away for 4. And so badly needed boundary. Ikram doing his best to keep Sikif in touch.
He's got a really unique stance, Ikram. He crouches down very low. The bat is almost held horizontal at part of his preparation phase, but he's timing the ball nicely, and inside that one almost coming off the toe end of the bat. He's finding the gaps with ease.
Rishi said he'll never forget the golden ball in the rain as well. Yeah, that was one of the moments of 2022. In the air, but it's off the end of the bat. Now this one is a catching opportunity, and it's dropped. He did all the hard work, didn't he, Faizan? And in the end, he couldn't quite reel it in. Good effort, but not quite good enough.
Yeah, once again made excellent ground to come in off the boundary. It's unfortunate for the bowler. He's actually come up with some good wicket-taking balls this over, but fielders haven't backed him up.
Wow, another big swing and a miss from Gupta. So it's going to be the end of the over at 73 for 3. And yeah, so Sharkat had a follow-up question. How come only 3 days for the groups and not a whole week or 5 days like there was in 2022? Well, a very simple reason. We have more countries. So we've gone from 21 countries last year to 31 countries this year. So that means to compress it and get it in the window, we need to have that 3-day group format. But it was so action-packed and so popular, wasn't it, in the ECL? It's the exact same format as we had in the ECL, where you just play each other once, bottom team drops out. So it's not like you're cutting a whole bunch of teams, by the way, after 2 days, but you do have clear incentives to do well at the group stage. The top 2 get the double chance, the next 2 survive, the bottom team, the 5th team misses out. And it means that every 3 days is finals. 7 different finals days. I had my lucky gold shoes. 7 times I wore them during that ECL. Anyway, it's going to start with a boundary here in the 7th. Munir's brought himself back. He did come up with a dream delivery to get the innings off to a good start for his team, but he also went for 2 6s and a 4. And so, yeah, Yasir's the man keeping his side in the game. Gupta is swinging hard, but not really producing too much.
He's not. I'm absolutely fascinated by this Ikram stance as well, Vinny. He crouches down so low as the ball is coming in. I guess if those balls are grubbering through, he's probably in pretty decent eye position for it, less so if it pops off the pitch.
This time, it goes to the mummy. It's Arslan Ali. He has that hand bandage. I don't know if we can focus on him. Yeah, have a look at his left hand. It's a proper cast. He's got a proper broken thumb. It's quite amazing we've seen him batting so well. And then Alexa, here he is again. Oh, he would have been out as well. Been out by some distance. As the batter's labouring through that single.
Just feel like a bit of the pace has been taken out, despite you see finding the boundary on a couple of occasions. Just enough dot balls and singles coming here to keep Hammarby in control of this game. Munir continues bowling pretty well. Bowled a nice opening over. A little bit of a way swing. Caused some problems for the top order batters, but still went for a few runs. Sikif just probably needs 2 or 3 boundaries in the next 5 or 6 balls to get themselves back on track.
Worked away leg side. Well, they need something to happen quickly, and this is something, isn't it? As Ikram keeping his team in the contest. Maximo! 6 more to Sikif.
Yeah, lovely shot. Well, said they need 2 or 3 boundaries in the next 4 or 5 balls. That is certainly one way of doing it. Lovely shot from Yasir. Good timing again too.
Yeah. I had a question in the chat. Shakat wanted to know the lowest scores defended in ECN cricket. Well, got a treat for you there. We'll put it up on the screen if you like after this ball. First is Munir to finish his spell. Slow ball on. Completely bamboozles Ikram. And that will be the end of the over. I don't know if we'll get another look at that, but that was a great piece of bowling. Yeah, okay, these are the lowest scores ever defended. And, well, Stockholm Tigers, who are playing today, in fact, they defended 62 against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians back in 2022. That was that broke a record. Men in Blue had that record for around about 15 months. But guess what? Stockholm Tigers got pipped by the Prague Tigers just 2 weeks later. When Prague Tigers on their first ever day in ECN defended 60 against the Prague Barbarians. So, yeah, quite a few in the 60s now. I mean, they're the top 10. There's probably been, say, 15, 16 defences in the 60s. But we've never seen a team defend something in the 50s successfully. That is something that will happen one day, Rhino, but I'm not sure when.
No doubt. I'm going to go on a different track. Explain to me the Bugiba Blasters. That is one of the best names. But that's a massive shot.
Well, there needs something to happen. Gupta's been swinging like a rusty gate, hasn't he? And we knew if you hit one, it was going to go a long way. And that's the way it's worked out. Maximo, what a shot to start the 8th over. That makes it 46 off 17. Bugiba is an area in Malta. So, yeah, Bugiba is, it's just an area fairly close to Valletta. And, yeah, so Bugiba Blasters. Good name.
Great name.
Good team. Wow. Well, once he's got the taste of it, he wants more. And no one's getting this. Back-to-back Maximos for Gupta.
Gee, this reminds me of almost every Ankit Gupta innings that I saw back in Switzerland, of swinging hard almost every single ball. And at times you think you've got him under control, but then he manages to make contact with a few and they go flying.
15 and over, the rate's down to now. Wow, they were large. Good adjustment, though, from the bowler. Gets called a wide. Check it out, though. Obviously, it's a tight call. Went shorter and wider, and yep, that's a wide.
Certainly don't blame him for changing the line there, Mahmood. I think tactically the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's fine. I think you don't want to bowl another one in the slot. Gupta couldn't hit a beach ball in his innings, but he's come good at the right time. Now, he's late on this pull shot. Ends up at mid-off. And that's going to be a single. Yeah, Sharkat, happy to oblige. Sadat Siddiqui as well asking, why don't we all organise more T20 cricket? Well, I mean, ECS is T10. That's just the format. That's the format everyone knows and loves, and it allows us to get the most matches in and expose the most teams and players. But we do have T20 cricket coming up at the international level. Plenty of it. You saw a moment ago, we'll have both men's and women's T20 international cricket being shown. And the short answer is that's what people like to see on ECN. And I think there's a lot of other T20 cricket around the world that people might want to tune into if that's your cup of tea. And I've got nothing against T20 cricket either. I mean, obviously, slightly different dynamics, but yeah, there is something kind of addictive about the ECN T10 format. This is up in the air, and this is into the gap as well. So I think that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Ikram goes into the 30s. Well, there's Tyrone Peters. A few people wondering where Tyrone is. Well, there he is. He's here. He's the tournament referee, and these sixes are bringing things back into the realm of possibility for Stockholm International Kultur och Idrottsförening. I tried to do that from memory that time. That was a big mistake. Anyway, there's another one. Wow, what an over this is. Mahmood's been taken to the cleaners. Shoe misses again and might have a broken finger, but the over's broken for Mahmood. It goes for 26, and it's game on here. 111 for 3 after 8.
Wow, that is precisely what they needed, Vinny. That was a huge over, and at the time they needed it most, and surprisingly against, man, he's been one of the most effective bowlers for Hammarby. Have a look at the worm. Hasn't it taken a climb in that last 6 balls? All of a sudden, Sikif, they only need 26
Yeah.
of these final 12 balls. The way they're hitting to the boundary, very much the possibility. A couple of lovely shots from
felt it
Yasir in that over.
It was drifting away, wasn't it, when they were just 62 off 5 overs, but the last 3 overs, 11, 12, 26. And these two have really hit their straps.
Skipper going to the
Good
trump
time.
card here.
Yeah.
Aftab Ahmed, I think it's a good mood just when they've started to lose control. Interesting thing of whether or not he'll have Khalid Mahmood bowl that final over.
Yeah, well, the other thing is Rashid Kazi, he was the guy, only 6 off his over. 5 of them were buys, and he hasn't bowled again. So I think he'd be a lock for the last over, considering they are going back to Aftab Ahmed here. Did go for 20, but that was a long time ago in the second. 26 to win. 9th over, and the 6 hitting rampage continues. Maximo! Well, Gupta's gone full beast mode here, and it's all happening in the 9th already.
As you said earlier, he was swinging and missing so often and earlier in his innings, but hasn't he found his range? It's like someone standing on the driving range, and after topping 16 balls in a row, they finally smoke a few 270 metres.
Wow, a ball gets him on the foot, and he's almost going to run himself out. And wow, this will be an interesting one. Slipped in a Yorker. It's hard to claim the inside edge when you're hopping around with a broken toe. Let's have a look at it.
I think this one was tailing down the leg side, Vinny.
Yeah, agree. And then, because he's worried about the appeal partly, he almost runs himself out. I'm sure that he would have been gone here.
Wouldn't that be a disgraceful way to lose your wicket in a crucial time? Full toss. Have a look at that on the replay. It might end up as a no ball. Precisely what Ahmed doesn't want at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he does charge, but it's not a slow ball, so it's not really dipping. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, how high is it though?
It's not great.
Yeah, it's pretty high. Will it get given or not? It's a line ball call. Are you absolutely sure it's below the waist or not? They're happy with it. No call. Zakif might have felt a bit hard done by there, but I mean, you charge, you kind of lose your benefit. Imran Ullah, he takes that one cleanly. And so, handy dot ball. This game's going to the wire, Rhino.
It certainly was. Wasn't that in the slot for Gupta? Just needed to keep his balance a touch more, given he's roasted the previous 3 balls that have been in that location.
Want to say a quick hello to Wayne. Nice to see you in the chat, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Northern Ireland Nick as well. Big finish on the cards here. That's bludgeoned. And that's going to be 4. 1 bounce and 4 runs. And hasn't Gupta just turned the corner in this innings? Haven't seen him in the ECS since Switzerland 2020. He's winding back the clock here in match 14.
Certainly is. It's like Mount Vesuvius has just woken up and decided to erupt on a Wednesday afternoon here in Stockholm. It's incredible striking for him. It just kept his balance and his shape so much better on that shot than the previous one. If he doesn't get himself out here, he could very much carry them to victory. 14 runs needed off 7 balls.
Short hurries him up. Almost knocks him into oblivion. Well held down there, short third man. And I think Gupta's lucky that he gets something on that. It's the end of 9 overs. Score is 124 for 3. This is what's coming up next, Sikif. Back-to-back matches tonight. They're taking on the Stockholm Tigers. You just saw the Tigers on that list. They once defended 62. It's a long time in the past now. And both teams will really be chasing the points. Last game of the day. Now, don't have a start time on this one yet. It's listed to start in 15 minutes, but there's every chance it might be slightly delayed by maybe 5 or 10 minutes. 59 matches since the Golden Ball. Are we going to get one here?
Oh, Vinny, it's a pretty decent chance, isn't it? We were sceptical at the start of this innings, but this partnership between Yasir and Gupta has taken them to the brink of victory, but still a lot of work to do. See what happens. The first 2 balls of this over are absolutely crucial.
So, yeah, if we do get there, it'll be the first Golden Ball in Sweden this year. 5-5 this year. Although all time, the bowlers have had the better of the Golden Balls. 47 Golden Balls we've had. Let's round it out to 48 tonight. I'm feeling it. For me, statistically, and again, I'm just feeling this, when there's 13 off the last over, It's the most likely total to force a golden
I
ball.
think it's interesting points, 2 Maximos and a single, or 3 4s and a single.
All right, and they do go back to Kazi as we thought they would. It's short, it's hit. Fielder comes in, catches it. Well, I'm not even quite sure how many has caught that. He's gone slight crocodile style. It's lodged in the right hand, and Gupta's going to have to go for 32. The game takes another twist. What a roller coaster it's been in match 14. Sikif 124 for 4.
Oh, the jaws have clasped together at the optimal time. Big, big wicket there for a couple of reasons. It's a dot ball. It takes one of the big hitters of that partnership out, and it brings a new batter to the crease. So many things have gone in the favour of Hammarby on that ball. And looks like the tap of the hands as they've walked out and walked in. Irfan Nazir, who Gupta was having a bit of a running conversation with at the top of the field at long on. Rashid comes in, sprays it down the leg side. Well, after a wicket first ball, giving away a wide, it's not helpful.
Yeah, so...
Tell you what, if they had been more alert there, Vinny, too, keeper had to go a long way down the leg side. You see, could have scooted through for the one.
I've got to say, probably one of the keeper. It's a fairly good bet at this stage as well when you're trying to scramble. Nazir in the hot seat. Haven't Sikif had 2 close finishes in their 2 games so far. Big swing and a miss, well handled behind the stumps, makes it 12 off 4. And I think now Ikram's got to read the room. I think he just needs to run. Whether he hits it or whether he doesn't, he's got to run.
I completely agree. And Yasir has got to show the intent to get there as well, because take your chances with this wicketkeeper that he's not going to come up with the direct hit.
12 off 4. Nazir yet to score. Short, banged for 6. What a shot. It wasn't a good ball from Kazi. He's been very miserly so far, but that was short. It was in the swing zone and it disappeared. Maximo, game on here at the MCG.
Wasn't it? Well, Irfan hadn't gotten close to the previous delivery. All of a sudden becomes a pull extraordinaire. That's a glorious shot. It's gone a long, long way. And the twists and turns of this game, it's almost making me seasick, Maximo.
Out of my seat, otherwise because I was going to fall off the edge of my seat here.
I'll rise with you.
Yeah, wasn't a good delivery, was it, from a guy that's been so reliable. 6 off 3 now. Still feel you need another boundary somewhere around the traps. I suppose if you're Sikif now, you're 1 swing of the bat away from your first ever win on ECN. Kazi gets it completely wrong. This is a no ball, +1. Well, it's been called a wide, but this has to be high. There's no way this is below the waist, looking at where it bounced. We'll check it out here. Yeah, let's have a look, unless I'm seeing things. Yeah, it's chest high, isn't it?
It's one of the easiest calls we've had all day on that front. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference because it means that Ikram cannot be out at all. So, I mean, either way, it was going to be 2 runs.
And it also brings Yasir back onto strike as well.
Yeah, that's the bonus as well, isn't it? So he's got a free shot at winning the game. Any boundary will win it now for Sikif. 4 to win, 3 balls left, and he hits it in the air. Again, it won't be out, but it will be a single. That's pretty good fielding. And that actually, I was just looking at 3 singles will be a golden ball. There's one of them.
Oh, so tight, and a lot of pressure still on the new batter. Still only made contact.
You're
with 1
running.
ball.
I'm telling you right now, you're running no matter what. If he misses it, doesn't matter. All right, 3 off 2. Again, Nasir's hit a 6. Can he win the game for Sikif? Well, maybe. Fielder comes around Mahmood. It's 6, and it's the end of the game. Maximo! Nazir comes up with the goods in the last. Mahmood had a play, and it wasn't easy, but he couldn't quite get there. And congratulations to Sikif. They have their first win on ECN in dramatic circumstances. They lost a tight one the other night. They win a tight one today. They thoroughly deserve it. You got to feel for Hammarby, but really, the chase was marvelously orchestrated by the newcomers.
Absolutely. What a tremendous win, and full credit to Sikif. Never felt like they were in front in that game until the later stages when Yasir and Ankit Gupta started teeing off towards the back end. What an incredible finish, and full credit to Ira coming in at the end and managing to smoke a pair of Maximos. We'll see it on the replay. We'll actually go to the highlights first, but lovely opening spell from Munir. He was really moving the ball appreciably, and a couple of those early top order wickets really hampered them, but that meant Imtiaz, he's the class batter in this team. He came out, struck the ball nicely. And then Andrew, he actually played some good pull shots as well, and those consistent sixes just kept them in the game, but they also lost wickets with enough regularity that they were starting to get through to their middle order, and in particular, when he was cleaned up by Farouk, you thought that maybe they'd lost the momentum.
Seemed like they lost their way, didn't they? I mean, especially Gupta came out, and he might as well have been batting with the toothpick the way he was going. Didn't look like he was going to get near anything. But then things turned around, didn't they? But there's all this drama in the middle, a couple of chances going down. I mean, this game is really all about the finish. But I mean, that's two big chases we've seen pulled off. Yeah, when Gupta went, he really went. And these two were a pair of really large ones. And they were dealing in sixes. That rate had gotten out of control, kind of 16, 17 and over. But that big over brought it back. Shub dropped another catch, which we love. Yeah, 26 came off the 8 from Khalid Mahmood. This wasn't going right for them. That was a nice catch by Munir. That was able to get Gupta for 32. Ikram was still there though. And then last over came around Nazir. Come the moment, come the man. And with 4 to win, Khalid Mahmood, kind of had a play on that, but couldn't quite get it. Couldn't keep it in play, couldn't keep the game alive. And Sikif have their first ECN victory. And yeah, every time you win a game, you also take points off the other team, essentially. And Hammarby will be licking their wounds after that one. Tigers will be taking on Sikif in the next game, match 15. Looks like we do have a start time now. It'll start 10 minutes late, so it's about 15 minutes from now. And the news from the toss is that the Tigers have won the toss, selected to bowl. Well, that's the trend. There's been some big chases pulled off, and Sikif will be full of confidence. I kind of think it's good for Sikif because they've finished with a flourish there with the bat. They can start with that. And I'd even consider putting someone like a Yasir Ikram or an Ankit Gupta up the order. They are still pretty hot. Get them before they cool down. They are batting first. But as far as this chase went, they do it with a ball to spare. Ikram with 40 not out, tops the scoring. Gupta 32 was important. Anjum with 21st up, and Imtiaz a handy 17. He chips in. Nazir with the final 2 blows, 12 not out. As far as the bowling went, I think Humesh Javed bowled pretty well. 1 for 17 for him. Kazi had a really good first though, but just couldn't find his range in the last. That's the risk, I suppose, bringing someone back. And he probably got a little bit cold at one stage. Farouk chipped in with a wicket as well. And yeah, Munir bowled an outstanding delivery to pick up his wicket, but he was also a bit expensive going for 29. Well, Rhino, we're going to have to take 15 minutes off. We have to probably towel ourselves down after that. But, we love these close finishes, don't we? It's what ECN cricket's all about.
Yeah, certainly. I said yesterday it creates local heroes every day, and haven't we seen a pair in Yasir and then Irfan at the end, 2 Maximos. The final over, that will give him some great memories for this tournament. Sikif got their tournament back on track, and they get to follow that up. They've got to sit down, relax, and get mentally ready to take on the Stockholm Tigers. Come back and join us. That match starting in around 15 minutes for the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan, joined by Vinny Sandhu. Please come and join us for the final game today.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Viewers, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's the end of the day. It's Game 5 here on Day 3 of ECS Sweden for 2023, brought to you by FanCode. Juicy clash coming up to end the day's proceedings. We see Sikif for the second time today, and they will be taking on the Stockholm Tigers. Let's go to Tyrone Peters with the captains for the toss.
Farouk to call. Head is the call. That is a whoa, whoa, whoa. It's a hit.
And so there you have it. Stockholm Tigers have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. I don't think it's a bad move actually, and in fact could be quite an attacking one in the circumstances. As we've seen throughout these few days here at the Mashta Cricket Ground in Stockholm, this time of afternoon the wind starts to get very, very blustery. In fact, we've seen in that last game that a lot of batters tend to get caught when hitting straight because the wind is actually starting to blow back towards them. I suspect the Tigers feel that with their varied bowling lineup, with their spin attack, Farouk is starting to find his length. They need Maruda to step up. The left armer was so effective on day one, but he's really been taken to the cleaners today. They need that varied bowling attack to step up and try to keep Sikif to around 110, 115 and give their misfiring batting lineup the opportunity to haul in the target. On the other hand, Sikif showed what variety will do with bowling attacks. They had Yasir with his right arm leg spinners giving the ball a lot of air, and it's a great tactic when you've got the wind blowing against you because you're forcing the batters most of the time with his full length to try to hit straight down the ground. Quite a few catches, and he's got the safe hands of Ankit Gupta straight down the ground to snaffle anything that comes near him. Final game for the day, but we may be saving the best for last. I think this is going to be a really, really tight contest. Man to take it away, back in the commentary box, Mr. Maximo, it's Vinny Sandhu on the microphone.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan, there with the introduction to match 15. Well, electing to bowl the Tigers, I don't mind that. I mean, it has been an afternoon of two-horse races and sensational chases, hasn't it? And the Tigers wanting to chase in this one. Sikif, though, I don't think it's a bad thing for them that they get to bat first because they just pulled off a pretty sensational chase of their own. Let's get to the action now. Start of the last match of the day. And the first ball played back to the bowler. And yeah, I think that Sikif had a lot of momentum with the bat, didn't they? And so this time we're seeing Samad Imtiaz. He's been promoted from 3 to open the batting with Navid Amjum. Abdul Razak was opening the batting in that previous game. Maybe seemed a bit lower, but I would have thought maybe it's a good idea to throw some guys out there that just made runs. Get them while they're hot, as they say. This is pretty hot stuff, and wow, the fielder goes to ground, and it ends up going for 6, and he almost had to weave that one. That was smashed by Imtiaz Maximo. 6 runs, and the first one of match 15. Well, almost like he was pulled down by some invisible force lurking beneath the Mashta Cricket Club turf. Imtiaz gets 6. Now he gets rotated out of that position. Tigers have this interesting tactics of stacking their offside. They haven't gone 7 on the offside, but they have gone 6 on the offside. And so it wasn't the worst ball, was it, from Ashraf Al-Alam, but it was smacked away by Imtiaz, who's a pretty good player. This one comes back, and well, I think this has hit the helmet, has it? Let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look. So this one has gotten past the keeper, and yeah, you can see it maybe there. It bounces off the helmet. So because they hadn't crossed for any runs, it'll be the same batter on strike. So it'll be Imtiaz that's facing up again. That's 5 penalty runs. You don't see it that often. I think it would have been 4 anyway. So it's really only cost him 1 run. Wow. And now the next one won't be 5. You can add another one. It's going to be 6. And the umpire signals it before it even bounces. Maximo. MTS, the old 6-5-6 combination. That's right up the back of the textbook. But very, very bad start for the Tigers. Yeah, 6. 5 penalty runs, 6. And I'd be saying the keeper maybe want to wear the helmet, judging by the fact we had so many second bounces that have been unpredictable for the Gloveman. Rush a full alarm. Probably wants to turn this round sooner rather than later. Oh, it's not a bad ball, right up in the block hole. And no run. I want to say hello to everyone on our chat, of course. ECN, European Cricket Network. And you might be watching in South India on the FanCode network as well. How are you today? Thanks for joining us. There's a lot of cricket going on in the world. We're keeping an eye on it ourselves. And know that we've got viewers from all around the world enjoying us as well. Hello to Naveed Khan. Hopefully you're well. There's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you for ECN, asking who's commentating. Got Andrew Ryan with me. He'll be back pretty shortly as well. So we one down the ground. Pretty eventful first over. Can't say I've seen the old 6-5-6 combo before, but when it's all said and done, it's 18 off the first over, and the score's 18 without loss. Having a look at this, well, I've got to say, that's Sikif being given very little credit. Now, I will say the supercomputer makes the calculation before that last game, but I reckon 55's a bit rough. I mean, come on, supercomputer. What are you doing to us? Stockholm Tigers haven't been given many more, to be fair. Oh, I don't know. I think it's something about when you get to this latitude, so far from the equator, you can't trust the supercomputer. 55, that's a bit rough. They're 18 after 1 anyway. Start of a new over. Gets through one fielder, but not the next. That's just going to be a single. Andrew Ryan, well, a bit like someone that lies about their measurements on a dating app. The supercomputer seems to have lost the plot, Andrew, but welcome back to the commentary box here in match 15.
Yeah, I've just been out the back trying to take the spanner to the supercomputer, giving it a few tweaks in the nuts and bolts. I think it's absolutely trolling Sikif with that total. Even if you went to the worst outfield and the most incomprehensibly inconsistent pitch in the ECN, promoting the concept of them scoring 55. That's a slap in the face.
Oh, boy. Anyway, this one is going to be called wide. 55. I'm going to say hello to Naveed. He's saying that Imtiaz is his cousin. Well, you can be very proud of someone, Imtiaz. Naveed, he's playing very well today. Caught very well. And also batting pretty well. This one's dragged back from Antrim. He's first legal ball, doesn't score off it.
You know it would be quite amusing if there was a massive collapse here from Sikif.
Oh, yeah.
They did actually.
Here's the thing about
60 odd.
I don't think I've seen the supercomputer so consistently, what I'd call wayward. But there's the odd game, and it'd be boring if the supercomputer gave you what you expect every time as well, right? Chance. Oh, I think this carries, you know.
I think it did, and Farouk generally pretty tidy off his own bowling, as most spinners tend to be.
Let's have a look at it. It was obscured, but yeah, was a chance. Got through him. Interesting, he's going for himself in the second over. His spin. Maybe thinking the pace bowlers have copped a bit of tap today. Yeah, so the odd upset the supercomputer predicting or whatever, that's fine. It's amazing how often it is actually right. As this is swept away. Nice batting. It's a fairly vacant leg side, isn't it? Just 3 fielders over there. Their only job is to fetch that one as it races away to the leg side boundary.
Yeah, he's got a nice range of shots, doesn't he, cousin Imtiaz? Plays all around the wicket. A couple of great strikes over the cover region in that previous game. Showing he's got the capability to manoeuvre the ball around against the off-spinner Farouk as well.
I might ask Naveed, where are you watching from? Put in the chat a moment ago. watching his cousin Imtiaz playing. Well, that's a shot and a half, isn't it, from Imtiaz. Naveed will be proud of that one because that is going places. Maximo! It's good power play. Continuing for Sikif. At 55, they might overtake that pretty shortly.
Well, cousin Naveed, he's probably very happy. Hopefully he's letting out some big whoops and cheers wherever he's watching from as Imtiaz is launching Farouk. A couple of great shots. 13 off the over so far.
Where does he go to next? Yeah, I like that ball from Farouk. It'll be called a wide, but he slides it through, and I think it's not a bad spot to miss. And he will have to re-bowl it.
Imtiaz up to 24 off 9. Pacing this total at the moment. Nicely bowled. Beats him in flight.
Beats everyone in flight, you know. That's rolling, 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 and it's going to be 4 byes. Well, if you had the bingo card, we've had 4s, 6s, 5s, 4 byes, wides. Oh, and all in 2 overs. You don't see this in a whole cricket match sometimes, and we've seen the first 5 minutes.
No, certainly not, but there you go. Sikif 32 for none after 2 overs.
Let's have a look at the table. And Albies Army top the table. Won't see them today, but they're undefeated. Only 2 other undefeated teams haven't played yet. Kristianstad and Seaside are coming from the south. We'll see them just in a few days, of course. They're pretty heavily packed towards the second half. Sikif 36 without loss. Very good start.
Exceptional start. Looking forward to seeing Seaside. They were part of the Lance Krona tournament last year. Some big hitters from their team. Some good swift bowlers. So sure they'll be there or thereabouts in the later stages of this tournament. As Sabir, who bowled an excellent first over, terrible second over. And that one's a full toss. Called no ball immediately, and it's dispatched to the boundary by Anjum. He's good square of the wicket on the leg side. Doesn't need any gifts like that.
Yeah, we saw one of these go very wrong at the end of the last game, didn't we? Allowed Sikif to get over the line. Anjum handles it, no problem at all. Sabir, he's actually had some good moments, but he hasn't really been able to recapture the form that he showed early with the ball today. That'll be a warning as well for a high non-pitching delivery. So how it works in ECN is that you get 1 warning, then you get a second and final warning, then you can't bowl anymore.
I'm going to say with the Tigers at the moment, Vinny,
yeah,
their gap between their best and their worst is just far too big for a lot of their players. There's at times they look like they've got the talent to be one of the best teams in this tournament, but they seem to just let themselves down. So many opportunities.
Yeah, true. It's one of the longer warnings I've ever heard. I think they're also getting a new ball because that one's been lost. So there's a free hit coming up. And Naveed said he's watching from Pakistan. Well, hello to you. Hello to all of our viewers in Pakistan as well.
Big one down the leg side. Sabir hasn't been able to cure his directional ills.
Keeping hasn't been easy. I will say that. That's a pretty good stop from Abdul Mana behind the stumps. Well, this is good news. I didn't realise this. James Metcalf in the chat saying he just saw that Jason van der Merwe is making his T20 debut in Ireland. Surely that's after his performances on ECN. Of course, playing for CIYMS in the ECL.
Nice shot. Well, Anjum, he's done most of his damage over the leg side so far, but that's an exquisite cut shot. The ball actually stayed a little bit low and jagged off the seam, but he's dispatched it to the point boundary.
Breaks the wrist at the perfect moment here. Yeah, we grow together. There's our wonderful European cricket banners displayed proudly in all our ECS venues. Yeah, so Jason van der Merwe, that's a great result. I didn't realise, but I think he's a guy's got to be on your radar. And I'd love to see him play for Ireland 11 in the ECC as well. He hasn't played for Ireland since he played under 19s cricket for Ireland. We're talking like over a decade ago. So he was one of the batters, if not the batter. Maybe only Nabi overshadowed him, but not really the same kind of player. But he was very, very impressive in the ECL, and I'm really happy to see him getting an opportunity. And just another example, and we've seen a lot with the continental European countries as well, of ECN giving players exposure, showing them to the national selectors.
It's a bit charges.
Oh, see, that's
it's almost taken the head off of the keeper. Don't be afraid to put the helmet on, young man.
Well, I'm just so happy this hasn't gotten Manan. There we go. It's the proper edge of the pitch job, and that's instinct taking over. He's not thinking about catching that. He's thinking about getting out of the way, and lucky he does.
A pretty ordinary ball from Subby. But going back to that topic, Vinny, I think one of the great things about ECN, obviously it's the visibility that comes with the broadcast, but it puts players in pressure situations in almost every game, and national selectors get to see who can execute under strain.
Yeah, it really puts out, it hones those skills, which are super important. They're magnified in this form of the game. It's, you know, take big countries like Germany, like Spain, for example, as well. I think in the national selectors, there's no real, there's often insufficient funds and infrastructure for national selectors and coaches to get around and look at players playing, especially if they're only playing on the weekends. So you're very limited about seeing players and what the talent pool's like. There's a big swoosh from Imtiaz, misses out. 50 partnerships come up, and still a ball to go in the power play. And yeah, just going back to the keeping, I think one reason we're probably seeing a few more buys and extras behind the stumps. Two things, and I said it before, the pitch is a bit more up and down in this ground, which I actually like than most other artificial pitch we've seen. And the area just in front of the keeper is highly unpredictable, as you just saw. So those two things combine to create a lot of buys, I think. This will be a single to finish the power play. Imtiaz moves to 25 and a very fruitful power play. They've almost hit the supercomputer's score in the first 3 overs, 52 without loss.
Yeah, no chance that the supercomputer's going to be ticked right on this occasion. That's a nice opening stanza from these two. David, how quickly can a tournament change? As you have a look at Sikif, who have managed to take double figures off every over in this contest so far. But you go back half an hour, and they were probably odds on to have their second loss from 2 games, being in the doldrums, taking up the foot of the table. As it is now, they're 1-1. They're having a great start here against what is probably a 50-50 game that, talent-wise, you might suggest the Tigers are slight favourites. But they put themselves into a great position early on.
Confidence is key. I mean, that says 13, 18, 16. Really, it's 18, 18, 16, because that graph doesn't incorporate the penalty runs for the ball hitting the helmet in the first over. As we get ready for Rizvi Hoke to come in. Over number 4.
He's been the consistent man for this team that's drilled down the ground. Cash fielding there at long off, very, very tightly. He's done a pretty good job in the outfield in this tournament, but tell you what, if they could get the same consistency of some of their other players that they have out of Hock, they would be in a much better situation.
I had a question from Agenda as well, and it is random question time, Rhino, especially with Rhino here. Why don't you shoot him some random questions and ask a bit more about the Andrew Ryan story? It's like a very complicated onion.
A lot of tears.
Yeah.
A lot of sour taste.
Can make you cry.
No one's tried to be guided by Andrew. Given how powerfully he's been hitting the ball, I'm not sure about the change of approach. It's also a short third man in play, but nicely bowled from Hock.
Yeah, so just going back to Magendra's question, he wants to know how far away is the nearest city? I'll answer that in a second.
Hock, bit of loop. Draws Andrew down the track.
So we're pretty much in Mashta here, and it's actually pretty handy. There's a direct train that only takes 20 minutes to get us into central Stockholm. And I know because I took it on Monday night. I think, don't quote me on this, but actually I don't want to guess. I'll tell you the distance that it is.
You can see what Maximo is not confident on as far as instinct.
I was going to say 30 kilometres.
Let's just shift it across.
What do you think? Do you reckon I'm way off?
Probably a little bit. I think it'd be a bit more.
It is, actually, that's about 43 kilometres. Let's say 40 kilometres. So we're 40 kilometres north of the city here, the centre of the city at least. But yeah, that express train is absolutely magnificent. You overtake all the other trains that are stopping.
Oh, speaking of overtaking, Hock is just dominating this tournament with both bat and ball. That's a gorgeous delivery. Have a look at it on the replay. Floats it across the left-hander. Gets a nice bit of zip off the deck, a bit of side spin. Takes out the stumps. That's a delicious piece of spin bowling.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, kind of turning back the clock to what we grew up with, watching Shane Warne ripping it through the gate of left-handers. So still a very good start for Sikif. And when you consider, their middle order is very productive, maybe it's not the worst thing at this stage. But Anjum's got to go 11 off 8. Didn't have a lot of the strike, to be fair. I did hit a couple of boundaries in there, but I think there's plenty of batting to come. And guess who's coming to the crease at 3? It's Ankit Gupta.
Well, let's see if this will be a carbon copy of what I've described every Ankit Gupta innings that I've seen of him mixing up a couple of wafty blows with no contact, but then sprinkling in enough sixes to keep up with the run rate. But I think it's not a bad move from the Vinny. He's in form from the last game. They've only lost the 1 wicket, almost the end of the 4th over. Almost see him as a bit of a pinch hitter to say, go and be reckless, Ankit, because that's your natural approach. And if you get out, there's not too many bothers.
Stumped first ball.
Gets this
He's
bowler,
not really a
yeah.
It doesn't seem like a charger. He's more of a stand and deliver kind of a guy.
Feet movement more than clearing the front leg.
It is it's possible he could actually hit it.
Well, he stands there, lofts it high, hasn't made great contact. Fielder coming in, gives him a life. Well, that's a terrible effort in the outfield.
Oh, boy. I mean, couldn't have had an easier chance, really. I mean, maybe he's grappling with the sun a little bit, I don't know. Gupta, well, I wasn't right with his stumping chance, but it was a chance. He gets off the mark, and it's the end of 4. Good over, though, from Hock, wasn't it? As he only concedes 4. One of them shouldn't have been one. Picks up a wicket. The score's 56 for 1 after 4. And hello to Mike Seal. Hopefully well. He said that one certainly turned. Sharkat's asked me for 3 fast bowlers in ECS. All right, I'll give you 3. Mohammad Kamran, pretty obvious one. I'll even stick with Pak Ikea and Spain, and I'll go Mohammad Atif. Good.
I love Mohammad Atif.
Left
Great
armour.
bowler.
Yeah, awkward. And I'll give you one that we saw, we'll see him playing in the Czech Republic very shortly, and we have seen him before. Riaz Afridi from Brno in Czech Republic. We saw him playing in the ECIs. He's one to watch, I think. Anyway, low full toss. It's hit down to very, very straight. Long on. That's Causa. I like this attack. It's kind of like the Southern Cross, but slightly shifted to the right. So the straight man's actually a very straight long on. They've got a long off and a kind of fairly straight mid wicket as well. So pretty much a 5-man wall from deep cover to deep mid wicket. That old umbrella field. But it doesn't matter where the outfielders are when they go over them. Maximal, there's 6 more for Sikif.
Yeah, gee, that's nicely timed. Imtiaz made his way to 33 off 17, and he's continuing to find the middle of the bat. Plays without a great deal of risk, and he's got such a good eye. Young Sabir, he's under some pressure here now. Strikes me as the sort of bowler, he's not particularly tall, but he's got enough pace that if your eye is in, this is sort of precisely the bowling that you want to face.
Yeah, takes on the fielder and wins. And Sabir has found it pretty tough going here so far in match 15.
Cut shot, that one shoots through a little bit lower. Reasonably well fielded out there. At backward point brings Gupta back onto strike.
You know, we were talking a bit earlier, maybe it was yesterday, about can you counter the low bounce by charging? This is, I said the opposite. I said if you go back, you can actually adjust to it. And that's what he does on that occasion. That definitely keeps low. I suppose if it's a really bad one, you might not be able to adjust enough.
Big swing from Gupta. That, to be honest, actually, that is his real weak point. Vinny, the ball just sort of tailing away about a foot outside off stump because the front foot never really moves across. Starts with a fairly splayed leg stance. It's already going out to mid-wicket. Then once the body weight starts going to the leg side, he's almost got no chance of catching up with that direction.
He is fun to watch, though. I'll give you that much. Gupta faces up again.
He's never going to die wondering. That one's wider outside off stump. It's the right line for Sabir to be bowling. Just tailed away at the last moment.
Yeah, did too much, didn't it? I will say, Gupta reminds me a bit of a Nabi, just with his approach. And obviously, he hasn't hit that many runs consistently. And we've only seen him really a handful of times on ECN. But, yeah, he just only knows one speed, doesn't he?
Big swing again.
It's such a Nabi shot, honestly. That is exactly. Oh, there was one ball in 2019, first ever tournament on ECN that we showed that Nabi actually almost broke the stump microphones with the biggest swing I think I've ever heard. It was a bit like that. It was a proper whoosh as he failed to connect.
That's nicely chipped. Managed to get it over the infield. It's actually well played from Gupta. Ball speared onto his toes. Not sure why Sabir has changed his line after he'd been successful outside off stump, but good adjustment by Gupta and nicely struck shot.
Well, unpopular opinion, but Gupta's probably better when he doesn't try to hit the ball so hard. But I do enjoy him trying to hit the ball so hard. 69 for 1 at the halfway point. Imtiaz 34 and Gupta on 6, just striking his first boundary. And just a reminder about what's coming up tomorrow. And we have 4 more matches. Hootinga back, and they're going to take on Sikif. So Sikif got a couple more matches tomorrow. Shisa return as well. And Stockholm CC will also feature. So join us, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India for day 4 in this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see Hootinga back in action tomorrow. Saeed Ahmed with both ball and bat. Wasn't he a clean striker last night?
He sure was.
Just, almost deflects off his head.
No.
I suspect the non-striker would have been out of his ground. It was very close.
There's multiple points of drama here, and I hope we can get them all in the replay. I mean, I don't know if he would have been out because he turned around pretty quickly. Look. Oh, yeah, he would have been out. And then, look, the batter has an unfortunate speed hump in front of him.
It's like a 4-wheel drive going over one of those speed bumps.
What
have I hit?
noise. Anyway, next ball worked away for a single.
Well, it's not something you hear when Ankit Gupta's batting that often, worked away for a single. It generally only deals in dots, 4s and 6s. Nice flight though from Hock. Really takes the pace off the ball, makes the batter do all of the work. Oh, dangerous from Imtiaz. Went back in his crease, but he's good enough. Shovels it over the square leg boundary. That's a 4. Sikif continuing to find the boundary. Hock, it's a lot of pressure on him because he's probably been one of the tidiest bowlers for this Stockholm Tigers side as well.
Yeah, I think Hock is interesting. He's not that quick through the air for the most part, so he can't get too short. Imtiaz motoring towards the half century here. He's 39.
Lighted outside off. Good footwork.
Great
Got
fielding.
a fielder out there on the extra cover boundary. Gets
Great
somebody
fielding.
behind it.
Yeah, that's Kaiserazad out there. Great shot actually from Imtiaz. It's the correct shot. I'd say 2 things to players in this format. Hit it hard, but hit it correctly. That was the correct shot. I mean, just happened to pick out the fielder who did a great job to keep it in front of him.
Wide outside off stump, but Gupta's got enough time to get that front leg across. Big swing, and he heaves it over the boundary.
Muscular strike. Just slightly different technique, but it was effective. And I suppose that the point the ball pitches isn't too far from Gupta. He just backs himself to smash it over long on for 6, and he does.
I think with the spinner, he's got the opportunity to get that foot across a little bit more rather than instinctually moving away. It's a nice bit of bowling from Hock, almost in the block hole as far as a slow spinner goes, and squeezes out the outside edge of the Gupta bat. Sikif, they're 83 for 1 after 6, and Vinny, they're quite nicely poised to rack up probably somewhere around the 130 mark, 135.
138's their current pace, and there's nothing to say they won't keep that up. And you still know they've got guys to bat that have been very, very good. I think you got Yasir Ikram, who top scored in the last game. He's still to bat. You got Sadasad, who's decent. You got Razak, who opened last game. So yeah, keep an eye out for them. I think they're looking pretty good in this game so far, but plenty can still happen if they do get that kind of 135, 140. They're the kind of scores that have created really good games today, aren't they?
Certainly are, and we've got Agent 007, Akash Islam, coming on to bowl. There's always something that happens when he comes to the crease.
Here we go, 4 overs to go then.
Short, wide outside. Well, the only thing happening at the moment is a wide followed by an extra run as well. You can see Rizvi Hock just in front of us. Frustrated after he bowled a good over last, in fact a pretty good spell all round, that giving away extras unnecessarily.
Yeah. There's a bit of old school computer discussion as well. Come back to that in a second.
That's another one wide outside of stump. Good pace from Akash. I don't mind him trying to bowl into that area, although Imtiaz is very strong throughout the offside.
A few people thinking the supercomputer might actually be the old Commodore 64. Which I think I had one of those, you know.
Was that the cassette tape version?
I think. Wow, first.
Lovely shot. Wasn't a terrible ball from Akash, but as it is, Imtiaz just opens the face of the bat, plays it backward a point. Super shot.
Yeah, really nice shot, carved away over the offside. Yeah, Sikif looking really good at the moment. The Tigers need to find the answer. They've tried a few things, haven't they? I like their approach. They've tried different kinds of bowling, but just had trouble breaking through, just the 1 wicket in this innings so far. Yeah, I think the Commodore 64. I remember I had the the basic version, or basic is the language you could actually program and do certain things. I think I was 7 years of age. I was quite fascinated with it. Fairly rudimentary by today's standards, though.
How does it match up to the supercomputer?
Well, the argument is that maybe supercomputer today is the old Commodore 64. I think it has its roots in something fairly special and nostalgic. Now, it's funny that some computers are nostalgic. And so, anyway, let's buy our tickets to the Gupta show now.
Well, Akash, he's given Gupta the chance to show off. Full toss on the hips. Gupta actually plays it pretty patiently. He doesn't try to overhit the ball. Just flicks it down the leg side. Clever bit of batting. Another boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Just whipped off the pads. And, yeah, was asking for it and I got it. Yeah, one thing I used to do, I programmed my computer, because it's exactly the year I got into cricket when I was 7. And I programmed it to make like a cricket scorecard. So I could type in, a very basic one. It would tell me how many runs, how many wickets, how many overs. So that was, I remember I always struggled because 1.5 overs in cricket, it's not half an over. It's one ball to go in the over. I think I eventually worked it out.
Charges in, good full Yorker, just bunted into the pitch back. Just turning back to that program, I love that you nerded it up on a computer. I did the same thing when I was going through IPT, the sort of information processing tech course in high school, and rather than doing actual assignments, spent most of the time programming what I thought was a pretty sophisticated computer game as Gupta swings hard.
I think we're very similar age, right? So I spent most of my last 2 years of high school with the internet really taking off, instant messaging, and it was ICQ was my instant messaging thing of choice. Do you remember
I
ICQ?
vaguely remember it.
And when you got a message, it made this sound, uh-oh. See if does anyone remember that? I mean, you have to be a certain age.
I remember the term.
Yeah,
That one's underneath edge and flying down towards the boundary. Despite the best effort of the wicketkeeper, it's going to go there, and that takes Sikif to 99 for 1 at the end of the 7th over, and they're looking good in this contest, Benny.
Last 3 overs can make all the difference. If you can have a good finish, you might be able to keep them to 120 or something like that. If you have a bad finish, it could be as much as kind of 150, 160. So, all to play for here in the last 3 overs. I think there was, chat rooms, the early ones. So we're talking kind of late 90s. So I think this is, I finished high school in 98. So ICQ, I think IRC was another one. I know chat rooms still exist, but it's a bit more ubiquitous now. Back then it was that you made a conscious decision to go on and chat to a bunch of people. I suppose a bit like we do in the live chat here. I suppose that's a version. But I suppose you've got the backdrop of the game that you're coming together for a certain purpose. But yeah, chat rooms used to be, what's your age, what's your location was always the thing. I suppose you never knew who you were chatting to. That's a scary thing.
In a way, all of this stuff, whether or not it's the concept of, analyse this after
25 years ago we're talking, isn't that crazy?
It's actually a nice ball, popped a bit outside off stump, guided down to third man. But I guess all of those activities, whether it was chat rooms or building your own website or putting your own MySpace up and the like, they've all sort of morphed into the activities that are just almost templated by social platforms now, aren't they? You've got Facebook groups or Facebook pages, you've got Messenger applications, you've got essentially all of the social platforms are just a very templated way of you getting to share the same content that the majority of the world is happy to put out publicly. Short of a length, inside edge, Gupta manages to call his partner through for the quick single.
There's been a lot of balls chopped down and up into the body, and that's, again, a sign of some balls not bouncing as much as the batters are thinking. Yeah, it's amazing. What was once futuristic is now kind of chic and retro, the idea of these early computers, even the look of certain like early websites, right? And things like that. But I mean, YouTube now, I think something like 16 years old, you'll see things like this video from 16 years ago. It's a bit crazy, and probably similar, Facebook and those kind of social platforms.
Short of a length, pulled across. Imtiaz is creeping closer to his half century. Really needed Gupta to run that first one a bit harder. Good throw coming in from the outfield. Takes the stumps out from side on, which is some achievement, but may not have been 2 there, but it was a really, really sluggish first run from Gupta. Imtiaz was probing the second.
Yeah, he might as well push at this stage. Still got batting to come, like we said. Still 9 wickets in hand. Gupta, he's going to try and put this ball out of the ground. Well, he won't be able to because you can't hit where you can't reach, and they take on an extra run, and they might even get an extra run. And then slight shepherd from the bowler, but despite that, they get 3 wides, and we'll stop it right there.
Gee, that's an ordinary result for the Tigers. A good example here of where they're just letting themselves down. A wide, a poor quality shot at the stumps, and then no one backing up.
They actually tangled twice. Once on the way in, once the way out, and then the other batter tangles with him. Well, that's a hat-trick I've never seen before from Ashraful Alam.
Non-contact sport. Pushes it out. Gupta trying to give himself some room out of the offside.
But they called it NFL. He's got 3 pressures there. You pressure the quarterback.
Surely they could have come up with a better name for that statistic. Quarterback pressures.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, it's a good little mini rant from you. I'm expecting more of that. Thanks for everyone jumping into random chat time. I'm enjoying them.
It's one of the best aspects of European cricket, isn't it, Vinny?
Why
The
not?
interaction on the comments. That is one of the best things about ECN cricket too, that you get to see some really talented young players, and what a way to bring up his half century. Well deserved by Imtiaz, one of the shots of the day.
Yeah, brilliant shot. He brings up his first 50 on ECN in style. Just 26 balls. Moved to the top of the orders. Worked for Samad Imtiaz with 5 Maximos, 3 4s in there. Striking it better than 2 runs the ball. He set up a very healthy total for Sikif.
Yeah, certainly has. Basically, it's almost cherry on top what they get from here. If they can beat another 30 runs from these last 2 overs, they'll really put themselves into a prime position. Tigers have to tie things down in the next 13 balls. Short and wide outside off stump, but a little bit of pop off the pitch, and Imtiaz misses out on what he probably would have loved to hit for 4, but as it is, end of the 8th over, Sikif, they are 112 for 1.
Yeah, so they might as well just go for it. And they're on that 140 pace at the moment. Again, these are the overs that matters. It's going to be something that is chaseable. It's just think about in the second innings, if you're a Tigers fan, are you kind of searching for every run? We should equally be searching to stop every run here in the last 2 overs of this innings. So yeah, at this rate, like I said, be 140. And I think that is kind of the middle of the bell curve of what I expect them to get from here. They're already being about as attacking as possible. I don't think they can really lift it. I suppose you could push the running a little bit more. It's quite amazing. I was talking about using people that looked good in the last game. We haven't even seen the hero of game 14 get a hit here. Yasir Ikram, he's got 40 not out last time around. Anyway, this is hit pretty hard and well fielded down there by Akash Islam. So we say it all happens in the 9th. That's an expression that Rico came up with, and it holds true most of the time. Let's see what Farouk Ahmed's going to deliver here in the second last over.
Yeah, a fair bit of pressure on Farouk. He'll be a key player with the bat as well. That one's drilled by Imtiaz. Decent bit of fielding, actually. Stuck out the right mitt and prevented it from going for 4.
Well, that was an incredible stop. I don't think he had any idea how he's done that. That's Rizvi Hock there.
Is there anything he can't do for this team, Rizvi Hock?
Good partnership this, eh? 59 off just 27.
Almost cut out to cover by Gupta. Just the single. So good over from Ahmed so far.
We got the robot chipping in with a poll asking, what was your first computer? Atari or Commodore 64, Apple Mac or Windows box? Let us know.
Oh, swung over the leg side. Lovely shot. Imtiaz just doesn't let the bowlers settle. He's read the line that Ahmed is bowling and decided, I'm going to get down on the knee and swing it to leg. Perfect execution.
Yeah, very good shot. Plays on length pretty much. Makes it disappear.
Gee, tell you what, hasn't it inspired some activity in the chat?
Yeah.
Let's talk about historical computer devices. That's a good shot from Imtiaz. Skate off the carpet, but Agent 007, Akash gets around.
Yeah, it does well to cut that off. That was really motoring. So you've got to have your best fielders down the ground. He skated around the boundary really quick.
Ball to go on the over. Bit of extra flight. Gupta charges. Gupta takes it, I think, just inside the boundary, but he may get the no ball call here for the full toss as well.
I reckon this is okay. I know he's on the he's on the charge, but
It's pretty high.
That's pretty high. I think even if it's coming down, I don't see it getting below the waist, and it's being called. So 7 up, and just when Farouk looked like he was going to get out of the over, he hits a speed bump, and that's going to be 7. Don't forget, we just had a 6, and this is a free hit, last ball of the night.
Charges down, exactly what he should have done. Mate, good contact. Gupta's taken it all the way for a maximum. Sick here for up to 135 off 9. Super striking from Gupta, and isn't this partnership taking the game away from the Tigers?
Sometimes I like to look at half overs, especially when we get towards the end. The first half of that over went for 3. The second half of that over went for 20. So it turns into a magical night. That's Sakif with all the momentum here now. They can just throw caution to the wind, 135 with an over remaining. And it looks like they'll be going back. Well, actually going to Ahmed Causa.
Bit of a challenge, isn't it? Score at 131 for 1, 9th over, and you're getting brought on to bowl your first over of the game.
Well, they've tried a few other things that haven't worked, so they're saying, all right, let's just go. Try someone new. Causa will have some responsibility with the bat pretty shortly, I'm pretty sure as well. Imtiaz on 61.
Swished across to the backward point boundary. Nice shot from Imtiaz. He is continuing to excel in this innings. Wasn't a shocking ball from Causa. He had to open up the bat face to access that part of the ground, but great batting.
Yeah, very, very good shot. Again, correct shot. Hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly. I think there's plenty of gaps in this field. You don't have to be kind of too zoned in on one shot. I think Imtiaz has got a lot of tools he can go to. He's batted beautifully for 65.
Yeah, there's really nothing that's come at him that's particularly troubled him whatsoever. 5 balls to go. Score on 139. Good ball right up in the block hole. It's actually pretty sensible bowling from Causa.
Yeah, full and straight. Good thinking. I want to say hello to the Robot as well. ECN European Cricket Network has joined us in the chat. How are you, Robot? And where are you, Robot?
Is the Robot the love child of the supercomputer?
I want to know, have you been putting thoughts in the supercomputer's mind, Robot? Because it said Sakif would get 55 in this innings.
Trying to make the
It's going to be off by about 100.
That one's unfortunately for the bowler. He's actually come out with a good delivery, but no protection there behind square. And Gupta's got enough bat on it. It's pretty good stuff from the big man.
Yeah, maybe a bit unlucky for the bowler. Gets it full and straight. I guess full toss. Opens up a few more possibilities for the batter. Just closes the face at the right time. And yeah, Gupta eyeing off a 50 of his own. Maybe he's moved to 42.
Yeah, he's done well. Clearly found some form this afternoon. Just feel like the Tigers are a bit listless at the moment. There's not a huge amount of energy in this fielding unit. Of course, short of a length. Gupta squeezes it out. Fielder coming in from pretty wide. Extra cover on the boundary. Keeps it at 1.
Tigers have shown they can put together a decent chase, but they're going to have to really bring it. And let's see if Sakif can come out and defend this with authority. We saw them in a winning position in the last game of the day on Monday, and they kind of blew it, didn't they, against Jinnah?
A big swing, one heading down leg side. See if there was any bat on it, waiting for the umpire's call.
Those fake inside edges where I think...
Not fake. Give no signal whatsoever.
I think it wasn't. Okay, I thought that was a leg bite.
Well, final ball.
All right,
Gupta on strike. He's going to need a no ball here to get to his 50, but I reckon he'll have a crack at a maximum. He has a crack at it, he executes. What a way to finish. And Kit Gupta ends up with 49 off 21 balls. Great batting from him. And a big, big total from Sakif. 152 for 1. What a partnership. They came together when the score was 55. They've only just missed the century stand.
And, you know, Gupta, what a couple of innings from him. In the beginning, it looked like he couldn't have hit some coconuts. Knocked up and lobbed up by his grandmother. And then by the end, he was hitting everything. And speaking of hitting everything, we did hit everything, including the helmet. It was 656 that was programmed into the computer early on. And this is a very good power play that got things going, 52 without loss. There's been only one over that you'd say was a win for the Tigers, which is when Risby Hawk was able to keep things to 4 in the 4th over and picked up the only wicket in the innings. That was a good piece of bowling to knock over the opening batter. It was the end of Navi Danjum for 11. But that did bring these two together, and this partnership was huge, although there were some opportunities to break it. I remember that one that went down at mid-wicket, but also, I got to say, some really good stroke making. They kind of complemented each other nicely, these two, didn't they? A bit more of a traditional approach from Imtiaz in the brute force and ultra attacking Gupta. He finished on 49 on out. There was a 7. The wheels were off. And we have seen some big chase today, so I'm not going to say they can't do this, but 153 is going to be a big target for the Tigers in the last innings of the day.
Yeah, certainly will be. It's a great point you make about just bowling to differing batting styles, differing heights. It's not that different to having to deal with a left and right-hand combination. Vinny, difficult job for the bowlers, and they certainly found it very hard. Sikif, what a performance, 152 for 1, and as we said, that partnership was only 3 short of the century. Imtiaz undefeated, 67 off 33, and Gupta 1 short of the half century off only 21 balls, and Naveed Anjum gave a nice little kick along at the start before he was cleaned up by a glorious leg spinner from Risby Hawk.
25 extras in there, although you can't really blame them for the 5 penalty runs. Although I think it would have been 4 byes if it wasn't 5 penalty runs, so maybe you can blame them. As far as the bowling went, well, some cruel and unusual punishment there. Risby Hawk, the only bowler that can really walk away from that feeling okay. 1 for 18. His first over just went for 4. No one else really able to break through. I think there's a new record set there. I think that's got to be the most a supercomputer predictor score has ever been out. 97 run difference between the 55 predicted and the 152 actual. And
was the supercomputer trying to identify when the first wicket would fall? Because if so, they got that completely right.
Well, good observation by you, but we've got 10 overs of cricket remaining. Can we see the Tigers go large and chase down this 153? If not, Sikif will have a dream afternoon here on day 3. Join us for the exciting conclusion of Wednesday ECS action after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rhino Ryan, and we'll see you very shortly for more cricket right here from Mashtut. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon, European cricket fans. Back here for the final stages of Day 3 of ECS Sweden 2023, brought to you by our friends at FanCode. And welcome to everyone who's watching FanCode across the subcontinent, and also all of our many viewers on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It is Andrew Ryan here with you to take you through final stages of today's play. Joined in the commentary box by Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sando, who will be with us momentarily. Tigers from Stockholm, don't they have an uphill task here? One of the more talented sides, I think, in this region, but haven't put their best foot forward in this competition to date. They have to score 153 off 60, and they're up against a very confident side now in the form of Sikif. They are doing themselves proud with some excellent performances in across today. Last game against Hammarby, they managed to chase down a 136 with ball remaining. Gave them a huge boost, and they've gone out and absolutely hammered Stockholm Tigers attack, putting on 152 runs. First ball from Ahmed, drilled down the ground. There could be a catch. First ball. Well, what a turn up for the books. Farouk Ahmed, we've been waiting to see the best of him. Unfortunately, all he can do is mistime the ball out to the offside off the bowling of the skipper, and it's easily taken by Zahin Rashid. What a start for Sikif, and Farouk is walking back despondent to the pavilion. They are none for one after the first ball of the innings. Well, just Farouk gets a fairly pedestrian speed ball wide of off stump, tries to hammer it into the vacant area of long off. Unfortunately, his timing was completely out, and Derek makes another appearance today, and it's not one that they would have wanted to see in the Tigers dugout. Difficult task to begin with, but when you have one of your more flamboyant players back in the sheds, guess on the upside, it does give their heaviest scorer from the tournament, Rizvi Hock, far more balls to play with. He's got 9.5 overs to work with now. Still no shortage of talent in that batting lineup. Kash Islam, Kaiser Azad, they've both shown plenty of ability at various times. Ahmed Pangal, very happy with the way this innings has started. Hock just trying to slow things down a touch, surveying the field. Decent length ball, that's the spot to bowl to him. Get the impression that Pangal's a pretty savvy cricketer. Bowled a good final over in the last game to really restrict Hammarby at a time at which it looked like they were going to score upwards of 150. Doing anything particularly special, but his location's good and he's thinking through his plan. Keeper standing up, Imtiaz, quality gloveman. Another one wide, but they've got Adnan down here on the long off boundary, pretty straight. It's good bowling again from Pangal. Brings Causer onto strike. Probably a similar sort of length and line that he'll bowl here. Causer loves to strike straight down the ground. There's a little bit of breeze blowing back towards the bat. A seed from Pangal. Popped off a good length just on off stump. As I said, he's not doing a huge amount with the ball, but he's just putting it in the right areas, making things uncomfortable for the Tigers batters. Really good bowling. A little bit wide of off stump. Corser says, I've got plenty more shots than just the strike down the ground. I'll have to have a look at this. I think it's probably just snuck inside the boundary. Thrashed off the back foot. Look as that slows down. Yeah, it's just inside the boundary line, I think. So signalled for by the umpire. Also, he's got to continue to go hard. It's what he's at the top of the order for. Ball to go, over 1. Another decent length, just a little bit of in drift. Back in towards the pads. It's an excellent over from the skipper, Pangal. 1 for 5. The Tigers, it wasn't a difficult task before. A couple of overs like that certainly will be. Have a look. The golden ball, what a time to reintroduce Mr. Maximo to the box. Vinny, golden ball opportunity today?
Not feeling it at the moment, especially with poor Farouk copping a golden first up. 60 balls in an innings, 60 matches since a golden ball. You talked about the 60, which was this, I suppose, novelty tournament in the Caribbean. Had some pretty interesting rules, such as fans being able to phone in a free hit. Still not quite sure how that worked.
Played it up. Keeping a good wide of off-stump line to Hock. He's going to occasionally hit those, but he loves to beef square of the wicket and then take other balls over mid-wicket. Keeping a very disciplined line to him so far. It's Anjum coming on to bowl the second.
Anjum's been fairly accurate most of the time.
That's the one that drifts on to middle stump, and Hock doesn't need a second invitation. Swings it across to mid-wicket for a 6.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, it wasn't the worst ball, really. Challenges him. That's the ball that if he misses it, he's in a lot of trouble, but he hits it pretty close to the middle and he gets 6. Yeah, I've got to say, I like Imtiaz up to the stumps. And I think that he's able to handle himself and he's making a big difference. I mean, even say you had a guy that wasn't quite as good up to the stumps, you could still have the keeper up to the stumps and just have that backstop covering anyway. I think just stopping more balls if you're up there.
That's better. Floats it wide of off stump. Umpire keeps the arms down.
There's a great page on Instagram called the Wicketkeeper Coach, or the WK Coach. It talks about getting your eyes in line with the ball. So see how he actually moves his whole body there? Gives you the best chance of tracking it, gloving it. Excellent keeping technically for Imtiaz. Having a good game.
He's nimble on his feet. That one's wide. It's short, but Hock can't take advantage. Might look like an ordinary ball to the naked eye, but when you're bowling to this particular batter, I think that's a much better space.
When you start reaching to the side of your body, you're just more likely to make judgment errors. But yeah, Anjum, come back from him.
Good bowling again. He's played through covers by Hock, and he's actually managed to find the gap. That's excellent batting. But if I was the captain, I'd be giving Anjum a pat on the back there.
Yeah. I don't think they've got the field there to protect for this. Just happened to find a gap. Credit to Hock. Hits it pretty well. I think Hock doesn't want to become too one-dimensional with his batting, trying to smack everything away leg side. I think it shows he can be two sides of the wicket. That was a nice bit of stroke making. Hello to Wayne as well. Thanks for your $3 donation. Wayne, that's very kind of you. We really appreciate it.
Another one goes to the offside. What a grab! One hand, the left arm stuck up. That ball looked like it was flying to the backward point boundary, and the skipper, Amit Pangal, has elevated and plucked it out of mid-air. That's a sensational grab.
Oh, it's an incredible catch, isn't it, from the skipper, Pangal. That was always over him, but he timed the jump perfectly, and it stuck like glue to the left hand. And they are having quite the afternoon, Sikif, and now they've got a second wicket. It's 15 for 2.
Well, it's the first time anyone's been able to get Rizvi Hock out early, and it's taken a stunning catch to do it. Isn't the skipper having a game here? Turn around, have a look at the standings table. Well, Sikif, they could find themselves in the upper reaches of the table with a win here.
Yeah, I want to see it more times, as many as we can fit in. Give me one. Okay, we've run out of time.
He is bowling.
Let's try and keep that one, artist, because I want to see it one more time after this ball.
Right. Oh, now he's got a clean bowl, and the skipper cannot do anything wrong. He's come up with a half tracker, but it's shot through. And unfortunately for Ahmed Corsa, it's gone straight through him and taken out the stumps.
Well, speaking of old school technology, if he was Super Mario, he'd be flashing at the moment because he's invincible. That one nips back. Even asked the umpire's permission, saying, hey, is that out? Because look at the stumps, they're on the floor. Little bit of nip back there. And that's what does Corsa. Now he's the next man to go. What a couple of minutes, though, for Pangal. So, yeah, the Tigers have been well and truly tamed through the first 2.1 overs. Let's have a look at the last couple of minutes for Pangal. First, he pulls that one down from the clouds, and then very next ball, he castles Corsa. And who knows? I mean, he's on his own personal little hat trick here, isn't he, really?
Sometimes it is just your day. You get the feeling that for both Ahmed Pangal and this Sikif squad, it might just be the perfect Wednesday for them here in Stockholm. Brings Azad to the crease. He's very tentative about being bowled from an across-the-line swing because it's happened to him twice today.
Counterintuitive, but you kind of got to hit your way out of trouble here. You can't really consolidate because you got nothing to consolidate on. You got to keep going for it.
Swings hard. I think the keeper might have him there. ECS, he's so good with the gloves. And a great bit of bowling. Pangal saw him charging, pushed the ball wide. I think Azad is a dead duck.
Lightning work, isn't it? Really lightning work. He's already walking. Let's check it out in the replay. And, yeah, no problem there. And it beats him back. Yeah, not even close, really. And so it's a sharp bit of work from Imtiaz. And he helps out his skipper, doesn't he, Pangal? He's gone catch, wicket, wicket. And right now, the Tigers are well and truly cornered, aren't they? And that was a brilliant piece of work behind the stumps to get Azad for a duck. Look at that, bang.
Such a key batter to dismiss too. He's a man who can score at a rapid rate. Hasn't had the happiest day today after some really good innings on the first day of ECS Sweden 2023. Someone who is having a fantastic day. It's that combo of Ahmed and Imtiaz.
Right, who's next? Sabi. Good luck.
This could be another wicket. Oh, Adnan didn't quite charge at that as quickly as he might have. Probably would have been an incredibly difficult chance, but he's a good athlete. Full frontal dive, I think, was in order.
Yeah, we're getting excited thinking it could be a wicket every ball. Sometimes it feels that way. I mean, bearing in mind they could only get one wicket in the first half of this game, the Tigers.
Good length ball, just popped over the top, and Adnan will be in the game again. Just singles coming. There's one ball remaining in this over.
What a power play for Sikif. It's a confidence game. It seems so easy when things are rolling your way, and other times it seems pretty much impossible. Pangal will remember this phase of play for a long time.
Well, the decent length ball, probably a bit short of a length, but shooting through. That's a cracking pair of overs from the skipper. He has a glorious analysis of 3 for 7. And the Stockholm Tigers 17 for 4 after 3.
I don't want to go on about it, but wicket keeping is such an important position. Just think about having someone like Imtiaz behind the stumps creating wickets. And not just that, I mean, very tidy, not too much getting past him at all. And yeah, like I said, a wicket from nothing really with that stumping. Very sharp work. Anyway, time for over number 4. And they are going to continue with Navid Anjum.
Yep, stick with what is working. He bowled a pretty decent first over, picked up a wicket, and was fairly accurate. Just a short shuffle to the crease. Ball kicks a bit off the surface. It's actually well played. Fielder coming around from probably just forward of square leg on the boundary. Sticks the right mid out, keeps it in the playing area. Good bit of work.
Yes, Assad doing a good job there. Everything working for Sikif at the moment, isn't it? They could bury them here. They could even bowl them out if they got on a real barnstormer through these middle overs.
So you're on strike, full toss. I'll look to see if that's going to be called no ball. Adnan swings around to his left, keeps it to 1, and the call for no ball has gone out already. So free hit. Bit of disappointment from Anjum.
Razak's not giving us a great look at it too much from that camera, but still, it's an easy call for the umpire. They make the right call. Now free hit coming up. Can they turn the corner and try and put something together? The issue is they already need about 19 and a half and over. So it's a horrendous start really for the Tigers.
Anjum wide of off stump, but he's been launched. He's been absolutely torched over the long on boundary. Great shot from Islam.
Brilliant shot. I mean, it's a free hit, so he's no risk with this. But he decides to kind of just go fetch it with the hands, get fairly square on, and rather than hit that ball over point, which a lot of batters would have tried, probably would have been an easier shot, he decides to kind of just hammer it over long on, effectively. 6 to the total.
Andrew goes outside off stump again. Ball high in the air. Fielder's run in. Don't think he would have had a play on it in the end. Raja Salvaraj. But either way, misjudged it.
Well, watch out for the chopper. That's a proper helicopter job. Have a look at the follow through from the batter here, Akash Islam. Brilliant little flourish at the end of that shot. He really kind of whipped around. Have a look at what happens after he hits it. You don't have to see the helicopter going on the offside, but it does. Anyway, back to the action. Oh, great keeping down the leg side. Will be called a wide, but this is what I'm talking about. I mean, if you're back, it's actually, I mean, that's a hard take. It's probably just as hard when you're back and you're dealing with it on the second bounce.
He's clearly the best keeper in this tournament, isn't he, Vinny? Got great footwork, and even the difficult stuff he's making look easy.
Yeah, well, there's probably a couple of others that would probably challenge as well. This is into the gap. That's going to be 4. So Islam doing his best to hit the Tigers back into the contest. It's been a day where you can't really predict what's going to happen next. We have seen innings turning around. I was going to say Ismail Zia's had a pretty good time behind the stumps as well. But I think that ability to come up to the stumps is super important. I think we haven't seen too much of Humayun Jyoti yet. He's playing for Mashta. He's a former Tiger, actually.
I'll stick with my claim. I think he's the best keeper in this tournament.
I'm just saying, keep your eye on a few.
Andrew, he's been pumped again. This is a one-man rescue job from Akash Islam. Launched another Maximo, 24 off 6.
Well, I hate to say it, but remember Sikif on Monday night, they were in a pretty commanding position. They let it slip, didn't they, to Genesee Stockholm. And Islam, at the moment, throw your pennies in the guitar case for the one-man band.
Oh, I can see that. It was almost in the slot to go again. Just strikes the one down the ground. The upside is that he will be back on strike for the start of the 5th over. Tough one for Andrew. He goes figures of 1 for 37, and it's all the 4s. 44 for 4 after 4.
So, yeah, is it possible? Don't really know, but certainly heading in the right direction. Thing is, it's harder to move that line the longer into the innings you go. But I mean, how many off that? I'm guessing quite a few. Go to my notes. I'm still adding them up. Magical 27 off the over. Well, it does turn things around. A random question from James Stewart. Any thoughts on what another ACN Annual event might look like? We'll be more specific. You tell us what you think. Obviously, we're building a pretty solid body of work now. Last I checked, I think the 3,400 game mark or something like that. Kind of in the mid-2000s. Haven't done a calculation in a while. But yeah, it's unprecedented what we're doing here on ECN. We love what we're doing. And yeah, certainly a few things in the works. Still some discussion about the 48-hour ECN T10 marathon, 48 consecutive hours of cricket, 24 matches back-to-back. And that would be quite amazing if we were able to pull that one off. Also, I saw on the website last week announcement of a 4-week ECS in Barcelona to finish the year. Well, that's great news for us because Barcelona was quite the destination. Although we won't have the World Cup on this time, Football World Cup. Hey, guess who is going to have a bowl? One of our favourites. It's going to be Yasir Ikram. Didn't even get a hit in this first innings, but he does toss it up and give it some genuine side spin, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was definitely the man in that first game for them today, both with the bat and the ball. But I tell you what, he'll give an opportunity to Islam if he wants to use his feet and hit him down the ground. Big swing across the line. Well, he says, let's not bother about going straight. I can hoik him to square leg.
Yeah, it's probably a safer shot against someone that's bowling slow if you haven't quite got to the pitch of it. Because, yeah, either you hit it or you don't. Simple as that. And it's unlikely you actually pick out a fielder when you're hitting a slow ball like that. That's a really good bit of batting, actually. I think that Ikram's going to stick to his guns, though. He just needs to induce one error out of Islam.
Look at the field. There's 4 men stationed on the boundary on the leg side. Not a single player within the 30 on that side.
Yeah. 4-man outfield on the leg side.
Now, what was the quicker one?
Yeah.
He's pulled that out once in the last game as well. It really does jump off the deck.
But I tell you what this field does, it means that if he gets too short, you can be looking at the pace he's bowling. You can really smack it offside, and they don't really have that protection. Apart from those 5 infielders, you can go over the top.
Big air on that, and he's been returned with interest. Islam's hit that a mile. That's a stunning strike. Agent 007.
Well, normally 007's trying to prevent an attack. He actually attacks the spectator table here. Just sitting minding their own business on the picnic table. It might be just out of screen. Well, no, there you go. Bang. Well, guess what? The Grizzly is right on you. Keep your eye on the ball.
Grizzly making friends. That's short, slower. Islam didn't pick the change of pace.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? Like I said, good players tend to make more errors against spin than pace because sometimes they have too much time. Well, they get in 2 minds or even 3 minds. Islam, though, single-handedly keeping his team in the conversation.
It's wide. He's managed to get enough bat to take it over the offside infield. Umpire signals 4. Even the magic of Amit Pangal couldn't stop that going to the boundary. Interesting over.
Yeah.
3 big swings and misses and 3 that ended up going to the boundary. So 14 off it, and Islam just keeping his team in touch. 58 for 4 after 5.
It's kind of what I was talking about. If he gets too far outside the off stump with a bit of length, it's slow enough that it really sits up and you've got time to size it up. And you see, if there was an outfielder there, that might have been a catching opportunity. Instead, gets over the infield, goes for 4. This is what's coming up on ECN over the next few weeks. Busy time. And just have a look at the week of the 10th of July. You'll have the second half of the ECS Hungary, including the ECIs at the end of that week. You'll have the ECN Netherlands T20 International Women's Tri-Series, which I think features Netherlands, Scotland and Thailand. And you'll also have the ECN Valletta Cup T20 Internationals. 3 times the fun during that week. But outside that, of course, we've got the ECS continuing in various different locations. Also a bonus T20 International Series in Bulgaria. Anyway, here's a guy we've enjoyed watching today, Selvaraj, coming on and slides that first one across Sabir. Well taken behind the stumps by Samad Imtiaz.
Yeah, the sidearm slinger Selvaraj. He's pretty effective at times in that first game today. Drops it a little bit on leg stump. Jumping effort from side to side. It wasn't far off, but that's actually pretty nicely played by Sabir. Haven't seen too much damage from him with the bat so far, but makes good contact.
Yeah, so where are we at? 19.5 and over. You just rarely see that kind of pace over, say, more than 2 overs or so. That seems unlikely, but I suppose it's possible. Sabir gets a bit of confidence with that one.
Manages to get York, tries to get the front foot out wide. It's gone in between the leg stump and his pad. It's called byes by the umpire.
Yeah, I think it was half a stumping chance here, perhaps. Does he take off? No, pretty much foot was grounded the whole time. You could say, even with Imtiaz missing that one and going for a bye, I mean, it doesn't hurt you that much. No, certainly, there's more pros than cons. Yeah, we're talking about the pros of keeping up. There are some cons, such as little edges that you may take easily if you're keeping back. They will go away from the middle of your hands and they pop out when you're keeping up. So that's kind of a negative. Also, balls down the leg side are a lot more difficult when you're up. And,
well, balls on the leg side are difficult when they're cracked away to the boundary. Islam continues the carnage. He's now up to 43, and the Stockholm Tigers 67 for 4. 1 ball left in the 6th.
Yeah, nicely clipped away for 4, and yeah, need plenty more of that. Rate's gone up over 20 and over required. There were some other keepers. I was trying to think, is it just luck? Or there were certain keepers, like I had a reputation to have kind of sticky hands. So for those little edges, I tended to hold on to them more. And even if I didn't catch it the first time, it might pop up for it on a rebound. And I spent a lot of time thinking about this.
That's wide from Solvaraj. Slapped to the extra cover boundary. I think it's going to be signalled 4, but Islam continues to brutalise this Sikif attack. None of his batting partners can do much, but he's up to 47 off 16. Stockholm Tigers needing 82 off 24. Certainly a mountain to climb, but not insurmountable.
Yeah, so 4 overs to go, 71 for 4. Like the attack though, Islam, a lone hand, 47 off 16. Yeah, so just go back to that. Yeah, so I don't know whether it was having soft hands or something like that, or just how good you. Even there were quite a few that did him in the middle of the hand that would stick. I don't know whether I was just lucky or is a certain technique. I had a slightly different hand position, a lot of keepers as well. My hands were slightly separate, so yeah, I don't know. Spoken to a lot of keepers about it. They don't really know either. That's asking for trouble. A rare bad ball from Ikram, and that disappears for 4.
Well, but the only thing to celebrate for that ball from Ikram is that it hasn't been pumped for 6, because that was an awful delivery from a man who's bowled pretty well today.
Yeah. It's the gunny balls. I suppose the good thing about that is it's over for Ikram. They do have the runs to play with. Sabir showing he can hold the bat a bit as well. Gets his chance in the top 6.
78 needed off 23, so the run rate's at 20 per over. Been keeping up that rate the last few. Balloon ball smacked straight back at him. There was the opportunity for the return catch. Casually sticks out the right hand and parries it away, and they'll push for the single. At least that brings Akash Islam back onto strike.
Really see the loop there. And well, hung up in the air so long that if there's a regular mid-on, maybe they would have had a shot at that. Ikram was a late inclusion in the side, you know, as well, Rhino.
Good ball. Slightly quicker one. Wide outside off stump. Knows Islam wants to go for that power zone between mid-wicket and long on.
I love the kind of loop that he gives his deliveries, Ikram. And he's searching for his first wicket in this game.
Oh, big appeal. No interest from the umpire. Thought MTAs would have a shy. He does. And unfortunately, Sabir has just run through for the single in very sluggish mode. Fantastic work from this young keeper. He's been exceptional today, but this is really poor running. It was the inside edge onto the pad, and Sabir just didn't stretch out at any stage.
Oh, very good work behind the stumps, though. I mean, firstly, it was this huge inside edge. I can't believe they even appealed. But one stump to aim at, and bang. Easy as you like. Yeah, didn't even have time to think about sliding the bat, really. It was a long way out. It's been a dream afternoon for Sikif, and they're going to romp this home, you'd believe, at the moment. So he's run out for 11, and the score is 76 for 5.
Maybe a blessing in disguise. They probably need a bigger hitter out there to partner up with Islam if they've got any chance of chasing this down. Certainly every dot ball does not help their cause, but boy, that's a great bit of work from MTAs. He had a fantastic day here at the Master Cricket Ground. Another gorgeous day weather-wise for us here in Stockholm. Sun's been out. Lovely light breeze.
It's been amazing, hasn't it? Been treated to some amazing weather. Gupta on strike.
Gives it a fair bit of flight, overbalance, trying to rip the shreds off it. Probably a look at the stumping.
I think he's all right. It's like a fake charge because he kind of moves his feet but actually goes nowhere. He actually charges forwards and backwards, and by the time the bails come off, he's actually got 2 feet back. He'd be good on the dance floor, Rony.
Oh, makes some room for himself there. Thrashes it through the covers. That's a really good strike. And Tigers end up 80 for 5. 7 overs down. Still plenty of runs to go. 73 required. 18 balls to go.
Let's have a look ahead to tomorrow. We'll have 5 more games. Hudinga will be first up against Sikif, who are really gathering some steam. She used to have a big day because they play 3 times. Same with Hudinga, actually. We'll see Stockholm CC in the evening session. Sikif with a couple of games as well. So join us 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. Day 4 of 12 in this ECS, of course, the 11 round robin days, and then day 12 being finals day before we head into the weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend, and the ECI featuring Sweden Germany and Estonia for T10 international cricket. Time for Zaheen Rashid to be brought on. 3 overs remaining.
Short, wide, outside off stump. That will be called wide.
Islam on 47. You're hoping he can bring up his half century.
Certainly deserves it. He's batted very well in this innings. Short, wide, well, that's an absolute gift when you're trying to bring up the half ton. Well struck shot, easily beat the man who was there. 45 degrees on the leg side, but that was ordinary bowling. But a well-deserved half century for Akash Islam.
Yeah, very well put together half century. Just hasn't had a lot of support, has he? 51 off 20. He's hit the ball really cleanly. 4 Maximo 6-4s in that innings, striking at 255. Well batted, and yeah, still time to make even more runs, you know, Rhino. He could finish, not sure about 100, but he could certainly finish maybe up in the 80s or something like that.
Good full ball, just poked out to mid-wicket, and the fielder fields it. So Gupta now on strike. She's not a bad over so far. Just wants to keep it tight. Manages to come up with a quicker one outside off stump. Imtiaz is only able to pad it away, and they'll take the one as a bye.
Yeah, a rare bite. Like I say, if he gives up a handful of buys in the innings, that's an acceptable price, I think, for what he's offering. Imtiaz.
Short. A little bit of a quicker one as well. Can only fetch it, pull it to the mid-wicket boundary. Feels like maybe this over was the one where they needed to go magical or supersonic even. As it is, it's been pretty tidy from Rashid. 1 ball to go. Short and wide, but Gupta can't take advantage.
Into the over, I think.
No, I think our scores probably missed the wide at the start of the over, actually. So there is, umpires may check this.
Yeah. I think you're spot on. You nudged me because it was scored as a dot first up in the over, but I'm pretty sure that you're right. So yeah, the eagle eye of Andrew Ryan, nothing gets past you even after about 9 hours of cricket. So I'm going to say that with that, well, I'm completely perplexed now about what the score might be. But officially, it's 87 for 5.
Yeah. Well, let's just say they need about 65 runs still to get off the last 2 overs. So it's a tall task. Let's just say 66, sorry, off the last 12 balls. So we need to see a bit of a flurry of Maximos. Islam's still there. Let's see what he can do. Well, he's given this first one a roost, gotten under it though, and under it is also the fielder, Adnan Nazir, takes pretty solid catch. Good man to have in the outfield, and smiles all round for Sikif as they see the dangerous Akash Islam heading back to the pavilion. Very good innings for him, 53 off 23 balls.
Yeah, very nicely taken, professionally taken by Nazir. And Akash can hold his head high, can't he? He was a very important player in that innings. But unfortunately, without him, I don't know how many they'd have. Not many at all. But it's just the one miss hit. Well handled by Nasir. And he's a guy that showed us the other day. He can handle himself down in that position. Good under pressure. And I'm going to say, well, I'm going to stick with what's on the screen. 87 for 6.
Oh, it feels like it's all academic at the moment. Tigers have really dug themselves into a hole, not just in this game, but in the tournament as a whole. Frankly, with the ability in their side, they should be in a better position, but haven't executed, particularly with the ball, and a couple of their batters are not firing as they would like. To come to the crease to join Gupta. 66 needed off 11, so 11 consecutive Maximos will do it. I'd say that's a likely outcome, but don't want to discount the possibility. little bit of time to set up. Salvaraj happy with his first wicket. Fires that one extremely wide of off stump. Good keeping again from Imtiaz.
Yeah, well, maybe on further reflection that call was overturned. It wasn't actually a wide first ball of that 8th over. Anyway, probably doesn't matter too much in the wash-up, as this is clipped away, and I think this will beat the field. That does. So Hussain, I mean, he's showing a nice touch there, doesn't he? As he just clips that away pretty neatly. Afsar Hussain off the mark with 4.
Yep. Salvaraj just drifting onto the, I don't want to say drifting onto the pads, I guess given how wide he's coming
Staying.
from. Staying
Staying on the
outside
pads.
leg stump.
Yeah.
Salvaraj, good ball, right on the button. Push forward, Hussain.
Yeah,
that's a single.
That's his ball. No, that's his ball because he can still take a wicket there. Maybe that ball clips the stumps if it's missed there, and maybe a little bit outside off. That's probably his zone. Doesn't want to stay on the pads, that's for sure.
Goes wide of off stump. Good ball. Rare fumble for Imtiaz.
Yeah.
Been so clean today.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, if he gives you away a handful of buys, that's fine. Because he's offering a lot, putting a lot of pressure on, and I think they're pretty tough to take for any keeper if he was standing back, especially if he's copying on the second bounce. Salvaraj something different though. I've enjoyed watching him today.
So have I. Just feels like it's taking an eternity to bowl this 9th over. You always say it all happens in the 9th. To be honest, there hasn't been much happening in the 9th, certainly in terms of getting through the balls quickly. So that one's just underarm back to Salvaraj. I guess the one positive for the Tigers to take out of this is that they're in such a terrible position at one stage earlier in the innings, just a glut of wickets. And one stage, remember, they were 15 for 4, so that one's wide of off stump. So at least they've fought back with their middle order and have created a respectable chase.
That's a good call, I think. Good take as well. And yeah, you're right about this 9th over. Taking a while. Anyway, should finish right here for Salvaraj.
Well, that one was in the slot. Big heave across the line, but it's just dragged out to Saad coming in from deep square leg. Back to Salvaraj. It's the end of the over finally. 97 for 6. One more to go.
Last over of the day. And more questions about Nabi. I think I said in the chat, yeah, he's of Afghani origin, I believe, playing for Dreux in France, but he's French. He's a French citizen now. And so, also a lot of people saying, a lot of people in the kind of age bracket that you and I are, actually, that are in the chat right now. Rhino?
There you go. I mean, it's a great time of life, isn't it, Vinny?
Guess we've got a lot in common. His last over of the day.
That one's a little bit wide. Not of the umpire. Hands go out. It's a great age, isn't it? I mean, you can largely sit here and just reflect on your former cricket career while you're offering critical analysis of young men out there playing T10 as that one's dragged down the leg side.
There's another one, I think. There's still 6 to come. It's a little bit like pulling teeth at the end of this day, especially if you're a Tigers supporter. Yeah, you know, one of the expressions I like is that every generation thinks they're smarter than the generation that comes before them, but wiser than the next. Think about that, let that sink in. Want to break that down for you?
Yeah, can you say it again?
Every generation, this goes for all time, every generation thinks they're smarter than the ones that come before them. So you think you're smarter than your parents, you're like, oh, they don't know how to do this, they don't know how to do this, but you're wiser than the next. So when you look at youngsters, you're like, oh, well, I've got life experience.
Well, a man who's showing plenty of experience with the gloves is young Imtiaz. That's a good wicket for Rashid. Little snaffle out off the outside edge. Continues his great day with the gloves.
Yeah, a little cherry on the cake, isn't it? So, yeah, Sekif, I'll have a lot to celebrate. Zaheen Rashid chips in with a wicket in the last over of the day. Makes it 101 for 7. And yeah, Sekif, we know they play again tomorrow, so they've got a real opportunity to push up into the top. Yeah, so you've seen them playing now. They play first up tomorrow against Hudinga and then against Shista in the 3rd match of the day. So by then, they will have played get my calculator out. They would have played 5 matches. They would have played 5 of their 10. Anyway, here's Rashid.
Ugh, not one of his prettiest deliveries. That one's dragged down the offside. They're trying to enjoy this moment of a pretty hefty victory over the Tigers. They're extracting it out for all of its worth.
Costing us an early dinner here, really, with these extras.
Well, that one's gone high. It's gone pretty healthy as well. Carried the boundary by a couple of metres. The arms go up. There haven't been too many big strikes coming from the bat of the Tigers batters since poor Akash Islam was dismissed, but that was nicely struck.
Nice shot by Manan, yeah.
First ball he's faced.
Yep.
Well, another one. He's pumped it out to the square leg boundary. Needed this more early in the chase.
And so, consolation runs with a capital C. Not the worst ball, I suppose. You roll the dice if you're going to bowl straight on the stumps here. Batter hits you, probably going to go to the boundary. If they miss, you might get them anyway. 2 balls to go on the day. It's been a great day here, Rhino. Been great to be with you again. Thanks again to all the viewers, all the Blue crew, and all players and officials. There's a dot. And of course, make sure you tune in tomorrow for more action. And that's the great thing about ECN at the moment. You'll have cricket every day. Last ball of day 3.
Oh,
no.
Great
stumping.
stumping.
It's the worst possible result because it's stumped and out, and it means we're getting another batter out there. So that's going to cost another 2 minutes. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for some at MTS, but it's definitely a wide, and it's definitely stumped. And so this is probably when that's when you're batting and you think it's last ball and your next batter, and you take your pads off thinking that's it, I can't possibly bat. But we will have one more ball in the day. 113 for 8. Smart stumping though. Let's give him credit where credit's due. I think that makes it 1 catch and 2 stumpings and a run out, directed run out in this innings to go with his runs. I think he's been incredible. Player of the match performance. I love that the batter does appeal for the wide. He's petty. He wants the wicket.
You're still on your way back to the pavilion, Sunshine, no matter what that's called.
He wants the run, I mean. All right, so last ball of the day, take 2. If this is stumped off wide again, I tell you what, I'm off.
Well, he's given him the wide. They're not even running. This MTS chases this down towards the boundary. Like this man, Alam is desperate to have his moment in the sun.
Just like that double dipping episode of Seinfeld. Just bowl 1 lead delivery and end it. Let's finish this off right here.
Rashid 2 for 23.
Last ball of the day, take 3.
Short, it's through to the keeper. Victory finally for Sikif, and they end up today with 2 wins and no losses. It's a great day for this club, and there are smiles all round for the boys in blue and green. Not so many smiles on the Tigers. They are facing an uphill battle to qualify for the finals, put themselves in a very difficult position. But they certainly can play far better than this. But as it is, Sikif, they end the day the happiest team going around. And that man, there's Captain Amit Pangal. There's all the credit. Vinny, look forward to tomorrow.
Can't wait to see that highlights package in a minute. But yeah, this is what we've got tomorrow. Sikif first up, so I can't rest on their laurels too long. Chester will get 3 games, so we'll Hootinga. And we'll also get to see Stockholm CC later on day 4. Join us 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India for day 4 of this 12-day FanCode European Cricket Series. Now, how about this for a start? Not what Farooq was looking for. He went for a golden. No luck for him. And although we saw some attacking intent, it would be the captain, Amit Pangal, that would turn it on and turn this game around in a matter of minutes. And it all started with this incredible one-handed grab.
Yeah, sensational fielding from Pangal. He just had a charmed 5 minutes of that wonderful grab and then a couple of wickets in his second over. He's a very canny operator with the ball, and he's backed up by the outstanding wicket keeping of Imtiaz. He had a fantastic day with the gloves in both games. Spinners copped the odd bit of treatment, but they managed to keep things tight enough, and it was Agent 007 who produced the most concerns for them. Akash Islam, a day in which most of his teammates couldn't hit the ball off the square or certainly couldn't stop losing their wickets. He was pounding it to all parts. He was ending up on 53 3 runs off 23. This is another great bit of work for MTS, pursuing the ball after it had come off the inside edge, run out down at the keeper's end. Islam, that was the shot that brought up his much-deserved 50, but in the end he perished, continuing to try to push the run rate. Nice catch from Adnan, who did a good job out in the outfield. Great catch again from MTS. He's outstanding with the gloves. And even towards the end, it was even a wide, and he still manages to glove it cleanly and affect the stumping.
That was cruel. We're putting in for overtime after that last ball. It took about 5 minutes. But, I mean, take nothing away from Sikif. They've really put it together. For a team that only qualified at the last moment, I mean, think about their tournament so far. They've pushed Jinnah, and they just lost narrowly, one they should have gotten. And now, today, they've just gotten 2 wins and done it pretty comprehensively here in game 15. Lone hand from Akash Islam, 53, but no one else passed 11. And in the end, 114. Okay, I mean, it's not the worst score, but I don't think 114 wins you that many games when you look at the quality and the conditions here in Stockholm.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. A couple of big players there. Farouk Ahmed, 0 off 1. Kaiser Azad, a duck off 2. They both had fairly unhappy days at the office. They need far more out of the guys of that ability, but chaps who have delivered on all fronts. Look at those figures for Amit Pangal at the top, 3 for 7. Fortunately, Naveed Anjum copped a bit of tap, took 1 for 37. The rest of the bowlers going around 10 or 11 and over. Not bad in these conditions. Yasser Ikrahim bowled pretty well again with his leg spinners, and Rashid with 2 wickets at the end. But in the end, match summary, comprehensive win for Sikif Cricket Club. They beat the Stockholm Tigers by 38 runs, and they end up with consecutive wins to end day 3 here at the ECS 2023 event in Sweden. It is brought to you by FanCode. You are watching on the European Cricket Network. It has been my pleasure to join Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Sandhu here in the commentary box for day 3. Please join us tomorrow for day 4. Plenty of big clashes coming up. Looking forward to seeing hitting. Vinny, any final thoughts?
Yeah, no, I just want to remind everyone, if you haven't already, make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We're well over 350,000 subscribers. Next mark, we want to get us 360. Okay, let's go around the globe and get to 360. And for everyone else, make sure your family and friends know about ECN. Let them know how entertaining it is, how much fun it is, and what a community feel we've got here. Also, our social media is a great place to go at European Cricket to get some of the bits you might have missed. And, well, finally, don't forget our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Working very hard to improve that all the time. And some interesting news articles there as well. You can also get the scores, fixtures, standings and stats, those kinds of things. Not just this tournament, all the tournaments in the past, and also some of the tournaments coming up. Right, it's been great to be with you again, and looking forward to spending tomorrow with you before we have a well-deserved day off on Friday to explore the city. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of ECN and the whole European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Here's the best bits of the day, thanks to our wonderful crew at Spring Productions. We'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana. More European Cricket Series on the way from Sweden. See you, everybody.